That was a big win last night because you're beating a team that many people think are going to win the Stanley Cup.
Think about it. They beat the Panthers recently, and they beat the team that was in the Cup last year.
Both on the road.
Both on the road. Wings have played inspired hockey since Todd McClellan, and I think we can just stop saying since Todd McClellan. They're just playing flat-out inspired hockey at this point. It's been over a month. This is who they are. Mm-hmm. They're a team on the rise. They're a team in the hunt, and a ticket texter says, yes, they're going to the playoffs, Stoney. I said, are you thinking playoffs? He says, yes, and they're winning a series or two. McClellan will not let them go backwards. He gets A+ in every facet of the game. Look for help at the deadline.
Yeah, we'll discuss how much help both these teams should realistically go after.
Yeah.
I mean, I always think it's different in hockey.
Why?
Because in hockey, you can be a 7 or an 8 seed and win the Stanley Cup. In basketball, you have no chance.
In basketball?
Basketball, yeah. In basketball, the NBA.
And they made a movie about it. I don't know what the playoffs look like in basketball today.
I know.
Stoney, putting it another way, it's the most just get in playoff format.
Right, exactly. Although, baseball has gotten that way lately, too. Although now, with the Dodgers spending what they're spending, I don't know if that's going to be the way it is anyway. But yes, hockey, anything can happen. It used to be just the hot goalie. It's more than that. It's just the teams, even at the bottom, they're all pretty good. And
So the Dare to Dream example is the Blues.
Yes.
Right, who fired a coach and were awful in January and then ended up going on to win the Stanley Cup. I'm certainly not proclaiming that today.
Right.
But yes, the playoffs are very real for this hockey team. They were very real before the season. And Derek Lalonde wasn't the coach as long. We may be talking about it with more confidence.
Maybe. You never know.
Maybe. We're going to get to Cade Cunningham, who is now an NBA All-Star. We'll do that at 6:35. Concerned he would have been snubbed. No, he's there. Stoney, David Shaw has been brought in to be the passing game coordinator for the Detroit Lions. Your response?
Well, my first reaction, without doing I won't even say a deep dive, a medium dive, was, really? David Shaw, Stanford? They lost to Michigan State in the Rose Bowl. He took over for Harbaugh. I kind of thought they were pretty boring, especially that team. But when you do the deeper dive, he wasn't before he became the head coach, he was their offensive coordinator basically. And when Andrew Luck was there, he had some good quarterbacks who was there. And as we're finding out a lot with Dan Campbell and with other coaches around the league, it's familiarity. He worked with John Morton in Oakland. He worked with him this past year in Denver. Now John Morton's the offensive coordinator, so it's almost like a natural fit. It's kind of weird because David Shaw was always one of those guys who people said, and I know he took interviews to be a head coach in the NFL. And when the Michigan State job opened, he's like, why wouldn't David Shaw be a really good candidate? Local roots, his father Willie played for the Lions. He grew up here a little bit. So yeah, I think it's a decent hire, but we're not even talking coordinators. We're talking,
Yeah, how much actual influence will he have? I mean, clearly passing game coordinator, he's going to have input.
Right.
But it's John Morton's offense. And
yes.
It's Dan Campbell's offense more than that even.
Yes.
So his reputation is really conservative.
Yeah.
But don't we kind of want the Lions to kind of get back to just, hey, you overpower teams. If you want to play an extra tight end, if you want to run the football a couple extra times, we're certainly not going to complain.
Right.
A few less times, the Goff's got to drop back in the pocket. As great as he is, you don't want him dropping back 40, 45, 50 times like he did a couple times this season. Sure, yeah, a little more conservative. I'm not mad at that.
Dave, Coach Shaw, what do you feel about 3rd and 1 going empty?
Probably makes his skin crawl if you look at those Stanford teams.
Right.
So, to me, it's not a huge reaction one way or another. But, yeah, if they're going to bring a little more physicality, a little more play it safe, just simply be better,
yeah,
I'm cool with that.
The one interesting thing.
More efficient? Yeah, go for it.
Is what people seem to think the players used to love about this coaching staff was that they had guys who played in the league. Okay, these guys didn't.
But they're replacing guys who also didn't, right?
Well,
Morton's replacing Ben Johnson, who didn't play in the league, and Shaw's replacing Tanner Engstrand, who didn't play in the league.
True,
yeah,
right. So we'll see who the wide receivers coach is going to be to
replace Randall L. Yeah, because they promote from within.
Yeah, you're right. Because I don't think the defensive line coach, who's now the defensive coordinator in New England, Williams. I don't know if he played in the league, but Casey Rogers is his name, the guy who's taking his place. I'm not sure. I think he played, but anyway, yeah, but that was always, they got Randall Elliott. They had
Mark
the
Brunell.
first year. They got Brunell. They used to have Deuce Staley. People like that. Aaron Glenn played in the league, so it's interesting.
Casey Rogers briefly played,
Right,
briefly. He was with I think Steelers practice squad. I mean, so
but he's highly respected.
super highly respected.
Yeah, and so's David Shaw.
Yes.
I'm not saying this is a bad move.
No.
At all. It's just the first reaction was you mentioned the C word, conservative, and that's not so bad.
248-539-9797. We are going to get to Cade's All-Star berth, his first All-Star game, first of many in his career. We'll do that at 6:35. Stoney wants to go into a wellness check with Lions fans. Your first time hosting since the post game, that faithful
that post
Saturday night.
It was a nice 2 hours.
We're going to get back into it 6:50. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right, so the National Transportation Safety Board has vowed to find the cause of that awful, tragic crash that killed 67 people. A spokesperson assured the American public that it will leave no stone unturned in this investigation. On Thursday night, it was confirmed that the black box was found. So they do have the cockpit voice recorder, the flight data recorder from the plane. Those were recovered. They're currently at the lab for evaluations. At this point, it is too early. It's too soon to know exactly what happened, whether human error occurred or whether there were other factors at play. The agency hopes to have a preliminary report ready within 30 days. Now, it's also being reported that the control tower staffing at the airport, at Reagan National Airport, was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. They say there was a controller that had to do double duty, basically directing both airplanes and helicopters in the area. So that is also in the report. It's just tragic. So far, more than 40 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. The last time the U.S. had a major commercial plane crash was back in 2009, where 50 people were killed in a plane that crashed outside of Buffalo, New York.
I was in Washington when they had the Air Florida crash in the early 80s, where the flight hit the 14th Street Bridge and went into the Potomac, and that was just as devastating. That was a bigger plane, if I'm not mistaken.
We're learning more about the victims that were all on this plane, and when you can start putting, for me anyway, when I can start putting faces to the names, like now they're releasing all these pictures and their loved ones are talking about it, it makes it more real because I can see these individuals. I can see what they look like, and I can see like videos of these little performers just performing at their ice skating, whatever you call it, a meet competition.
And it's such a tight community. I mean, imagine, God forbid, if it happened. There's a Detroit Skating Club, very familiar, similar to what the Boston. Yeah. And I saw Nancy Kerrigan show up because she skated there, and she was obviously very emotional and distraught, and it's awful. It's absolutely
so sad.
Awful.
Yep. Officials have released some major updates in the case of Ashley Elkins. So DNA tests came back from, I guess, the dumpster at the apartment of her ex-boyfriend's house, DeAndre Booker. And as a result, murder charges are expected to be filed today. So we know the story. She disappeared back on January 2nd after texting her family that she was going out to run errands, and then she was never seen again. Her phone last pinged at her ex-boyfriend's apartment. Police found clues in a dumpster there that indicated she was most likely killed, led police to that search for days at the landfill in Lenox Township. That came up empty-handed. So whatever this DNA found, obviously, pretty shocking. So he has already been arrested. He was charged with lying to police. But like I said, more charges to come expected today. Happy news. A 26-year-old Oakland County woman is a millionaire after her dad just decided to gift her a lottery ticket just because, hey, I wanted to get you a little something nice. So she won $4 million on this scratch-off lottery ticket. She said, she was surprised when her dad got her the ticket, thought, well, this is nice, scratched it off, and then was in complete shock, started screaming, started crying. She has already claimed her prize. She took the one-time lump sum payout of $2.7 million. She says she plans to save her winnings. No word on how much she gave her dad. But I'm sure she's giving him something.
Oh, she better.
You have to,
Yeah,
right?
you have to.
You have to. Raising Cane's is opening its first Metro Detroit location on Tuesday, and there's going to be a big celebration. So it's going to be located in Canton on Ford Road, and the grand opening celebration is going to include Detroit Lions punter Jack Fox. So this is only the second Raising Cane's location in Michigan. The first one is in Lansing, but you want to get there early. They're going to give away free food for a year for lucky 20. I'm guessing the first 20 people in the door. There's going to be giveaways, complimentary coffee, so much more. And he's going to be there, Fox. He's going to do the ribbon cutting ceremony, and then he's going to serve customers at the drive-thru and sign posters and whole big shindig.
Have you ever been?
No, why would I?
Me
go?
neither. I heard it's really good.
Yeah, I've heard it's great.
What do I want there? I
Because
don't know.
Ford Road,
French
there's not
fries,
enough
maybe?
fast.
So you love potatoes. You get
I do. I got fries.
There's not enough places like that on Ford Road.
And that is Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
It's like, why would I go out of my way here? That's what I mean. Like, why would I go all the way out of my way for that?
I like in the South on a trip or something.
I've never even seen one, but I hear good things about them.
Wings pick up a win on the road, got down 2-0, come back against a very good Edmonton Oilers team with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Yet it's Dylan Larkin with the game winner in the shootout. Also won 24 faceoffs. Wings dig out from under that 2-goal deficit and win yet another hockey game. Let the good times roll. It's contagious right now. Cade Cunningham named All-Star. Pistons don't get snubbed.
No, not at all.
Did you have any concern Cade would be snubbed?
I really thought he was going to get in, but if there's there are certain people who, if they got in, I would have understood it.
So the guys that were left out are Trae Young, LaMelo Ball,
Tyrese Maxey,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe, if you want to consider Zach LaVine, a guard, shooting guard, whatever, positionless basketball. But no, Cade deserved it. I mean, rounding off 25, 9, and 6. I mean, Maxey, I think he's like fourth leading scorer, 27, 6, and 5. Ball, who's hurt right now, but I don't think I might have something to do with it. LaMelo Ball is having an unbelievable season. I mean, he's averaging 28 points a game, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. And he's just one of 11 players ever, as of now, to average 28, 5, and 7 in a single season. And the rest of that list is all Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers like Luka, Jokic, James, meaning LeBron James, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook. By the way, speaking of James Harden, sneaky that he got in. He's having a really good year. Give him some credit for the first time in his life.
Sure.
Yeah, the Clippers are a big surprise team.
Yeah. I kind of expected Cade to be snubbed.
Did you really?
Yeah, and I totally think he deserves to be there, which
Yeah.
is why it would be a snub. But I'm not used to this,
I
right?
know.
We don't get all-stars very often, and we don't get a lot of respect very often. But he deserves it. Yeah, I mean, the case for LaMelo Ball, you gave some of his numbers, but he's super inefficient. Guy's like a 40% shooter, and even, 33% from three's bad. He
know.
shoots a lot.
What's
he scores a lot.
What's Cade's shooting percentage? Like?
Higher. It's like 5% higher
Okay.
from the field,
Yeah.
and I think about 5% better from three.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And I think Cade's a better defender.
yes. And that's the other thing. And the other thing, the reason I think Cade is who got in, is because to a certain extent he's carrying the team. I mean, with Ivy being hurt, yes, you have, Beasley in a lot of games, put up some good numbers. But he's really, especially some of these teams who are, doubling him all the time. They're blitzing him and things like that and making it very difficult for him. So I think that, and the fact that the Pistons are, probably one of the surprise teams in the NBA, definitely the surprise team in the East, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I would say so. Yeah, and to your point, I think the last 3 games where the Pistons have all lost, I think they've really missed Jaden Ivey or any other secondary ball handler. It's asking a lot of Cade, and I wonder about, as we go down the stretch here, can they help him out a little bit at the deadline?
Yeah.
I mean, we're under a week until the trade deadline. And I know you can't mortgage a future. They can't even trade their first-round pick because it's tied up in a trade. It's owed currently to Minnesota.
Yeah, the only way, to me, and I don't have any names here, that I would be okay with them doing anything is if they got somebody who's gonna be here for a little longer period of time. Where I don't want to give up stuff just to get some guy on a half season rental or whatever.
No.
Just to make the playoffs. And I feel the same way about the Red Wings too. Although, like I said, hockey, you have a chance once you get in to do something. See, for the Pistons, okay, let's say they make a trade for somebody who's, good, but he's on an expiring deal.
Yeah.
And they make the playoffs. Whether it's the, 7,
or even the 6 would be great.
Seed,
yeah.
Right. People are, okay, the 6th seed and play Milwaukee in the first round, they get drubbed.
Yep. They get eliminated right away.
Yeah.
But I think there's something to be said for this team getting in the playoffs. I think there's something to be said for Stoney, not currently, but in the next year or two, they're going to have to find Cade a number 2.
Yes.
Don't you want to be appealing? I think it's much more appealing if you go, hey, we've been in and Cade had a triple-double in Game 2 of the playoffs, or he had a 35-point night in the NBA playoffs. You go, he's a bona fide. He's an all-star. He's played in the playoffs. You can come be his Robin. I am concerned down the stretch here, especially if they sell. Like Malik Beasley's a name I don't want to see them trade. I think Beasley has helped Cade get to the next level of his career. They need to find more guys like Malik Beasley who are going to help Cade get to the next level of his career.
Unless they can get a number 1 for him.
But what is it? What's the number 1? 27th? 28th?
I don't know.
I don't need the 28th pick in the draft. I'm keeping Malik Beasley. I'm investing in Cade Cunningham, and I'll pay Beasley in the offseason.
But the NBA draft is turning into right now like the NHL and Major League Baseball. So if you're drafting guys at 27, no, they ain't going to help you in years 1 and 2. But by the time, you never know. It's become so much of a crapshoot now with guys, so many guys entering the NBA draft that aren't ready to play professional basketball.
Cade Cunningham is what, second in the league in assists?
Yeah.
Right around the top of the league. How much of that is that Malik Beasley is one of the best three-point shooters in the league?
Right.
Like, would Cade be an all-star if I took 2 assists away per game?
No.
So then Malik Beasley has helped make Cade an all-star. So I would hate looking at the face of my franchise who I just gave a max deal to, and I'm going to take one arm and tie it right behind your back down the stretch. We're going to get you double-teamed and blitzed. You're going to have a hard time bringing the ball up the floor. When you do get doubled in the half court, you're one less reliable shooter. I mean, Beasley has made the second most threes in the NBA. He's super attractive for a contender, but I'd be stubborn about it. I don't need your 28th or 29th overall pick.
No.
I need to get in the playoffs with Cade, and I need to put more Beasley players around Cade.
Okay, are you going to get? Is it worth keeping him if they're going to lose him at the end of the year?
Why are they going to lose him at the end of the year?
Because he's a free agent.
Right. So, but the Pistons can offer him U.S. currency.
I know.
You can even convert it to
Toronto's not?
Well, you could do loonies too, I guess. I don't know, whatever he prefers. But my point, like, why can't we keep good players here?
No,
I have a lot of cap commitments, so we got a lot of stars on this team I'm missing.
I would prefer to keep him as well, but you never know. Somebody might make the call to trade you Langdon.
But okay,
here's what if you're looking to get a really good player, not just for this year, but maybe for the future a little bit, you might have to take a chance and give up Ivy.
I'm open to it for the right player.
Yes, for the right player.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Like, I wouldn't involve him in like a CJ McCollum trade or something.
No,
It had to be a much better player.
CJ McCollum's really good, and he's perfect for this team, except he's old.
Yeah, he's got this year and next year.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving up Ivy in that deal.
No.
I think there's levels to this.
Yeah.
I mean, a guy I'd love is Lauri Markkanen, but I don't know if you're aware of the weird NBA quirks where he can't be traded until the offseason.
Right.
So, but it might work out. The Pistons may give up their first-round pick by virtue of finishing high enough in the standings, and then they're freed up to give up firsts to try to find Cade a running mate.
Right.
That's what I just look at. Cade Cunningham's the All-Star. That's the headline today.
Right.
And it's our first All-Star since Blake Griffin.
Right.
It's our first guard to make the All-Star game since Allen Iverson. I don't want to waste the Cade years. We're officially the clock's ticking on Cade Cunningham and winning with Cade Cunningham. You have an All-Star now. Mm-hmm. Long time coming. Don't screw it up.
Well, let me ask you a question. Go back in the Wayback Machine. Do you remember your reaction when you found out that they traded Chauncey for Allen Iverson?
I was in high school at the time.
Okay, but you're
but
still a big fan.
I was bummed.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you just know it as that's Mr. Big Shot.
Mm-hmm. I
get it a little more now in that they were trying to create cap space and reset.
And they re-signed Rasheed and do a lot of things. Or not re-sign Rasheed. Rasheed's contract was up. Yeah. So you had Iverson's money. You'd had Rasheed's money. You could really do some really good things. And if I'm not mistaken, that brought you Ben Gordon and Charlie V.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's what they did with it, if my memory is correct.
Yeah.
But, it was because you went through that stage. All right, the Pistons are on the decline. And we have a superstar coming here who decided he didn't want to be a superstar anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it was painful at the time. But we haven't had a building block like Cade Cunningham since who?
Building block?
Yeah.
Since Grant Hill, right?
Right. I was wondering if you're going to go all the way. Yeah, Grant Hill's probably the answer.
I mean,
it didn't work
they
out.
could have had a few. Get out the old app thing,
God,
but
with Halliburton.
Yeah, exactly.
Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, we got Sekou Doumbouya. Don't forget that. That was one of the worst draft picks ever.
French phenom, Sekou Doumbouya. There's a name people are going, wait,
yeah,
forgot about him.
Yeah, look, it's great that Cade made the All-Star game. It really is. It's we used to talk about this with baseball, but baseball, a guy from every team makes it.
It means more in the NBA to get an All-Star, especially in a league that you win with stars.
Yes, exactly.
You win with stars, and guys, I think you're aware of it if you paid attention at all this season, but now it's cemented. We have one.
We have a star.
We have a star. We have someone to build around, which is why I don't want to see them sell, and I would be looking into shrewd buy territory going into next week.
We have an all-star on every team.
We do. Mm-hmm. Who's the Red Wing all-star? Well,
I think Raymond's an all-star.
I think last year.
Or Sider. I mean, I don't mean because there's no All-Star game
this year. Yeah. I think DeBrincat last year, though, didn't he make the All-Star game 2
Yeah.
years ago?
Yeah, last year.
And Larkin has made they
Right.
have guys who are All-Star caliber.
Yes,
Lucas Raymond's
correct.
the best player on the team right now. 248-539-9797. Cade Cunningham named All-Star. Coming up next, Stoney, you want a wellness check with Lions fans.
Mm-hmm.
The last time you were on the air was Saturday night after they lost to the Commanders.
Yes.
Emotionally, where are you at? Where are our listeners at? We'll do that next. It's 97.1. You can listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Happy Friday. We have Stoney in today.
Hey, Jim, Heather, I have a question here.
Yeah?
On Sunday, which is February 2nd, which is Groundhog Day.
Yeah?
If the groundhog sees a shadow, do we get the Lions back?
Unfortunately, Stoney, no, we don't.
Damn.
We want to check in with Lions fans today. And I think the perfect vehicle to do it is through your experience. We haven't really heard from you since that Saturday night.
Yes. I was me and Jennifer doing the post game that night. There was a lot of sad, angry, everything ran the gamut. People were thankful for the season, but most of them were upset. There was one person, I believe, was almost near tears calling in. And as we approach the second straight weekend with no Lions game, now obviously there's no game in any football this weekend, I still feel the same way I kind of felt earlier. It's like I'm sad. I was depressed. I thought you could feel the whole city being depressed, kind of reminiscent of when I used to work in Washington if the Redskins would go out early. But that's good in a way because you're sad because you expected to win, which we never had that feeling before. And that's why for most people, not me, because I still think last year was worse because they were 30 minutes away from getting to the Super Bowl. But the expectations, the build-up for this was so great. They were playing a team everybody thought they would beat, and they didn't, obviously. So in my sports past in Detroit, people might remember that the Robert Horry shot Game 5 of the 2005 NBA Finals stuck with me and still does a little bit. But I went through years, decades, where I'm telling you at least once every 2 weeks, whether it be sleeping, having a dream about it, in the shower, all of a sudden that play would pop up or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, it just would bother me. And this time, while it's not at that level, I do think about 3rd and 1 empty a lot. Too much for a sane human being at my age. And that's what's troubling about me. Now, lucky enough that I grew up in Philadelphia where I have another team. They're my B team, my A- team, whatever. I like if the Lions would have won, I would have rooted for the Lions, okay? At least I don't have to deal with that. That was one positive of the Lion losing, okay? But even the next day, when I woke up because I was on the air till 2:30 and doing a podcast, getting home at like 4:30 that Saturday night, getting up, watching the Eagles-Rams game in the snow, I was like, I wanted them to win, but whatever. And then last week, watching the NFC Championship game, knowing that my childhood team could go back to the Super Bowl, I watched it kind of emotionless to a certain extent. I mean, like Barkley had the big run. I went, yeah. But the rest of the game, now granted, it became a
laugher. Blowout
late, but I just, and look, I'm all rooting. I want them to win next Sunday. But it's just, I was still sitting there saying the Lions, I'm not even going to say should be there. Because when you look at it from a football perspective, they should have beaten Washington because of idiot things like the 3rd and 1 play. They didn't. But I don't think there was, would you have been more upset losing the way they did or if they got their lunch handed to them at Ford Field by Philly, which I think might have happened because of a variety of reasons, the most obvious one being the defense.
To answer the question, I would have liked to have found out.
Yeah, of course.
And I agree with you. I can call it straight up. Philly was playing better ball than Detroit, especially with the injuries, and likely loses that game at home. That's a home NFC championship loss.
Right.
That's one step closer to the Super Bowl. That's the biggest home game that they'll ever host, and they likely would have lost. So I understand. I guess we were saved from that.
Well, yes.
As backwards as that is to put it that way.
Right.
No, I think your emotions, and we want to know how you guys are feeling about it. I felt some of them just the same as you. I felt very empty.
Yeah.
I felt very numb as we reflect back on it. The Lions filled our cup up every single week, seemingly, right? They won 15 of 17 regular season games.
We kept saying, well, they're not going to go, 14-1. They're not going to do this. They just kept winning and winning and winning.
And with the injuries, by the way, because now everybody wants to say, well, the injuries would have kept them out. They were winning with the injuries.
Right.
With the injuries, they should have won against the Commanders. They lost by 2 touchdowns at home.
Right.
When you lose that way, it's because of 5 turnovers more than anything else.
Yes.
And you're just left feeling, you tell us, to me it's empty, it's numb.
Yeah.
It's something that's hard to get over. So are you in the shower thinking of 3rd and 1, like when you were getting ready today?
Not today, but
Yesterday, maybe?
I'll think about it a lot because it's one of my principles of football that I have.
Yeah.
That you never go empty on short yardage with a quarterback who's not really mobile. It makes no sense to me. And I know because the stats are there. They ran that play like 10 times.
50 is what Campbell said.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as actual short yardage, they ran it a lot and were successful way more than they were failed. Okay. However, what I don't like about it has nothing to do with the Lions. It would be any team that doesn't have a real mobile quarterback. It's not a knock on golf. I have no problem with you passing. Why empty? You're telling the other team there's 2 options here. You're either going to run the ball or pass the ball. You're taking away one of the things that they have to guess on.
Yeah.
And that to me makes no sense whatsoever.
So put it this way. No issue with throwing the football.
Right.
Because for the Lions, 3rd and 1, knowing you can go for it on 4th, and you will go for it on 4th, you can treat it like a lot of teams historically would treat 2nd and short, which is shot play territory.
Correct.
But you always keep the threat of the run because it keeps the defense honest. And in that game against that run defense, just do what Philly did. Get up 14-3, leaning on the ground, and then force a rookie quarterback on the road and help them unravel, nudge them towards unraveling. Instead, the Lions ended up unraveling, starting with that play on 3rd and 1.
And you know what else was sad about watching the Philly-Washington game was the same scenario, not the same play. 7-3 with the lead, with the ball and driving. And the Lions fumbled, and the Eagles scored. Yeah. And that was the difference. And I don't know, it's just, and you may never get back there, and not never, but there's no easy way to know if you're going to get back. And just seeing the whole city just depressed.
Deflate, too. I mean, just kind of the air.
Yeah.
Rush out. Like, you were at the game.
Yeah.
I was at the game. I walked out, and no one said, I didn't say a word to anybody. It was a hushed tone, maybe a couple whispers.
Right.
Just this, like, shell-shocked, everybody walking in the streets of Detroit, down Brush to whatever parking lot or parking garage they were in, realizing that there were no more football games.
Right.
And we were supposed to have one next week.
Yeah.
And some people had plans to be in New Orleans, or at the very least had made plans for what they were going to be doing on Super Bowl Sunday, a season that should have been so much different. Stoney, wellness check with you in today. Where are you guys at? 248-539-9797. Are you over it yet? Right? That's the question. Are you over it yet? And to an extent, maybe you're never going to be over it. I am curious after the update. Is Colin still sulking? Is the Lions gear still in the closet? Is he wearing any of it? We'll get to that coming up next. More of your phone calls. It's 97.1.
The Red Wings are one of the hottest teams in hockey. 4 straight wins now. That latest, 3-2 in a shootout last night at the Oilers. Captain Dylan Larkin tied the game in the second and slammed the door in the shootout. Wings now just 2 points out of a wild card spot, 3 back, a third in the Atlantic, and 12-4-1 since hiring new head coach Todd McClellan. Detroit next takes the ice at Calgary tomorrow. Cade Cunningham becomes just the 5th Pistons All-Star since 2008. The most recent, in 2019, Blake Griffin. Detroit opening up a 6-game homestand against the Mavs tonight downtown. Tip-off at 7, pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions quarterback Jared Goff wins the passing accuracy contest at the Pro Bowl games in Orlando. Frank Ragnow also in the spike competition. Brian Branch playing dodgeball. Pro Bowl ends on Sunday with the flag football game. 16th ranked Michigan State women's basketball can't pull off a fourth quarter comeback, falling to Oregon 63-59 at the Breslin Center last night. Meantime, Michigan plays Oregon Sunday. And 3-time NBA champ, the Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade, revealing that he had surgery in 2023 to remove a cancerous tumor. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wings with a shootout win on the road in Edmonton. Cade Cunningham named All-Star. We've got thoughts on both coming up at 7:18 this morning. Stoney is in. We've got a wellness check. Are you over it? Are you over it yet? What happened a couple weekends ago? And Stoney sounds like no.
No, I'm not really over it. I mean, it's going to be easier to enjoy the Super Bowl.
Because of Philly for you.
Because of Philly for me.
Not easier for any of us.
No. But by the way, here's the other thing that really... I mean, I kind of understood it for like the day after, the Sunday, games after the Lions lost on Saturday night. But people who are saying they're not watching football anymore this year, not going to watch the Super Bowl, come on, really? That to me is...
You know what I think it is?
That's weak.
It's weak. It's pouty.
Yeah.
And I think it's performative. Because I think you guys damn well know where you're going to be a week from Sunday.
Right.
You're going to be at that same party with your friends, and you might not care about the game the same way.
Right.
It might make you feel mad or sad or angry or whatever emotion you're going to feel. But you're going to watch. It's the last football game for 8 months.
Right.
It's a Super Bowl. I think it's performative. Like I see Dave Portnoy after the Bills-Chiefs spot on the floor. I'm never watching football. You're a liar.
Of course.
You're a performative liar.
Yeah.
And I think not all of you, fine. Some of you are going to be principled and not watch the Super Bowl.
Right.
We're going to watch
the same people that are Lions free.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says the hardest part of the loss is how SOL it was. Did you get those phone calls that Saturday night?
No. I didn't think it was SOL.
We had maybe one person reference it. This texter, though, brings it up and says it was served up on a silver platter. Coaches looked like rookies. Sadly, these coaches managed to get promoted. It says, like Logan and Jake Paul videotaping themselves failing time after time again, only to gain success. SOL, baby.
Look, I don't want to go and relitigate the game all the way, but this narrative out there that they took this team too lightly. They didn't prepare. That's bull crap. That's almost as bull crap as Glenn and Johnson were taking interviews. That's why they lost. That's bull crap. They lost the game because they had 5 turnovers, number one, and number two, not to put any, platitudes on this particular player, but the game, especially defensively, ended when Amik Robertson got hurt.
Certainly didn't help, Stoney.
No.
They only had so many bodies to begin with, and then there were periods of that game where Branch and Melifonwu were hurt.
Yes.
And it just...
Well, look, were there bad coaching decisions? The failure to call a timeout?
Yes.
That was late. I mean, yes, there were some things. The third and one thing.
There were, to me, Stoney, 3 plays that defined that game, and clearly it's more than 3 plays.
Yes.
The 3rd and 1 on empty, which started the snowball, the pick 6, and then not calling a timeout on the 4th down. Because you had a chance to get a stop and get the ball.
I'd throw the J-Mo in there.
To me, the game was largely over when they didn't get the stop on the 4th down, when Campbell basically marched the ball out and spotted it for him by not calling a timeout with 12 guys on the field.
Right.
And yes, J-Mo then probably cements it with the pick 6 the very next possession. Or not the pick 6, just an interception the very next possession.
Right.
Ticket Texter says, the play, ? Is that what popped up in the shower? Thanks, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Signed RC Downriver.
The play, yeah.
The play, that's all that popped. Says, wasn't even mad, just disappointed. Injuries dismantled this defense. Let's get back on our feet. Let's chase the Super Bowl. Mike in Washington. Heather, where's Colin at?
Not there. He's not over it yet. He is not. we don't talk about it. Like, it's not something we really, maybe I should go home and like just double check on him one more time. He's still not wearing any gear. I have not seen any Lions gear in the house except for my gear, which I have worn a Lions hat. Like when we went out and went sledding with the kids, I wore my Lions hat. But otherwise, no, he's not over it yet. But we just kind of don't talk about it. Like, he'll get there. He'll get over it and be excited, and he'll wear the gear again and gear up for next season, but he's just not there. He's still disappointed.
I wear my Lions scarf.
Oh, you wear a scarf?
Okay, not really, but I got one at the Lions game. So when I'm out walking the dogs or whatever, I'll put it on. And I do have a Lions hat that I haven't worn. I'm wearing one of my Tigers wool hats because I do have some Eagle stuff, but I don't think that'll come out till next week.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to D in Southfield. D, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up, D?
Not much, man. The thing that got me the most, why in the heck did they start Montgomery? When they started Montgomery, that gave me a feeling that, wow, man, these coaches are not putting them in position to win the game. When they started Montgomery, that told me they're going right back to this Gibbs and Montgomery thing. And, man, you got to run Gibbs and use Gibbs. He's the second best back in the league the way he was playing. Mm-hmm. At that particular point, that gave me a feeling in my gut that we weren't serious like we should have been. We took them too light.
I don't buy that shows that they took him too light. I think it shows, in my mind, okay, because I've had this argument with a friend of mine for the past 2 weeks. I think
feels like a long time.
I think it just shows that, you know what, he's here, he's ready to play. Let's see what he's got early, because if he doesn't have anything, then we're not going to use him. And if you want to go back and re-look at those plays like I have, first play he got like 2 or 3 yards, and he had to fight for that. And the next one, I don't think Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs,
but it's not about
anybody.
It's about the mentality, which is D's point.
Oh, I don't buy that.
D, I'll back you up on this. I don't think it means they overlooked him, but I do think they screwed up starting David Montgomery. Would you take Saquon Barkley off the field? Would you split carries with Saquon?
No, but if
you ride Gibbs, it's the playoffs for.
But if they were successful doing it the whole season, I would have started it and see what happened. It doesn't make it. And if it didn't work, Gibbs ended up with twice as many carries. He was targeted 11 freaking times out of the backfield. That's 25 times. So it's not that he did nothing.
But we spent all week talking about 30th ranked run defense, and you've got a back who's running like Saquon. Just I don't know. Maybe see what happens if he gets 20 carries, and maybe if it goes back to the 3rd and 1 where it all kind of comes together.
Right.
If he's the guy who carries it, does he break another big one? Because he was getting chunks all drive.
Right.
That's early in the game when he's. You know what happened when Montgomery went down? Gibbs got in a rhythm. He actually got more productive when Montgomery went down. And apparently the only people who didn't realize that were the coaches, who I thought did a great job all season, but that's a fair criticism.
I think it would be a fair criticism if they played him the whole first quarter and sat for two end up being 2 plays. I don't think it showed. I think as far as sending a message to this team that this is what we are. We're a tough freaking football team, and we're going to start with our toughest running back. Maybe I don't know.
I've been a big Monty guy this season, and during that game, I was craving more Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
there were times when Montgomery was in there, and I was like, really would like to see Gibbs in here.
Yeah, okay, I don't disagree with that, but as far as the first series, I don't think it made a difference. That's my thing. And the other thing, I went through this whole play-by-play thing of the game to try to redo it in my mind. And when you sit there and look at the way the game broke down, when did you want him to run Gibbs more? Was it, okay.
Well, specifically the 3rd and 1 is probably the easiest.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Well, Montgomery was in, but he didn't. It wouldn't have made a difference. If Gibbs was in, they would have.
They still would have run the empty set, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So, you look at after the pick 6, right? Isn't that when, J-Mo had the run? Okay. So you had their drives didn't work. I mean, as far as because they scored too quick on that one. If you're going to talk about counts, then the one at the end of the half, well, they should have run him near the other. Oh, you want him to run the ball, and maybe he could get loose and settle for a field goal if it's just a regular?
How much time was left on the drive when Goff took over before the pick six? My brain
before
says
the pick six, there was
couple minutes still, 2+.
Oh, the pick six was earlier.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. They could have run the ball on that drive.
Yeah, but they
didn't need to be in a hurry. Like Goff was pressing. I think that's part of the storyline here too, Stoney, is does Goff press as much if you're running the ball more consistently, more effectively, and you do that with Gibbs in the backfield, right? Does Goff have a 4-turnover day? Does the team have a 5-turnover day if you're handing the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs more often? Probably not. But the idea that they had to, because you're making the case that there were situations where they would abandon the run. There's no reason to abandon the run. There's a lot of football left.
But like at the end of the first half when he threw that interception, you didn't want to run the ball there. There was 30 seconds left in half. You wanted to take shots.
Yes. That doesn't erase Goff's second pick, but does it avoid the pick six?
The pick six, I believe, came after a Gibbs run, if I'm not mistaken.
You may be right. And I think did they lose yards? Was it a second and long?
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
This ticket, I want to read a ticket text. I want to get some phone calls in on this. Ticket texter says, can we quit saying they lost because of 5 turnovers? Yes, they win the game if they didn't do that, but ignoring that they still scored 31 points and the defense gave up 38 and couldn't get off the field. Even a below average defense wins that game. The defense was the reason they lost. People still fight about this to the point of, are we over it? That ticket texter sounds like someone who doesn't want to criticize Jared Goff. When people tell me the defense lost them the game, true or untrue, it feels like they're trying to defend Jared Goff. Because, guys, we watched other teams that same weekend lose the turnover battle by 2 and 3 and lose, and they had good defenses. Mm-hmm. If you lose by 5 in the turnover battle, even if the Lions brought a good defense to the table, they were going to lose that game. I don't know if the people are just, some aren't willing to criticize Jared Goff. He played his worst game in their biggest game, and we should be saying that. We shouldn't be afraid to acknowledge that.
Okay, here's the answer to your pick six, okay? Washington scored a touchdown. The Lions got the ball, okay, at their own 22.
Yeah.
False start Laporta. So they start off 1st and 15 at their own 17. Gibbs right tackle for 1 yard. 2nd and 14. He
throws the pick.
Pick six. So that's a passing situation. I mean,
yeah, 2nd and 14 is a passing situation.
Yeah,
and he should have just thrown it to Laporta, and we don't have to talk about it. You know,
yeah. Well,
Laporta was open, shallow,
right?
And
it
he
was
threw
a bad
it into
play by Goff.
Yeah, it's just that's what it comes back to.
And so then they get the ball back, okay, and 1st and 10, Bridgewater's in, okay. Gibbs false start. 1st and 15, Gibbs gets 14. 2nd and 1, Bridgewater to Gibbs, 1st down. Next play, J-Mo reverse touchdown. So there weren't as many opportunities to run the ball as most people think.
Then let me just tie a bow on it like this. Then D's right, because if you ran him early, there are more of those situations.
Well, if they would have gotten the first, if he doesn't, I mean, because the 2nd down play, was it Glasgow who screwed up?
I'm talking the first drive of the game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, and then I'm also talking about the drive that they end up with a fumble because of the 3rd and 1 empty. If Gibbs is involved in more of those plays early, it may have been like Philly, where Saquon Barkley helped build up a 14-3 lead, and now you're not in these positions. I know we're going to live this game a million times for the rest of our life. We have phone calls to get to, ticket text to read. Stoney's question was, are you over it yet? Will you ever be over it? We'll get an update on the Wings and Cade as well. It's 97.1.
Did Kenny Cal start to say Lions there for a second?
Speaking of not being over it.
Yeah, exactly. He's a huge Lion fan.
Oh, I know. Ken Cal loves the Lions.
I know. We all do.
I know. And, we brought up, hey, with you being in today, haven't been on since that Saturday night. You want to know, hey, are people over this or not? Yeah. We'll take some phone calls and take a text. On the Red Wings front, that's a damn good win.
Really good win.
A come-from-behind win, a shootout win against a very good hockey team in Edmonton. 4 in a row for the Wings. More than a month of McClellan, and it's not just a coaching bump.
No, they're playing good. They're playing inspired. Young players are playing well.
Is that where they're the biggest jump has come from, as the young players? Probably,
and the fact the way they're playing as a group, they're forechecking more. They're playing like freer. They're playing to me like they're not afraid to make a mistake.
Yep.
Where before they were so tentative, they were so focused defensively, which I understand because defensively last year they were so bad. So I guess, being beat into their heads, we have to be more responsible defensively, led to them being tentative, which led to poor defense. Now they're faster, they're forechecking better, they're a better team.
You know all that leads to? Puck possession.
Yeah.
If you forecheck, you end up taking the puck away. Mm-hmm. If you're not panicking to get the puck off your stick and get it to somebody else, you take a deep breath. You're confident. You're playing a little loose. You possess the puck, and then your trips in offense aren't one and done.
Correct.
Or you just never get in the O-zone. Now they're getting in. They're possessing it. They're creative. They're comfortable. They're confident. And I do think the young players are a huge part of it because if you're going to sustain beyond a 2-week coaching bump, it's got to be because Raymond is on a superstar trend, that Casper and Johansson, guys that weren't even playing when the season began, are now in featured roles, the first line and in the top 4 in the case of Johansson. Sider was phenomenal yesterday. Larkin is suddenly playing like a guy who's doesn't have the weight of the world on his shoulders. Right. And I think you can tell that body language beyond just the stat sheet. So, hell, there you go. You win 4 in a row, and we get to keep talking about this hockey team in the postseason.
It's going to be a very interesting month of March around here.
Yep.
Obviously, February, this upcoming week with the NBA trading deadline a week from yesterday, what the Pistons are going to do or not do is going to be very interesting. And then the Wings, taking the 2-week break for the Four Nations, their trading deadline is early March. And once March hits, it's going to be a playoff push for both teams. And it's a legitimate playoff push as far as making the playoffs. The problem is, as far as the Pistons go, as much as you want to see them make the playoffs, in the NBA, it's not like hockey. They have no chance to win the NBA championship. Or
probably even win the series, to be honest.
Right. Where the Wings, at least.
You could steal a series if you're hot and maybe you added somebody.
Right.
You got extra gear from one of these young players. With the Pistons, Cade Cunningham makes the All-Star team. Mm-hmm. Deserved. I was a little nervous he was going to get snubbed. But I love that he's getting the recognition he deserves. LaMelo Ball didn't make it.
Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey, your Philly guy, didn't make it. But they didn't deserve it over Cade Cunningham. Trae Young didn't make it. I thought Cade has had the better season than Trae.
So I'll give Trae Young credit, and I don't like doing it because I think he's always been a gunner. And the fact of the matter is, from people who I've talked to who are in the league, so to speak, he's like not a good teammate at all. He's kind of shifted that a little bit. But his 11 assists a game is pretty impressive.
Cade is right behind him, right? With just shy of 10. Yeah. And I think a huge reason Cade's an all-star is, one, his own just personal development. He's healthy. He's stronger at the rim. I think the game is slowing down a little. You know what helps slow the game down? Floor spacing.
Yeah.
Malik Beasley, I think, is a huge reason why Cade Cunningham's assist numbers have gone from 7 to 9 and in some cases 10, 11 in a game. It's why he's had these double-double and triple-double nights.
And they start a 6-game homestand tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. Go down. I'm not going to tell you how you should spend your money, but, this is the time if you're going to support this basketball team. They got to get 4 out of these 6, I think.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah. I think it's so important to get the 6 versus the 7, avoid the play-in. These are the things we'll be talking about with them. Also, the deadline is right around the corner.
It's a week from yesterday.
Beasley's on an expiring, and he had been very honest and public with the fact that him and Langdon have discussed, hey, if a contender comes calling, business is business.
Right.
I just have a hard time giving up a guy who's helped unlock Cade Cunningham for pick 29. Like a late first from a contender. The Pistons have all these seconds. It's what do I need the last pick of the first round for? Pick, 31. I'd rather play Beasley with Cade for the rest of this season, make the playoffs, maybe even get the 6th seed. I'd be interested in maybe even a slight buy. And then pursuing an extension with Beasley in the offseason because he is super valuable to Cade's development. You should be investing. Clock's ticking. He's on his max. He's an all-star. Every move is about making Cade Cunningham and the Pistons better. Selling for pick 28, 29, 30, I don't know that does that.
Is Malik Beasley the Pistons' Jack Flaherty?
Meaning if they trade him, they'll get Trey Sweeney, make the playoffs, and go on a run?
Well, though, Trey Sweeney's is not a great player, but he obviously contributed. But, the feeling from some people, especially one person on this station, oh, don't worry, you'll re-sign him back. And, maybe they will with Flaherty, who the hell knows. But they could do that with Beasley as well.
You could.
The only reason you would do the Beasley trade is if you think that you can get enough assets that you can combine that number one with something else to get
a bigger fish.
Get a bigger fish in the offseason. So that's the only reason.
So just that game plan would be we're going to get a late first. We'll give up our own first by making the playoffs, but we'll use the first we acquire and future first to get a true number 2 for Cade. Or I could get behind that.
Or whatever trading.
Whatever it takes.
Else, yes.
Ivy's involved in that potentially. Yes. Thinking big picture.
Yeah.
I think you and I are on the same page. Support Cade every way you can. Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is in some major hot water. 6 massage therapists have accused him of inappropriate sexual conduct during appointments that took place from 2012 to 2016. There's a law firm representing several of the women that say they all either ended Tucker's massage sessions early or they are just had to refuse to work with him again due to some very, very appalling behavior. Now, Tucker has released a statement. He is saying, whoa, all of these allegations are false. None of this is true. He says he has never been accused of misconduct of any type. And, he's never had any issues with any massage therapist that he's worked with in the past.
So he's every right to defend himself.
Yes, absolutely. Sure. And what I'm about to say has nothing whether he's guilty or not. But the question I have is, you said this took place between 2012 and 2016.
Yes.
What year is this now?
2025.
But I'm not going to tell.
No, I understand
you
that.
You got to be very careful.
I know. But, especially after Deshaun Watson, you think, well, wait a second. Now we do it. I don't know.
If what is alleged is true, it's gross.
It's gross. It's disgusting.
Yes, without a doubt. Also gross and disgusting and horrific and a whole bunch of other words. UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell won't face any disciplinary actions after making some anti-Semitic and homophobic comments on his new podcast. So his comments, which we're not going to play or really, really get into what he said, but he did praise Hitler and he denied the Holocaust. Dana White has since spoken up and condemned Mitchell's comments, called his comments beyond disgusting.
No discipline either.
No, he did cite freedom of expression as a reason why there will be no disciplinary action. All right, so we know that all 67 people on board that U.S. Army helicopter and American Airlines flight were killed in that horrific mid-air collision Wednesday night. Recovery efforts are ongoing. 53 bodies have now been recovered from the Potomac River. Obviously, they are going to continue today as the day moves forward. It is still too early to know exactly what caused the crash, but the National Transportation Safety Board says that they're going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. They have confirmed that the black boxes from the plane have been recovered, and they say that their hope is to have a preliminary report within the next 30 days. Now, the FAA has reported that the control tower staffing at the airport was not normal for that specific time of day and the volume of traffic. They say that there was a controller that had to do double duty, directing both airplanes and helicopters in the area. I also read reports that just the day before that flight, that there was another flight that had to actually cancel its landing due to a helicopter being in its flight path. So there's a lot to investigate. There's a lot to unpack. So we're not going to have answers anytime soon. And we shouldn't. They should do a big investigation. Yes. Let's not just jump to conclusions. Let's figure out what happened so that it doesn't ever happen again. One quick one. So garage sale season, spring, summertime.
Yeah.
Find some good deals, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, you can also find some really valuable treasures. Listen to this, you guys. There's a guy in Minnesota bought a painting at a garage sale for less than $50. Turns out it was a previously unknown Vincent van Gogh worth $15 million. Now, this guy kind of knew what he was looking for. It wasn't just, Joe Schmo that was like, I like this painting. It was like an antiques collector. So he saw something in this that he knew was this could be good. And it was, it's been verified by historians and scientists. It still needs to be given the thumbs up by the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam before it can officially be recognized as authentic, but pretty darn cool.
Wow. Heather with the news. Great news if you're that guy.
Yeah.
We got the cookie jar coming up next. End of the hour. Who needs to buy the most? Support Cade. Push for the playoffs in hockey. At Alex Bregman. Which of our teams needs to buy the most? We'll do that end of the hour. Cookie jar next, 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar, brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. For those that don't know how this works, we have big opinions on simple questions.
Beautiful. That's one of the things they tell me. You're working on a Friday. All right, Cookie Jar.
Saturday is National Ice Cream for Breakfast Day. Is ice cream an acceptable breakfast?
I'm a huge fan of, like most people, of ice cream. No, it's not. I don't think it's acceptable breakfast at all. Now,
But like sugar cereal is? What's the difference?
Well, I know. This goes back to a discussion, a argument I had with my wife when my daughters were very young, where she wanted to have like pizza for breakfast. Like
Respect.
we're talking like at 3 or 4 years old.
Who
And
doesn't?
I say, no, it's. And my wife goes, if you had a bagel and put cheese on it, what's the difference?
Who cares if you have the pizza at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.? You're eating the pizza.
It's the tradition. So I would say no on ice cream.
I'm going to say, heck yes, eat the ice cream for breakfast. When I was a kid, I used to have ice cream and toast for dinner with my grandparents, like every Friday. So I say, what's the difference of having ice cream and toast for dinner or having it for breakfast? You can put you know what would be great? Just sprinkle your cereal on top of it.
It's like milk.
It's like milk, right? Like,
Well, they kind of.
What's wrong with that?
You kind of do at those places where you put your own
Yeah.
toppings on, if you think about it.
You're right.
When the word acceptable here makes me think of, would repeated behavior be good? And for me, the answer is no. So I'm going to say, no, it's not an acceptable breakfast. Sure, it might happen sometime.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, it's happened this week for me.
ooh, what kind you have?
There was some Ben & Jerry's that Kelsey didn't want, so I had a little extra. All right, next question. When you go for hibachi, do you eat the food as you go, or are you disciplined enough to wait till the end?
Well,
Because they're making it up as you go. There's some rice, and then they do the vegetables.
Well, first of all, usually these places, they'll do the soup first. I'm
Yes.
having the soup first.
Of course.
Okay. I eat as I go.
Heather?
I can't remember the last time I've eaten hibachi, but I would probably wait till the end. Like, I think I would wait till my whole meal is together.
Man, you put food in front of me and you tell me wait?
No.
Don't think that's going to work for me, man. I am going to eat as we go.
And I always get if we do hibachi, I like save my appetite for hibachi. I can't hold out. I have to eat as I go. Where do you stand on paper straws?
Not a fan. Not a fan. I mean, it's not going to dissuade me if they only have paper straws, but call me an anti,
You hate the environment.
green person, I like plastic straws. It's consistency,
Don't even give me a straw if you have paper straws. I would rather drink out of the cup than have a paper straw. I hate paper straws. And I do think it ruins the flavor of your drink. Like, I hate it altogether. Just don't give me straws. Just get rid of all straws. I'd rather have nothing than have paper straws.
You know what else?
I hate them.
You know what else I hate?
What?
When you go get coffee and they don't have, like, Tim Hortons has, like, you have the option of a dome lid, which I
sure.
love. The other lids, first of all, the lid is kind of flimsy. You got to do the thing where they flip it over, and it's. I don't understand. What's the downside of a dome lid? Every coffee should be a dome lid.
Don't let. How are you going to drink that when you spill the coffee, or not? When you tip the coffee and it's got to get through the dome and through the top at the end.
It's got a little hole at the top of the lid. What do you? I
Okay,
mean,
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe
you
maybe
thinking
something
Slurpee?
different, like the ice cream kind of Slurpee thing.
No.
You're thinking of a really big dome lid.
That's what I think. That's what I think when I hear dome lid.
No.
Straws. Look, I'm anti single-use plastic, but I would say, Heather, I'm kind of with you. Where like, just don't give me a straw because I don't want to use the plastic. And then if the paper straw is going to be an ineffective tool, because this is what we're talking about,
Yep.
a useful tool to accomplish a task, then I'll just drink it out of the cup.
Yeah.
and it gets all soggy.
That's
in
what I'm
between
trying to
the
say.
teeth.
It's a soggy, ineffective. What you should do, if you are concerned about the environment, is you should serve everyone without straws, and you can make them available upon request.
Correct.
Or
That
just,
would cut down on the straws.
you could get metal straws. Expensive.
Yeah,
but
that's another level. Okay. Would you rather have a free personal trainer or a free personal chef?
I'd rather have a free personal trainer.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the way.
Does it help keep you?
That would help me more than a free personal chef, because I'm not a foo-foo type of eater, and so anything that I eat, it can be. I don't need a chef for.
Give me the chef for sure. I feel like I already know how to work out. I've got some good routines down.
Yes, you're disciplined. You can.
You know how to
Yes.
cook. You don't know how to cook.
I mean, very basic things. I am not a big cook, and I also hate cooking. What I really hate about cooking is the cleanup and the prep time. Like, I don't mind the cooking of it, but I don't want to put everything away and wash all the dishes and the pots and pans. Like, I hate that. Give me the chef.
Yeah, my daughter hates that point too.
Yeah.
Clearly, this is chef. I'd rather have the personal chef. The best meal to eat is the one you don't make. And when I was sick, turned on the public television, got to watch a few episodes, binge watch of Essential Pepin. Man, all I wanted to do was Jacques Pepin come over and make me a meal. I wanted personal chef.
So the argument for the trainer is, in my mind, is they would help keep me regimented and keep me on track, and I'd certainly benefit. But food, the best food prepared the best way for me forever. Give me the free personal chef. Sunday is Groundhog Day. What's one day in your life you'd want to relive over and over again?
Wow.
I know, deep question.
Basic answer would be the birth of my children. That's like the cliche answer. So, although the fact that Dan Leach's father was the person who gave birth to my
Delivered the babies?
Delivered the babies.
So you better not have given birth.
No. I'm going to say my favorite sporting event that I was ever at was when the Flyers beat the Russians. And they were the last salvation to beat the damn commies, and they did. And the Russians walked off the ice or skated off the ice in the middle of the game.
This is a super tough question because there's so many days that were so amazing that I'd love to relive over and over. But then I had questions like, do you remember? Do you know you're reliving them? Do you have?
I think so. Like in most movies with the premise, you eventually realize, oh, I'm living the same day again.
Like, because I was thinking, well, the birth of my children, right? But do I really want to live?
Do you want to give birth every day?
Every single day? I don't think I do. Like that was twice is good. No. And then I thought, okay, my wedding day was like the whole day was pretty perfect. And you're with your family and your friends. But then I thought, do I want to go back in time and have the loved ones that are no longer with me and relive those days, like with my grandparents, which I would love to relive those days. So I have no idea. I guess I'll just go with my wedding day because the whole day is very safe. It was a great day.
Easter Sunday, 2013. It's March 31st. What happened that day? Me and the woman who would become my wife, Sarah, we went out to my parents, had a great Easter celebration. Easter dinner was fantastic. Michigan blows out Florida to get to the Final Four. And then, yes, we did that later that night.
All right. Then.
Wow.
Heyo.
Three elements of a great day right there.
To me, it was honeymoon. You pick a day from the honeymoon. We did Hawaii.
Yeah.
You get that element in there too,
Yes,
Greg.
I did that.
But yeah, we did a boat, dinner on a boat with snorkeling, and then a Mama's Fish House is the famous restaurant in Maui that we did for dinner that day. That is the day I would relive over and over.
It's true. Vacations. Yeah,
Actually,
that's too tough
when
to
I
pick
think
one.
about it again, it would be New Year's Eve, 1975, going into 1976. First time I saw Springsteen. New Year's Eve. Oh, well, hold on. New Year's Eve party at my house while I'm at the concert. So my friends are running the house. We had a snowstorm. One of my best friends lost his virginity in my bed. So there's a lot of great things.
That's a crazy day.
That's
Heather, you have follow-up questions?
No questions. Just
And it was not the girl. It wasn't his girlfriend either. She had to go home because of the snowstorm.
Little rebound action.
Oh, yeah.
To quote Jim Valvano, that's a heck of a day.
That's a heck of a day.
I had one more very quick.
Go ahead.
Lisa brought donuts for John's birthday this week. What is your go-to donut rapid fire?
Boston cream.
the Long John.
Cinnamon roll count?
Yeah, I love
Yeah, cinnamon roll,
Cinnamon
baby.
roll's great.
I like a glazed donut, but the chocolate on top.
Chocolate
of
glaze?
Oh, the soft,
Sprinkles?
doughy, but then sprinkles
They
are fine.
don't. They
Take them or
don't
leave
make
them.
the favorite donut I had as a kid was they called Sprinkles Jimmy's in Philly.
Yeah.
So it was Dunkin' Donut. It was a chocolate Jimmy donut. It was just with Jimmy's all over the.
Yeah.
It was great. They don't make them anymore. But yes, Boston cream.
And that is the cookie jar. It's 97.1. Take a text reacting to the cookie jar. We're going to get into kind of an overarching Detroit sports conversation here in a minute. Cade Cunningham's an all-star. Red Wings are red hot. And we got the Tigers. Who needs to buy the most? Get to that. Some ticket texters. Where's Jansen when you need him? Heather said her favorite was a Long John.
Yeah. That's what they're called, right? They're like cream-filled donuts.
Yeah.
They're long. I don't know.
Stoney, what was this story about your friend losing their virginity in your bed?
My friend, we had a party and at my house, and he and some lady needed a place to do it, and it was my bed.
And you were not there?
I was in my house, but I wasn't in the bedroom.
Was there like a moment where like, hey, you can? Was like permission, or does this just happen?
That I don't remember. I don't think there was permission asked, but I don't care. I didn't care.
Chef or trainer, I often said the first thing I would do if I won the lottery was eat good food all the time. So I would hire the chef just after I'd hire the lawyer, Ron in Ann Arbor. Texters with their thoughts on the straws. Men shouldn't drink out of a straw.
I disagree, especially like when you're driving.
Yeah, if you're
Driving, you have
you
a
pick up
soda,
fast
or
food,
pop or whatever. You know, if it's not a can or a bottle.
how do you drink like a smoothie or a shake? Or I guess men aren't allowed to drink those too, or what?
I guess by his rules.
I don't know. How about a man does what he wants and doesn't care what other people think about him?
Yeah, exactly.
This one says, anything is an acceptable breakfast. My gut doesn't know what time it is.
That's a great point. That is a very good point.
Heather, normally you get slammed on these.
Okay.
This one says you're the coolest mom ever.
Awesome. Great. For what?
For the
ice cream?
Yeah.
What's wrong with ice cream? I mean, I'd say don't have it every day probably, but I think it's fine.
Removing the cliche and thinking sports related, removing all the cliche days, you know, like weddings and
Right.
honeymoons, and thinking sports related, this ticket texter says it has to be Palm Sunday 2019. They moved up the Masters final due to weather. I avoided all TVs and phones and tape delayed until after church, watched the final round with friends eating Augusta National food, drinking beer, and getting to see Tigers' final major.
Pretty cool.
What a day.
Pretty cool.
Heather, you were saying maybe you should have considered more your travel.
Well, yeah, now that you brought up the honeymoon, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting all about these epic vacations I've been on. But I was thinking about wanting to spend a day more with friends and family, relive those days, than just a vacation where it's just Colin and I, which
You think I was
were
selfish
great.
to pick my honeymoon? That's
No,
just-
not at all. I kind of forgot about all the travel I've done.
What are some of the best places you've been?
Switzerland is my favorite. Had some amazing, sweet hikes in Switzerland, and I would love to relive those. I mean, I've been all over. Austria, Germany. I mean, just
Iceland?
national parks. Iceland, yes. Costa Rica, Mexico.
Yeah, my travel's basically been limited to like the Caribbean and Mexico. I did go to London for a week or a school trip when I was in high school, and I went to Israel for a week.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never been to Paris or any of those places, and I always say it's time to do it.
It is.
Yeah.
Late.
I'm on the back nine.
Get them scheduled.
By the way, somebody on Twitter wanted to know who was that friend, Stoney? Wojo? No, I didn't know Wojo when I was in high school.
Kind of feels like you've known him forever, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
Late entry for the cookie jar. You buy a painting at a garage sale for $50. You find out it's a Van Gogh for $15 million. Do you go back to the homeowner and give them any money? Thanks, Mark, in a car. What do you think?
Yeah, why not give him a
How much?
I don't know.
Because I know you're all going to say yes, but how much?
couple foul?
So you got $15 million. You go, hey, here's $2,000.
Whatever.
I mean, anything's better than
Yeah.
nothing for them.
Finder's fee.
Yeah, finder's fee. Yeah, okay. I'm cool with that number.
Yeah.
Heather, more or less?
I mean,
Less? $50 was enough?
am I the only one that would be like, no, I wouldn't?
Well,
Oh, but you're the person that says if you buy someone a lottery ticket, you should give them a cut of it.
Yeah, but that's like somebody you know. Like, I don't know the person who owns this painting, whose house I just bought this at, and they are the ones getting rid of it. They're selling it to me. It wasn't a gift. I don't know.
So they're just a sucker is what
but
they
bringing
are.
up the lottery thing, if the place who sells the lottery ticket gets a small percentage from the lottery
That's true.
commission when they sell a big prize. Why shouldn't
true.
that guy or lady who owned the Van Gogh?
Well, the answer is because they're an idiot, apparently, because they were sitting on a gold mine this
That's
whole
true,
time.
too.
And they had their chance.
And would Heather put that painting in a museum? Nope.
I display it on my wall. Gosh darn it.
I still can't figure out how pieces of art, and you can say the same thing with sports memorabilia, are worth what they're worth. I've been to art museums in a lot of places, and I just stare and say, okay, it's nice. Let's move on to the next one. And these people just sit there and I know there's a lot of history. I mean, if I ever go to the Louvre, I believe that's where Mona Lisa is in the Louvre. Is that correct? I don't know.
I believe it.
I don't think I'd sit there and stare at it for an hour.
Yeah, confession, I'm the same way. We've done some museums when we've traveled to different cities.
Yeah.
Maybe it's lost on me. Maybe I'm a simpleton.
Give me, either an art museum or like Museum of Natural History. Those I go to.
Oh, I like the history stuff.
Yeah, like in New York. Remember, what was the movie that Robin Williams was in?
Night at the Museum?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. 1 and 2. Okay. So those type of museums, I'm cool. Like the DIA has history and they have, art. Right?
Yeah. Jason in Detroit, you want to weigh in before we hit top of the hour. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'd say no way I'm giving them money. Road to Hell is paved with good intentions because they're going to call an attorney, and the next thing you know, it's going to cost you tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, legal fees, and just ride off into the sunset with your $15 million. Be done.
So let sleeping dogs lie. Don't let them know what they gave up because then, I didn't mean to sell that to you. You actually stole it from me, and now we end up in some sort of court battle.
Yeah, totally different situation. If you're buying if your friend is buying you a lottery ticket, throw him a bone, that's good faith. Totally different situation.
I understand that, but I still disagree. I think most people are really good people and would not take them to court.
Right here,
Yep.
apparently.
Yeah.
Awful human being.
And by the way, Stoney, apparently the Mona Lisa is very anticlimactic when you see it. It's actually very small.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Really?
Yeah, it's like not this like gigantic canvas.
But her eyes will follow you. So that's
You've
cool.
heard that, right?
Yeah.
All right. After the update, we're going to talk about everything going on in Detroit sports right now. You have Cade Cunningham as an all-star. The clock is ticking. He's on a max. Build around him. You have the Red Wings who have won 4 in a row. It's more than a coaching bump. They are pushing to end this playoff drought. And you have the Tigers who are still circling on Alex Bregman. Who needs to buy the most among all the teams in the city of Detroit? We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Make it 4 straight wins for the Red Wings, who beat the Oilers 3-2 in a shootout last night, starting their Northwestern road trip on the right foot. Captain Dylan Larkin tied the game in the shootout, or he ended the game in the shootout and tied the game in the second. Wings are now 12-4-1 since hiring Todd McClellan, 2 points out of a wild card spot, 3 back, a third in the Atlantic. They next take the ice at the Flames tomorrow. Cade Cunningham becomes the 5th Pistons All-Star since 2008. The most recent, 2019, Blake Griffin. Detroit opens up a 6-game homestand at LCA tonight against the Mavs. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off, 6:35 pregame right here on 97.1. Lions have hired former Stanford head coach David Shaw as passing game coordinator. He'll take the place of Tanner Engstrand, who's expected to follow Aaron Glenn to the Jets. Both Oakland and UAD get in the win column last night. The Golden Grizzlies without suspended head coach Greg Kampe. They beat Green Bay 68-54. Titans over Northern Kentucky 68-57. And Heat point guard Terry Rozier under federal investigation, with prosecutors looking at unusual betting patterns surrounding his play in a March 2023 game when he was still with the Hornets. This is part of the same federal probe that led to the lifetime ban of the Raptors' Deontay Porter. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You didn't have a lot of time to think about it, Luke, but you did like our question.
I think it's a great question. You think about the Pistons, a stand pat might be just as good as a buy because you want to keep someone like Malik Beasley. Wings don't necessarily know where they'd improve, want to keep some room for those young guys to keep playing. Those Tigers, though, I think that's the first name that came out of my mouth when I motioned over to you, Jim. Alex Bregman, maybe Jack Flaherty. Rumors still about that. I know we went on that podcast and said he'd maybe like to come back. Or more bullpen. You think maybe they'd add a closer, but got to be Tigers for me.
He's Luke Sloan. Stoney, we're going to get into it with people here. Which team needs to buy the most? Everybody's looking up. Everybody's getting better. Who needs to buy the most? Pistons, Red Wings, or Tigers? We actually made that a poll question. People could vote Costa and Jansen on Twitter or X.
Well, let me ask you a question here, okay?
Yeah.
You have the Tigers who made it to the playoffs. You have the Wings and the Pistons who are trying to make the playoffs, and you have the Lions who are at a certain level and trying to even get better.
Mm-hmm.
If the Lions lose Carlton Davis, go get yourself Byron Murphy or whoever the other best cornerback is. So they might be the one.
They might be the answer.
Yeah.
I think they're just in a completely different stratosphere, but we can include them. We shouldn't leave anybody out.
Yeah.
They're not in the poll, but you can call in and talk about them.
They went as far as the Tigers.
Man, when you put it that way.
Right? Right? Because if the Tigers would have won, they would have gone to the ALCS, and the Lions would have won. They would have gone to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, the Tigers made the second round of the playoffs, and the Lions were in the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have not even connected those dots.
I know, you look
such a great thing for one team and agony for another.
I know.
Agony for another. My answer was the Tigers, and I think there's a case for all these teams. I think the clock is ticking for Cade Cunningham. He's on the max. He's an all-star. We have not had a building block like him in Detroit for our basketball team since, I don't know, Grant Hill.
Yeah, I agree with you in premise, but when you say the clock is ticking, he's still only, 23 years old, I believe? And this is the first year of the max contract. So
it doesn't even really kick in, I believe, until next year.
Right. So the clock is really not ticking at all.
My point, I'm not going to put any of this into Cade's head, so I hope he's not listening.
Mm-hmm.
But stars don't stick around places that don't win.
Right.
So if you want to do the thing where you trade away your shooters and you want to mess around and get the 9 seed and get bounced, and then no one wants to sign here, and you don't swing a big trade, and he doesn't get a Robin because you're going to give Ivy a chance, and all of a sudden you waste 3 years, and you start looking around going, hey, I love Detroit, but guys, I'm not cool with flatlining here. You always, when you get a player like this, have to do everything you can to support him. So
I understand
it's
that.
why I want to keep Beasley. It's why I'd love to add, even though they're limited without their first round pick. There's a case for the Pistons, although I think I would put the Wings ahead of them because of the drought and because
the drought is pretty much the same as the Pistons. The Wings drought's not as long as the Pistons drought. No, the Blake
Wings,
Griffin year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Does that really count? That's when you didn't want them to make the playoffs.
I know.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. We, condemned the Red Wings for trying to keep a streak alive, and as it turned out, it definitely hurt them. Now we are going to go. Oh, we have to make the playoffs. I'm not saying be as patient as Iserman, but they have to do something. And if they do something, they have to do it soundly, not just to make the playoffs so we can appease people who are starving for playoffs, and we can jack up our ticket prices for the playoffs and they can make more money.
That's not the way I envision it.
Okay.
Iserman himself said he wants to expedite this process.
Right.
Which means, he's looking to make a move to push this thing along. Nothing reckless. You're not giving up a first or a second for a rental.
No.
I would point out, though, second and third round picks, the hit rate on them is so low. if you could add an extra defenseman or an extra winger or a piece that would be here beyond just this season.
Right.
Yes, I do think, by the way, it's worth, quote, just getting in, because in hockey, that's the sport more than any other that you can get hot and win a series or two, and now you're in a position where you never thought you'd be. See Blues, St. Louis back in 2019. The other thing is, this isn't extending some streak on its last legs. This would be creating a new one where Lucas Raymond gets to play playoff hockey, where Mo Seider gets to play playoff hockey, where Dylan Larkin finally gets to play playoff hockey since he did his very first year in the league, and who would have thought that would have been the last time, the only time so far in his career he's played in the playoffs. It's worth getting those guys in, giving them a taste, becoming an attractive destination, both for the Red Wings and for the Pistons. But my answer is the Tigers, because they're already there. If you told me the Red Wings weren't going to buy at the deadline and the Pistons weren't going to buy at the deadline, but I got Alex Bregman today on a silver platter, I'd take it in a heartbeat.
I totally agree with you. Look, the Red Wings, I mean, if you're going to tell me they're going to make a trade where they can get, I don't know, somebody, and I don't know the whole contract status of somebody like, a Dylan Cousins of Buffalo, another team that's, who the hell knows what the hell goes on there.
They're in a mess.
Get somebody like a good player who's going to be here for a couple years. Then you could start going into, your Grand Rapids, treasure chest that you allegedly have. Or even, I would have no problem with trading a first-round pick if you're going to get somebody who's going to be here for a while, who's going to be at least offensively, somebody who's going to be at least on the first or second line, or defensively be definitely in your top four.
Yeah. Where do they need the biggest upgrade? I mean, they're winning right now. It's a little harder to answer, but Kopp as a second center is not ideal.
No.
And you could always use extra scoring punch.
Yeah.
And they probably could use, as well as Johansson's played on the second pair with Edvinsson, they probably could use one more reliable defenseman.
And look, Lyon was great last night. Talbot's,
Yeah, they're kind of band-aiding it up in net.
Well, what they're doing is they're doing what the Tigers are doing, basically. Waiting for Costa and then hopefully Trey Augustine as well.
Yeah.
Because then you have, if they're as good as it appears, then you have your goaltending duo set for a decade.
So it's tread water until you get there.
As far as in goal, and that's what they've done.
Yeah. And you just kind of find overqualified backups. Lyon's an overqualified backup. Talbot's an overqualified backup. And you just try to string them together enough to get 82 games of competent goaltending play.
Right.
They played well. I mean, Lyon last night had 45 saves.
He was great last night. Last night was a really good hockey game.
Yeah.
They, look, ideally, your goalies next year are going to be Talbot probably because you signed him for 2 years, which was smart, and Costa. If he can't
All
come up
goes
next
well,
year,
yeah.
I mean, those your two goalies, and then I don't know, you're looking to deal here. There are teams that need some, goaltending depth. Alex Lyon has played this role before. He did it with Florida and did it very well.
Yep. They credited him with getting them in the playoffs that one year.
Yes. It's the Tigers.
It's the Tigers. Where are you at? Where are you at with the fact that Bregman is unsigned? Because it's clearly not just a Tiger issue.
No, I think it's a Bregman issue more than the Tiger issue. I think he's really trying to price himself out. But we have no idea what the Tigers have even offered. Are they playing cheap? Are they offering them? Is it term that they're, we don't know what the hell's going on. To me, if you can get them, overpay the AAV for a shorter deal, I don't know if the Tigers would do that or he would do that.
I think
he wants like a 6-year deal, right?
Yeah, because when you hit free agency at this point in your career,
30 years old,
you want long-term deals. Now, if you have to do it creatively by signing a deal with opt-outs, we've seen guys do that. But I think what's hurting the Tigers is the opt-outs. Comerica is not an ideal place to go for a year and opt out versus Houston or Boston with those left fields that would cater to him.
Right.
Ticket text on their response. The Tigers need to buy the most, but Illich is too cheap to spend. Texter says there's nothing about it. That's about it. Nothing that's actually going to change for the Tigers. Sick of hearing Bregman for this long. He's not even a 300 hitter.
A lot of his, if you want to play the metric game, have gone down a little bit. There's no doubt about it, but he did win his first Gold Glove, and they could certainly use that at third base. And maybe that's part of it. You don't want to pay superstar money for a non-superstar. I understand that, but, they need help at that position.
I would just challenge this ticket texter, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. How many 300 hitters are there in baseball?
Probably maybe 10.
There aren't very many.
I know.
So the idea that, well, I'm only going to pay guys who hit 300, you're not going to be able to field a baseball team.
No.
It's just not, guys don't hit 300 anymore. For Bregman, I think people are nervous because last year was a down year for him. But if you look from about, May, June on, he got back into Alex Bregman form. Mm-hmm. And in a down year, Alex Bregman was a 4-WAR player, which would have trailed only Skubal and Riley Green on the Tigers. Down Alex Bregman is still an upgrade. And if you get the Alex Bregman that he has been at times in his career, I mean, that's a World Series catalyst player.
By the way, I think what the Tigers are going to do, they're going to make, I wouldn't say major, but I think they're going to make a significant trade during spring training.
So this would mean they don't get Bregman and then pivot to a trade.
Yeah. Or maybe that's their plan all along. I don't know.
Well, they have interest in Bregman. It may just be, hey, this is our line in the sand.
Right.
If you'll come to these terms, we're going to have a great press conference,
right,
and you're going to move in and be part of this, and we can't wait. But if you don't, we won't bid against ourselves.
Right.
We have a pivot plan in place.
Correct.
Well, that's been my thing all along. They had to add a high-impact bat, and we gave the list of free agents, but I added the caveat at the end, or player of equivalent talent.
Right.
And Harris has said they are willing to trade players, prospects,
right,
to get players if they're the right guys. And their farm system's loaded right now.
Exactly. They got 3 in the top 10 of ESPN. And now, look, chances are they all don't pan out. I get it. But that's pretty significant for the Tigers. When was the last time we saw that?
Yeah. You're right about that. Answer is the Tigers on the ticket text. If they don't do something to spend money, I feel like a huge chunk of the city will tune them out because the ownership would be perceived as not caring about winning. We do have a vote for the Pistons. It's the Pistons because in basketball, you're a one player away from dramatically changing your fortunes.
Yeah, but who are you going to... like?
You're not
we're
getting one of those guys, though.
No. I mean, unless you think they get Zach LaVine or something like that is going to turn this team into a title contender. And he's not.
He's not. We're going to check the results coming up next. I want you guys to filter in which team needs to buy the most right now in the city of Detroit. It's 97.1.
great game. I don't advise staying up till 12:15 or whatever when you have to get up at 4:30, but they won, so it was worth it. I would have been pissed if they would have lost the shootout.
You would have been in a bad mood today?
Overtime was thrilling because when you have, sometimes in overtime, some teams will try to play for the shootout and they don't try to score as much as they should. But, when you have one team, they started out with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Bouchard.
Loaded.
And the Wings started out with Larkin, Raymond, and Sider, I believe.
And that face-off for possession
Yeah.
was right away.
Yes.
They were on each other.
And it was great. And Edmonton got a penalty. The Wings had a power play. By the way, I know that this is completely off the beaten path, but when you get a penalty in overtime, instead of giving the Wings an extra player to make it 4-on-3,
You think it should be 3-on-2?
3-on-2.
Oh, man.
How cool would that be?
Look, I know hosting with you, we're going to go down some of these rabbit holes. What would 3-on-2 look like? It'd be like a circus.
I know. Well, the 3-on-3 is almost a circus, and it's great theater. It's great. That's fun to watch. And they should.
It's great when it's played correctly, because sometimes teams do this little
Right.
we're just going to circle and
Right,
double
that's what
back.
I said. They're playing to get to the shootout.
Yes.
So the antidote to that is you make 3-on-3 overtime 10 minutes.
I agree.
No shootout, and if it's a tie, frickin' it's a tie.
Oh, see, I hate ties.
I do too. I understand
I think
that.
if you
but
make it 10
you
minutes-
but if you can't score in 10 minutes in 3-on-3, then there's something wrong.
Valid. And I think with 10 minutes, we are more likely to see eventually someone get an odd man rush and bury a
Yes.
chance, and then we don't have to go to a stupid skills competition to
Right.
win. Having said that, the Wings won that stupid skills
I know.
competition yesterday.
I know.
And I believe, did they say Edmonton had not had a shootout all season?
That I didn't know.
I mean, I thought I heard the TV broadcast say that, but either way, that's a good Edmonton team. You're down 2-0. Your goalie stands on his head. You rally. You come back. You win. They've won 4 in a row, and they've done it playing good defense.
Mm-hmm.
They've given up 2 or fewer in 4 straight games. Hey, boys are buzzing.
yes.
Wings are playing good.
Yes. Calgary tomorrow, and then they go to, Vancouver on a back-to-back, and then Seattle.
Seattle.
So, you got 3 left. Seattle's they're playing a little better, but the Wings should get 6. They should get 3 points out of 6 minimum, right? Which would
Sure.
give them 5 out of 8 on the trip, which would be good.
Be significant. Then
Yeah.
they get the 1 against Tampa, and then they're on the break.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Break's right around the corner.
Tampa home or on the way?
Home. I'll be at that one.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. We asked the question, which team needs to buy the most? Because literally the Wings are red hot. There's a real shot to end this postseason drought. You could add some logs to the fire. The deadline will be here before you know it because of that 2-week break. The Pistons are staring down the deadline next week. Cade's arrived. You do everything in your power to support the best building block you've had in 20 years. Are there small moves to make to get a little better, to keep him going in the right direction? Sure. And then the Tigers are the obvious one. The Tigers made the playoffs. The Tigers won a playoff series. The Tigers were 1 win away from
Yes.
the ALCS. You guys remember going to playoff baseball games at Comerica Park, and the biggest reason they didn't advance, Tony, couldn't hit.
Correct.
And there's one very obvious player available on the open market, and even if it's not him, you said, fine, make a trade.
Yeah.
The Tigers are the team that needs to buy the most. The audience agrees. The overwhelming answer, 75% of the listeners have said the Tigers need to buy the most.
Yeah. So go to our Twitter page and vote.
Costa and Jansen on Twitter. 16% say the Wings, 9% say the Pistons. With Stoney in, we're going to get to the Lions and a wellness check coming up at 8:35. The last time you were on the airwaves was a painful Saturday night after the Lions lost to the Washington Commanders. We'll ask you, you ask us, are you over it? Will you ever be over it? First, Heather with the news.
A Detroit daycare has had its license suspended after being accused of serving raw chicken and spoiled milk to the children. This is so awful. Martin Luther King Jr. Daycare, which offered childcare from ages 2 weeks to 4 years, is also accused of leaving children cold to the touch because the building didn't have adequate heat. So the center was shut down Wednesday evening. An inspection took place. A licensing official observed fluctuating temperatures in different rooms of the building, found rotten milk in the refrigerator, said some of the classrooms emitted just a really bad odor, this like spoiled, foul odor. There was no cleaning supplies. The building didn't have hot water. Like all of this thing that should not be happening in a daycare, shouldn't be happening anywhere. Several staff members also complained about the conditions and said, hey, like we have nothing to clean with and we're sick of spending our own money to buy cleaning materials. They were uncomfortable with one teacher or aide or whatever said they were uncomfortable serving children yellow water with an odor coming out of the classroom water dispenser. Oh,
that's gross.
It's disgusting. It needed to be shut down. I know now there's probably a lot of parents that don't have childcare available, but hopefully they can figure out what's going on and get that fixed. 21-year-old Hamtramck man is facing a drunk driving charge after police found him stopped on a freeway exit ramp in Oakland County. So it happened last Sunday, really early, 3:30 in the morning. Police found this guy parked on the shoulder of an I-75 ramp to Rochester Road. When they approached this guy, he told the officers that he had a flat tire, and that's what made him kind of lose control and, get off on the road. So officers walked around the vehicle and said, no, all 4 tires look good, sir. Everything is fine. Then that's when they said, you know what? He smelled of alcohol. He had a BAC of 0.13%. They also found multiple open bottles of vodka and some other alcohol in his car as well. So he's facing some charges. Yes. Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is denying allegations made by several massage therapists that he engaged in some very inappropriate sexual behavior during some sessions he had with them between 2012 and 2016. So he released this statement on social media and he called the allegations unequivocally false. He said that he has always sought to conduct himself with the utmost professionalism, has never had any issues with massage therapists in the past. Now, the women involved allege that they either had to cut the sessions short or they had to deny future sessions with him because of just this disgusting behavior that he engaged in with them. 2 spas in Baltimore do say that they have banned him immediately once the complaints were made. And the allegations are really gross.
They're super gross if you read it. Clearly, he has every right to defend himself, but we also need to take stuff like this seriously. Because people are creeps.
Yep. On an episode of his podcast, The Why, Dwayne Wade opened up about a shocking health discovery, a health update. He revealed that he had a cancerous tumor removed from his kidney. And it basically all started with, some stomach aches, some issues with urination, and that turned out to be something much, much more. He said doctors removed 40% of his right kidney during a surgery back in December of 2023. And then that surgery was followed by what he described as a shocking cancer diagnosis.
I just sent you something, a direct message, Jim Bowden this morning on Bregman.
Wow. Scary stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's another reason for us to remind people, if you are experiencing something that feels off, abnormal, be proactive.
Definitely.
Because that probably him going in instead of letting it fester saves lives.
Yes, for sure. All right, listen to this story. There's a woman in the UK that just became the first person to plead guilty to cyber farting.
What?
Yes. 25-year-old Rhiannon Evans was facing jail time after she bombarded her boyfriend's ex with videos of her farting. This is a true story. She's accused of sending just a series of these videos before cops got involved and said, hey, you know what? You're harassing this woman. You need to stop sending these videos. And she said, oh, yeah, I'll show you. She sent some more videos. And anyway, she was facing jail time. She ended up getting probation. She had to go do some rehab session, some alcohol monitoring. And she also got a 2-year restraining order because apparently the ex-girlfriend of her boyfriend was suffering from, distress and anxiety. Cyber farting. Didn't know it was a thing.
My God. How much money could she make?
Well, she. You know what? She was using these videos all wrong because she could have maybe been. I'm sure there's people who could have paid for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could have been you, Heather.
Was she naked when she farted? See, that's how should make money.
I didn't see the videos, but
What a question, Stoney.
Well, I mean, we're looking.
Some people are into it.
We're looking for ways to help this woman monetize,
She
right?
can pay her legal fees with that kind of
exactly.
stuff. Anyway, Heather with the news. Coming up next, Stoney with a great question, a wellness check for Lions fans. It's 97.1. You can listen to us with the Odyssey app. Listen on the Odyssey app to 97.1 The Ticket for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Jim Costa with Stoney in today for John Jansen. We've got Heather Park and Greg behind the glass.
Does that ultimate trip to Vegas include like breakfast and lunch with Pete Carroll?
Stoney will have to get the details on 971theticket.com contest page or wherever it is. Love having you in, and the perspective of having you in is great. You found some audio we're going to play at 9 o'clock, an update on Bregman from one of the baseball insiders. And you also have a question about Lions fans.
Yeah. Look, the last time I was on these airwaves was post-game after the debacle at Ford Field. And obviously very sad. You know, the emotions, like everybody, you know, angry, disappointed, people playing the blame game and all that stuff. So as we go into our second straight weekend without Lion football, granted, there wasn't going to be a Lions game this week anyway, win or lose, I just wanted to know where people are. Have you gotten over it yet? And if not, what irks you the most? And what's the sign? For me, you know, being also an Eagle fan, although the Lions are my new first love. I'm cheating. My friends and family say you're cheating on the Eagles.
You're an adulterer.
Whatever. I've been here a little longer too. But watching the Eagles game, even the Rams game 2 weeks ago, and the NFC Championship game, I sat there. I'm not going to sit there. I was hoping that they would win, but I was like, you know, I was just like emotionless. You know, Barkley had the big run early. And then it's like anything else is like, whatever. I was just like sitting there because I was still sad and upset that the Lions were not in that game. Now, if I want to be honest about it, if the Lions did get past Washington and still suffered the Amik Robertson injury, I still think Philly would have won the game, and it would have been here at Ford Field, and people might have felt worse losing the NFC Championship game at home. But we missed the build-up to the game, which would have been, that week would have been unbelievable. So, and I come to grips with it myself. It's like after they advanced to the Super Bowl, the Eagles, it's like my sister, like I finally called her or whatever. She goes, "What happened? I haven't heard from you all day." I said, "Well, you know, it's just whatever. I was watching. I was glad they won, but that was about it. And then I watched the Buffalo-Kansas City game, obviously." Yeah. So I'm obviously going to root for the Eagles, but I go back to that game, and back in 20 years ago when Robert Ory hit the shot Game 5 where Rashid double teamed and left them open, that play still bothers me. I've talked about it on the air, like even decades later, I'm in the shower and I think about that play. The 3rd and 1 empty backfield.
Yep.
I still think about that play because it violates, even though the Lions have been successful with it, one of my tenets of football is when you do not have a mobile quarterback, it's not to knock Jared Goff, you never go empty on short yardage. And I know the Lions have been successful at it because it tells the defense they're going to pass the ball.
Tips the hand.
Okay? So I don't like that. And look, I got to admit, last year I went through a stretch of months, almost a year maybe, where I would see Josh Reynolds just drop a ball because I'm convinced that's what cost him the Super Bowl, not to mention the Gibbs fumble and the Vildor play and all that. But and I just wonder where you guys are at. Are you looking forward to the Super Bowl? Are you even going to watch? Because I can't imagine people not watching the Super Bowl because the Lions aren't in it. The Lions haven't been in it ever.
Yeah, this will be 59 Super Bowls, and all 59, the Lions haven't been there.
Yeah.
And I know it's more real now because they've been so much closer. When people tell me they're not watching, I think it's performative. I think it's for attention. Like they,
Lions free.
Same kind of thing. Like I saw Portnoy come out and go, he was all upset about the Bills Chiefs. I'm never watching football again. All right, Dave, we'll see you Super Bowl Sunday.
Right.
Like it's kind of how I feel about a lot of Lions fans. I'm not saying you're going to watch the Super Bowl feeling okay. Like Stoney, I still feel empty.
Yes.
And numb in some ways. When I left Ford Field that Saturday night, it was a hush. Everybody's in the streets walking back to their garage or their lot, wherever they parked, and no one wanted to say anything. Everybody's just kind of shell-shocked. Empty. This empty feeling. These weekends, because the Lions would fill our cup up.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they won 15 to 17 games in regular season. We were so used to They'll find a way they'll get it done. Even with the injuries on defense, thought they'd find a way they'd get it done. And they should have. Now, maybe to your point, and more likely than not, they lose to Philly. My point is play the game because Washington shouldn't have won. Maybe you're there and you get a bounce or two and you kind of steal a spot in the Super Bowl with a battered defense, the way they had stolen so many games along the way. No, I feel empty. I feel numb would be how I would describe it.
Right. Are you looking forward to next Sunday?
No, I'm not looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to play pretend
right.
like I won't watch the Super Bowl.
So this will be is this Super Bowl the least excited or whatever, lack of a better word,
so here's
anticipation you have for a Super Bowl?
Here's the thing. It's actually a good game. These two teams played 2 years ago.
It was a great game.
I know people were mad at Bradbury in the call, but it was legitimately a penalty, and it came down to the final possession. These are two of the best teams in the sport with two really good quarterbacks and really good defensive coordinators and good defenses. It should be a good football game.
Yeah.
If you don't watch, you would have missed last year in overtime. You would have missed the AFC Championship this year, which came down to Josh Allen with the ball and 3 minutes to go. I'm not gonna let the Commanders win twice. No. Right? I'm not gonna let them steal football from me. I'm not gonna let the Lions losing steal football from me. This is the last game we get until August. So I think it's a good time to do a wellness check with people with you in because you heard the rawest emotions on that Saturday night. I mean, what people were almost to the point of
people were crying.
Yeah.
I mean, I welled up a little bit. It's just sad because the anticipation, this town was at a fever that they hadn't been before in professional football. And maybe we were being unrealistic and saying, well, we could, even with the defense, we can, rebound and rebound and rebound.
Yeah.
And finally, they couldn't. And the quarterback and Goff had a bad day. That's simple.
Yeah, I think John always says bad day to have a bad day.
Yeah.
And he's not the only one that's ever said that. No. But he's right. Goff had a great season. Goff orchestrated the number one offense. Jared Goff should be the quarterback next season. Not that they have a choice anyway.
Right.
But he played terrible. And I've seen people say it was the defense. Like they'll still point to that Saturday night was on the defense. I think the defense would have doomed them maybe against Philly. But against the Commanders, the formula was there. I go back to your play, the first of the cascading plays in that football game, the 3rd and 1 from empty. If you feed Gibbs, I feel like they're scoring on that drive. They're going up 14-3, just like Philly did against the Commanders.
Even if
they don't, they go up 10-3.
Right. Or even if, because Montgomery was split, whatever.
Yeah.
Even if you give the ball to him, he gets at least a yard.
And to your point, not having the threat of a run really does put you. And again, if St. Brown doesn't slip, a lot of things on that play had to go wrong.
Right.
But it set off a chain reaction. That's the first turnover. Wouldn't be the last.
No.
Goff's pick 6, the next catastrophic play in the game, right? His pick before the half where they take 3 points off the board. Could have been 7 if he leads them a little more.
Right.
You're leaving points on the table. And even with this defense, they could have and should have won that game if they don't commit that level of turnover.
And we all said the formula, and Dan Campbell even said the formula basically was, we're going to have to win shootouts.
Yep. So
they got into a shootout and lost it because some of their bullets came up blank, meaning Goff.
And I think people have deflected to blaming the defense. Not that the defense was good or healthy, but I think it's a deflection not to really let Goff shoulder it.
Right.
Because Goff deserved the biggest amount of blame to me for that game. You want to blame the coaches? People are upset about Ben Johnson. I'm mad that Dan Campbell didn't call the timeout on 4th down with 12 guys on the field.
Ridiculous.
I mean, there's plenty to go around, but I think Goff's the guy who... no sugarcoating it. No kid gloves. I know we chant his name. I know he's beloved. No one's throwing him out of the city yet, or at all. But he screwed up, and we can blame the defense if you'd like. But if he plays the way he had played all year, if he played the way that he did to earn those chances, and the MVP to consider,
they probably would have won.
They win the game, and then they move on.
Yeah.
And instead, we're left wondering what if. And that is maybe the lasting legacy out of a 15-win season. It's what if. What if they got to the Eagles game? Yeah, they might lose, but what if?
Right.
248-539-9797. All right, you've set the tone for us, set the table well. We'll get phone calls in the mix. It's 97.1. We got Stoney in today, and it's it's a day where we're reflecting a little bit. A wellness check on Lions fans. State of the fan base. This is the second straight weekend where they're not playing.
Yes.
Feel, empty, numb, and some of the words we used. Sad, angry, mad. Are there plays you still replay? Stoney's talked about that. You brought up the Super Bowl looming and any feelings you may have towards it.
Look, I would feel differently if the Eagles weren't playing, but I still don't understand the not watching the Super Bowl for a few reasons. Number one, if you do hate the Chiefs, don't you want to hate watch them?
Yeah, but people hate the Eagles too, is what people have said. I hate both teams.
Okay, you hate the Eagles fan base. Do you really hate the Eagles players? Is Saquon Barkley hateable? Is Jalen Hurts hateable? Devontae Smith? If you didn't like Jason Kelsey, he's not on the team anymore.
Right, and A.J. Brown, he's well-read.
That's a good point. Sirianni has douche-like qualities,
Absolutely.
but he's a pretty good coach. I mean, I don't see that. You could hate some of the despicable fans, not all of them. But yes, I understand that part of it. And the other part of the reason to watch is, I love history.
Yeah.
And I love dynasties because dynasties create villains out of the dynasty.
Yeah, the Patriots, we went through it.
Yeah.
I mean, even in other sports, Yankees, Evil Empire, Lakers. Yeah.
I'm sure you'll talk about it more next week.
But it's good to have you in. Good to get that conversation going. Jack and Novi, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I'm in this, I'm probably not going to watch, or at least not go out of my way to watch. I bring it back. I compare it to the Tigers when they went 20 straight years without even touching the World Series, and then all of a sudden they made it in 2006. They had a good run. And I remember that 2013, the David Ortiz Grand Slam year. And then the World Series was the Red Sox versus the Cardinals, and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't, I was so emotionally invested for so long where I'm like, I just don't have it in me anymore.
I get it. Because that was, Leland said that was his best team.
Yeah. I thought it was too.
Yeah. And you sit there and you live in the what if, like the whole World Series, man, our entire pitching staff is better than anybody on either of these rosters. And I feel the same way. I'm not saying that the Lions are better than either of the rosters in the Super Bowl. Those are two great teams, but it's like, man, how much emotional investment can you really give to football for all these weeks, and then your team just fails on you and deflated.
Here, I'll make you feel worse because the practice windows have been open on Brandon Graham. Would you be really pissed off if he plays because you know that Hutch was supposed to play in the Super Bowl too?
You're a bad person, Stoney. Why would you say that? Why would you bring that up?
Another dagger.
Mm-hmm.
This guy. Jack, appreciate the phone call. Let's get back to the phone. Sarah in Downriver. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Well, I was listening before the commercial break, and you guys were talking about the Super Bowl and then Jared Goff, and I wanted to comment on that. And yeah, he made some crucial mistakes during that game, but that was an all-out team effort.
Yes.
And they all, from the coaching staff all the way down.
Right.
I've been a Lions fan for as long as I can remember, and I have watched every season defeated. And watching them get defeated this time, it sucked, but in my mind, I thought, SOL. I mean, here we go again.
Oh, no. You can't do that.
It's defeating. It's defeating for a fan base to go through that.
Yes, it definitely is, but it's not those three letters, no.
The same old Lions don't end up in that spot,
I hope not either, but I feel like Ben Johnson and Glenn kind of both gave up on us. They had opportunities already unfolded for them to move on. Why would they care how the Lions finish out their season?
Oh, come on!
I think that's a little ridiculous.
That's weak, Sarah, to blame that on them. Come on, really? Come on. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm not sure where, but I'll just mail it in for this playoff game because I don't want to get a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, why not both? Why not win here and then get started with a Super Bowl ring? Come on. George in Detroit. George, you're on 97.1. George, what's up?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, listen, I want to put this in there for what it's worth. Jeff Daniels, repeatedly, like rapid fires, just shoving it down our throats with the Bobby Lane song. Guys, I'm telling you, we prevailed all the way through the season up until he was on a national level singing that song and then on a local level singing that song. He kept singing it, and it kept growing and growing until that day when we played the Commanders. Bobby Lane's curse, he poured it on strong this time.
You know
so
what?
Let's stop. Let's stop singing the song. I don't want to hear the song anymore. I think it's a big jinx right there. My dad played for the Lions. My dad was Alex Karras. So I know the Lions very well, very well. My dad has always said the curse of Bobby. My dad said this verbatim, that the curse of Bobby Lane is true.
Yeah, but I wouldn't blame it on Jeff Daniels. But I will ask you this question, George: How many times have you seen Blazing Saddles?
Oh my gosh, too many.
Mongo was your dad was great.
my dad said, when they had me knock out the horse, they trained the horse to fall. I'm like, yes. He went, I thought that was like because my dad was a huge animal lover. So he was like, why did you guys want me to knock out this horse? It's kind of stupid, isn't it? This is kind of ridiculous. So anyway, 40 years later, he said, what I was saying, how ridiculous that scene was? He said, do you know that scene went down one of the most famous scenes in motion picture history?
Oh, the farting. Yeah, more than even the horse.
The farting in and of itself was just, yes, absolutely.
Thanks, George.
Thanks, George. Call back anytime.
Guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day now.
Didn't think we would go Blazing Saddles there, but I didn't think Alex Karras' kid would call.
Right, it's live radio.
Now I got to look up Wikipedia and make sure he had a son named George. But I assume it's really him.
Now?
Yeah, I know.
Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Greg and Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, AJ Brown's pretty unlikable. Sarah's call was pretty unlikable too. I want to touch base really quick on just realistic expectation and set, it's probably a horrible analogy, but it's what popped in my head. Say you've got a guy who's never, ever gone on a date in his life, and he's 50 years old, and all of a sudden after 50 years of asking people out, he gets a date, and he kisses the girl the first time. Like, wow, okay, cool, but things don't go well. He's done with that girl. Does he really believe the next time he takes a girl out on a date, he's going to hit a home run? What I'm trying to say is after 50 years of not doing it, do all these fans, did they have honest expectations that the Lions were going to win the Super Bowl this year?
Well,
we all wanted it. We all thought it.
Greg, as far as your analogy, just ask Wojo the next time he's on.
Oh. I was gonna ask you if you had. I remember your old Michael St. Juan character. I was going to use in that analogy, but I let that go.
Michael St. Juan.
I'm just kidding. I once said, I don't know how the topic came up, but changing names. I said I wouldn't change my name, but if I did something, I'd put a period after the T in my last name, and I'd be St. Juan.
It's pretty good. But he doesn't think he doesn't believe people had legitimate Super Bowl expectations for this football team?
I know.
Was he under a rock? Or he thinks we're all stupid?
Well, I mean,
we're naive. I mean,
no,
to use his analogy,
like
we really thought we were going to score.
No, to be fair, there were people, I was one of them, that after the Buffalo game when McNeil, Montgomery, and Carlton Davis all got hurt, I said they cannot win the Super Bowl with this defense. And
I will point out, when the playoffs started, they were the betting favorite.
Oh, I understand.
They were
that.
a 15-win football team. If you didn't think they were the favorite, fine. If you don't think they had any right to expect Super Bowl, I mean, come on, guy.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your thoughts on where you're at with the Lions. A couple weeks removed. Mm-hmm. Stoney's in, still processing it. I'm sure you guys are too. Dominic in Macomb Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
And so, to your point, the Lions were definitely Super Bowl contender, but as you said, with that defense, it just wasn't going to happen as much as we wanted to. Not with that defense. And that last game, I wasn't I was disappointed, but it wasn't as heartbreaking as the NFC Championship last year.
I agree with you.
Because it's just like last year we were so close, lost by 3. That was heartbreaking. This time we lose by 4 scores, and it's like, can't have 4 turnovers in the playoffs and expect to win a game. It's not going to happen.
It's not even we lost by 3. It was the fact that you were up 17 at the half.
Yeah, that was worse. It is just like decision making. Like a lot of people blame the defense, and defense didn't make stops, but if we play lights out, no turnovers, we score almost every drive, and we outscore them.
Yeah, if they play the offense that they had played all season long, they win that game at Ford Field, and we live to fight another day. And
exactly, and I just think that if the Lions are a complete sequence team, no one can beat us. I truly believe that a perfect Lions team playing, you can't beat us because when they're in sync, when they're hot, they go on all cylinders.
Well, and we had watched that all year, and we had been led to believe that, right? I mean, it's not that they hadn't dealt with adversity all season. They did, and they went 15-2 in the regular season. By the way, Alex Karras, 5 kids. One of them is named George.
Okay.
So story checks out.
Good.
More of your phone calls on the Lions. We have audio from an MLB insider on the latest with Alex Bregman and the Tigers, specifically where it's at between him and the Tigers. I've been told that this is not the audio I want to hear. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Pistons owner Tom Gores has submitted a bid for a WNBA expansion franchise. That's according to Yahoo Sports. This team would play at Little Caesars Arena and have a brand new practice facility in the city. Detroit has not had a WNBA team since 2010 when the 3-time champion Shock moved to Tulsa. That expansion team would start play in 2028. Cade Cunningham becomes just the 5th Pistons All-Star since 2008. Andre Drummond did it twice, Allen Iverson, and most recently in 2019, Blake Griffin. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff calls Cade one of the elite point guards in the game. (23-24) Pistons, 8th seed in the East right now, opening up a 6-game homestand against the Mavs tonight. That tip-off at 7, 6:35 pregame right here on 97.1. Red Wings win their 4th straight, beating the Oilers 3-2 in a shootout last night. Detroit's 2 points out of a wild card spot, 3 back a third in the Atlantic. They're next on the ice tomorrow at the Calgary Flames. Michigan and Michigan State both in action tomorrow afternoon. Wolverines on the road for a 3:30 tip at Rutgers. 7th-ranked Michigan State at USC. That tip-off at 4:30. And former Tiger Max Scherzer's headed north of the border. The 3-time Cy Young winner signing a 1-year, $15.5 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Stoney in today, he brought it up. He said, hey, Lions fans, are you over it yet? Will you ever be over it? Another weekend without the Lions. Granted, nobody plays this weekend. Right. But it's one of the questions we have. Red Wings with a big win. If you missed any of the conversation, use the Odyssey app. Go back, rewind. We talked about Cade being an all-star as well as the Wings and their big win last night.
By the way, Luke brought this up. He led his update with it. I think it's great that they're trying to get a WNBA team here. Not to go complete WNBA, but the Shock, when they won their first championship at the Palace, was one of the great events I was ever at. The place was sold out. Whether they gave away tickets or not, I don't care. It was so freaking loud. It was incredible. They were really good, and now the WNBA is obviously growing, and Detroit should have a team. So I think it's great. Anyway.
If you want the Cade All-Star stuff or any of the Wings reaction, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. And if you download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket, you have a chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. 9:18 will play the Alex Bregman audio, MLB Insider, with the latest on what's going on with Bregman as it pertains to the Tigers. Actually, we could play that sooner if we knock out these phone calls in time. I know you guys want to talk about the Lions still. For as many of our listeners who go, just get over it, get over it. People aren't.
No.
They're not over it. It's a lot to unpack. Jason in East Point, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Okay, so for me, it's going to be hard watching the Super Bowl, but I kind of like you said, Stoney, I kind of adjusted my expectations, especially after the Buffalo game. Once all the injuries happened, I didn't think we had enough to get there.
Right.
Now, as far as the game that we lost, I put the blame 98% on Jared Goff. Those turnovers were excruciating. I mean, to play well mostly all season and then get to that point and just like vomit up everything. That was hard to watch.
Yeah, there was 3 bad plays by him. The fumble.
Well, it was really more. To be honest with you, we only beat Minnesota because Darnold played worse than Goff, because Goff had bad turnovers in that game. And that was startling to me. And I felt like the only way the Lions could really lose to the Commanders was if Goff was to play like he played against Houston or Minnesota. And that's exactly what he did. Now I'm kind of feeling like I kind of feel why Sean McVay got rid of Goff, because he feel like in the biggest spot, Goff may come up short.
Well, people seem to forget, and I don't have the exact play-by-play and game stats in front of me, but yes, he did not play well in that Super Bowl loss, but neither did any of the Rams offensively. It was a low-scoring game against a really good Patriot defense. But the NFC Championship game, he led them on a couple of drives that were very impressive, especially in the second half.
Maybe benefited from
the worst call of all time, but still.
No, Goff had played 3 really good playoff games in a Lions uniform just a year ago.
Yes.
So I really hesitate to overreact. It was awful that day, Saturday night. But I don't feel like we should suddenly forget what happened the year before. Perspective's a good thing. And speaking of perspective, I don't dispute Jason, and I don't dispute you, the idea that expectations changed after the Buffalo game. I'm just telling you from where I'm sitting, after the Buffalo game, anybody who expressed concern was shouted down from the mob of Lions fans who said, "Shut up, we're going to find a way." The prevailing notion in the city after the Buffalo loss was, don't you dare speak ill of this football team. We're built for this. We're absolutely still a Super Bowl team. Only then after they lose do we hear from a lot of people who say, well, see, I knew they never were going to do it anyway. It just feels very convenient is what I will say.
Well, let's look. I mean, after the Buffalo game was the San Francisco game, and, one of Joseph's interception was a really good play. The other one was Purdy threw the ball right to him. So the defense wasn't exactly great in that game. And in the aforementioned Minnesota game, the defense did enough, obviously.
I mean,
they played pretty well.
In the red zone specifically.
Yeah, and a lot of that was Darnold, though. He decided not to throw the ball to Addison, who was wide open in the right part of the end zone. I mean...
Yeah. I just mean there were fans who believed and believed and believed, and then when the season ended, they said, I never believed. And I just don't think that feels like a coping mechanism. It's okay to say you got humbled, that you were wrong. It's okay. Yeah. It hurts a little more, but that's part of life.
You take it down with your cappuccino and in the morning and you get over it.
Let's get to, is this LL in Detroit? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
That's good. Yeah, it does hurt. I think for any fan, you want to get beat. You don't want to feel like you beat yourself. And this year and last year, I felt we beat ourselves. And to be honest, I hate to say it, and people might want to stone me, but I feel like it's more Dan Campbell and the coaching staff fault than Goff.
Well, there was
they should have ran the ball more. Sure. They had the worst defense. They had the 30th defense in the league.
Well,
there's no way we shouldn't have ran the ball more.
But
we were killing them. Gibbs was killing them.
Look at the play-by-play and figure out about 6 more plays where you think they should have run the ball. There's really not that many. Because we did it.
Oh, go ahead.
Because we did.
I hated they started Demo. I thought they should have let him come off the bench and backed up Gibbs. They should have started Gibbs. They should have got off to a good start. That would have put pressure on Daniels. I just thought when they did that, I was scared. When I saw Demo starting, I was scared.
I'm in the minority. I didn't think that made a difference because the play, the one that screwed him was the second down, and I don't think Gibbs breaks through that awful blocking that they got an 8-yard loss on.
But you said it too, Stoney. They should have had a running back in the backfield on that third and one.
Yes, that's coaching. Yes.
12 men on the 12 men on the field.
Yes.
If everybody at the ref seen it, why didn't your coaching staff call it?
Right.
A lot of things.
That I agree with you. I just think there's too much focus being put on the first possession.
But only in the sense of a tone. The tone that you want to set. Gibbs had taken over the backfield, and it appeared the coaching staff didn't see that. Gibbs got better when Montgomery was out. His yards per carry went up. He got into a rhythm. And Stoney, there's no disputing it. Gibbs in limited touches was dynamic against the Commanders and would have been more dynamic with more touches, right?
He might, maybe, but there wasn't that much opportunity except for the first series, which I'm convinced he wouldn't have been able to do much anyway.
I just think back to it's 7-3 Detroit. They've got the ball. And even before the 3rd and 1 empty set, Gibbs runs for 33 yards on that drive.
Right.
My answer is run him until his legs fall off.
I don't disagree with you, and that's why.
And they didn't.
And they didn't. 3rd and 1.
Which is why I understand that phone call.
Yeah, I get it. But when you look at after that, when you look at the plays like we did,
it starts to unravel.
Yeah, and there's no opportunity really for him to run. I mean, he had the one where he had the 2 big plays in a row, and then they ended up, scoring after that. You had the JMO reverse.
Goff's not even in the game at that point. Yeah,
right. But as far as Gibbs, I mean, the play, the interception at the end of the half, you're not going to run the ball, I don't think, with 29 seconds left unless you want to settle for a field goal, which you don't want to do. He had a horrible pass. I'm not dismissing the coaching. I just don't. I think we're making way too much of a deal of the first series because the Lions did nothing in the first series. Washington did nothing in their first series. The Lions took the lead 7-0, 7-3, and they're on their way to 14-3, and then they go freaking empty out of a shotgun.
To be
3rd and 1. That's the game.
Games aren't decided by necessarily one play, but 3 that stood out to me. One was the 3rd and 1 from empty forever. The pick 6, your defense isn't good. You can't also give up points when you're on offense. No. And then to me, some will point to the JMO pick as the 3rd play. To me, it's the 12 men on the field when you just eat it. You just accept that you're going to take a penalty on 4th and 2. And that's why Dan Campbell should get some heat.
Yes.
And just because he owns it doesn't mean we have to let him off the hook.
No. And his new defensive coordinator was frantically telling him that.
Dan.
So it's good to know that Kelvin Shepard's aware.
Good. Well, we just can't keep doing this.
No.
We can't keep doing this where they fall short and in 2 of the 3 losses this season, the coach goes, it's my fault. Like, stop letting it be your fault.
I know.
We love you. You're a great coach. Stop letting it be your fault.
We're relitigating the game.
I know.
And then you go to the 4th and 2. What's Terry and Arnold thinking?
I know, not containing.
Yeah. Now, who knows? Daniels could have broke through his tackle anyway, but.
One last call on this, and then we'll stop picking the wound.
Yes. It's my fault. You can blame me because I hadn't been on the air since.
It's okay, Stoney. People have a lot to say.
I know.
Tony, you're next up.
Yeah, I'm a big Jared Goff fan, but the stars need to be aligned for this guy to win the big game. We've arguably had the best coordinators in the league, and every team wanted him after the season. We're stacked at every position on offense, and I just think that a guy like Mahomes gets it done on consistency. Jared Goff needs every single thing to be right to win. And I know outside of Stafford, and arguably he's better than Goff. You give Stafford the same tools, then I think we win that game. He's sharper. He's got a better arm. I just think Goff comes up short in these big games. There's too many excuses for Jared Goff. That's the bottom line.
What did you say, Lel? What did you say?
I'm not bashing the dude. I'm just trying to be
you kind of are bashing the dude, and you know what? He deserves to be bashed for the game against Washington.
For
You're
Saturday,
right.
Yeah.
But Tony, where was his phone call after last year's playoffs when he had 3 excellent playoff games?
But it doesn't matter how many you have if you don't win the big one. Why is it that Patrick Mahomes can be behind at the 2-minute mark?
Because he's great. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Nobody's suggesting that we have.
And we don't have the greatest quarterback.
Either does most teams.
Oh my God! I'm just saying. I'm a fan of him.
I can tell.
He's the best we've seen. But
the Jared Goff fan club
with friends like you. Who needs enemies?
Jeez,
like that,
Louise.
That dude's got a lot of tools to work with. That's a 2-headed monster in the backfield.
Yes.
You got positions stacked all over that field.
Yeah, they have a bunch of all-pros and Pro Bowlers.
I understand that.
We all know this.
But throw the Mahomes name out there is like ludicrous. There's nobody like Mahomes.
That's why he's Mahomes. All right, coming up next, Alex Bregman, the latest from an MLB insider. Specifically, what's going on with the Tigers? What's the hang-up? We'll play it next, 97.1. You saw this first. I've had it sent to me. I have not heard the audio.
I haven't heard it yet either. I just read it.
Jim Bowden?
Yeah.
Baseball Insider. Where's he at these days?
The Athletic, and he does MLB Radio, former, general manager of the Reds and the Nationals, I think, at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, former executive of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So here's what he is hearing about Alex Bregman and the Tigers. He might not want to be here. Best offer on the table, but might not want to be here.
Now, some people might say, well, make that best offer even better.
Essentially bid against yourself.
Yeah, which...
There's a danger in doing that.
Yes, indeed. So if indeed that is true, that the Tigers do have the best offer and he doesn't want to be here, well, you know what? I'm not going to hate on the Tigers for that. I would hate on the Tigers if they were cheap.
So the best offer that we had heard was from Houston.
Right.
Was that 6 years, 156?
Something like that.
Yeah.
He turned it down.
Are the Tigers offering more than that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Nobody's been able to put numbers on it.
Correct.
Are they offering that sixth year? We know they don't want to go over $200 million, which is fine. No one appears to be willing to pay Alex Bregman $200 million. Boy, it would be a tough pill to swallow that he just doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Because the Tigers and Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch pride themselves on, we're a great destination. We get guys in here and we get the most out of them. We've seen it with the pitching.
Correct.
And they'd like to believe they will do the same with these young hitters as well, and have seen some success. It would be quite a blow to the ego for those guys, specifically Hinch, who has managed him before, to be like, yeah, AJ, I'm not going to go to Detroit. I'm not going to play for the Tigers. You guys aren't whatever enough, good enough, compelling enough.
Yeah,
they seem to be enough money, though.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They beat your ass.
Beat his ass and Astros.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
It sucks in one way because you feel like, oh, he doesn't like us. But in the other aspect, it says, all right, at least the Tigers have stepped up. They've made the best offer, according to him.
I want to know numbers.
I know.
Because are we all off lowballing him? Is that what's happening right now? All the teams are unwilling to offer what it would take to sign him. Is that what it comes down to?
Well, you know what? Maybe he's just not.
Maybe he's wrong.
Yeah, maybe he's overvalued himself. That's possible, too.
The question is, how big a priority is he then?
Yeah.
For the Tigers. Because if they're going to sit there and nickel and dime him like everybody else in the market.
I don't know if it's nickel and diming, though.
I know.
I mean,
it's like I don't know what to believe.
Right. I mean, at least... as we always say, make the call, do whatever.
Yeah.
At least
they have. They're in.
They're in.
Whatever he signs for, we're going to look at that and say, did the Tigers offer more? And this report would indicate that, yes, they've offered the best deal on the market.
Right. Look, it would be great. It would be really good. He's a very good player. Is he a great player anymore? Maybe. But he's very good. And that's what they need.
Yeah, I think too. Last year people go, oh, he's starting to trend the wrong way. Last year he would have been the third best player on the Tigers behind only Riley Green and Tarek Skubal in a down year. Last year his walk rate was abnormally low. For his career, it's much higher. He also won the Gold Glove.
Yeah.
30-year-old, slightly past his prime Alex Bregman is a major upgrade for the Detroit Tigers.
The problem is you want to be able to get better, and whilst you still have Skubal.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because there's no guarantee that the Tigers are going to be able to re-sign Skubal.
Yeah, I
whether
thought
you consider that a low ball or not.
So two comps for the Skubal situation would be Garrett Cole, who was on a very good Astros team and left for simply more money with the Yankees.
Correct.
Right. Corbin Burns was on a very good Orioles team. Left for more money. Skubal could be on a very good Tigers team.
Yes.
And if you don't offer the most money, he'll play for somebody else.
Well, Burns evidently could have gotten more money to go somewhere else besides Arizona, but he's from there. He lives there. He likes.
My point is, you could be on a good team, and Tigers are a good team, and it doesn't mean you're going to get a discount or you're going to get anything. They could still leave. Skubal may only have 2 more seasons in the Old English D.
Right.
What are you doing to win with him? 1-year deals.
Yeah.
I'm hoping what you said earlier is right. If they do miss out on Bregman, and it's not their fault.
Correct.
They have an aggressive pivot in the trade market because this can't be the whole offseason.
No.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so we have a little bit more details, I guess, when it comes to the investigation into Wednesday's deadly crash. Here's some of the things we know. The military helicopter may have been flying too high and outside of its approved flight path. There's questions also about how many crew members were on that helicopter. Some sources say that there should have been more than 3 crew members on board at the time. The control tower staffing was not normal for that time of day and the amount of traffic at the airport. Apparently, an air traffic control supervisor had let a controller leave their shift early, which then meant there was one controller kind of pulling double duty, directing both airplanes and helicopters in the area. Also, just a day before the crash, another flight heading into Reagan Airport was forced to cancel its landing after a helicopter flew near its path. And of course, the National Transportation Safety says, whoa, it is too early to speculate at all about what caused the crash. They are currently conducting a thorough investigation. The black boxes were found, so those are being investigated as well, and just said, hey, let's get all of the information before we start to speculate. But here's kind of some of the stuff that's being found. So I get it. We got to wait. We got to get all the information. Michigan State Police and some other local law enforcement agencies made a pair of massive drug busts this week. The first was in Warren, the second in Detroit. On Tuesday in Warren, officials seized a massive amount of pills, cocaine, mushrooms, as well as an assault rifle, a handgun, a vehicle, and more than $19,000 in cash. And then just a couple days later, there was a raid in Detroit that led to about $250,000 worth of drugs being seized. Also, tons of guns, 6 guns, $70,000 in cash found there. Yikes. UFC fighter. Let's see. Brian Ortega, or is that his name? Oh, no.
Bryce Mitchell?
No. I'll get to Bryce Mitchell next. Yes. There's another UFC fighter.
I'm such a UFC guy. I know.
Brian Ortega. That's his name. He flew from California to North Carolina to choke out a trash-talking Fortnite player. Okay, so this guy, this UFC fighter apparently likes to play Fortnite, and he plays online with other people. Well, one of the players he was playing with started trash-talking too much, and he made a bet, said, okay, you know what? I'll make a trip from one side of the U.S. to the other, and I'll put you in a chokehold. And apparently he followed through with it and did just that. Well, they both followed through with their bet. I guess.
Bizarre.
Whatever. It happened. Now, let's talk about this other UFC fighter, Bryce Mitchell. All right. So he's not facing any disciplinary actions, despite the fact that he went and made anti-Semitic and homophobic comments on his new podcast. So the things he said were just downright disgusting. He praised Hitler. He denied the Holocaust, amongst other things he said. Dana White has since condemned Mitchell's comments, called his comments beyond disgusting.
I could appreciate Dana White coming out and saying what he said, but the actions of not punishing him at all, not suspending him or fining him, isn't he providing him a platform by making him an eligible UFC fighter?
But Dana White's part of the whole, free speech thing that's going on, which, I understand. I'm not against free speech.
Would any other league allow an athlete to say this without being suspended?
No.
Are they all anti-free speech?
No.
You represent where you work.
Correct.
And your conduct when you say things like that is reprehensible, and there should be punishments.
Yeah.
Free speech is freedom from the government.
Correct.
The government can't come in and put you in jail because you have unpopular speech. Your employer can say, we don't like that you're sympathizing with Hitler.
Right. You're right.
Come on.
You represent us.
Yes, you represent the UFC. And that's how you're going to represent it. Fighting in your next fight with no discipline.
And choking out Fortnite players.
Well, potentially that too. It's Heather with the news. Cookie Jar is next on a much lighter note. It's 97.1.
Rolling? Okay. Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone. I love Planet Fitness. I've been going for years, and here's why. And I go to the one in West Bloomfield. I love the elliptical stuff. All the other cardio is wonderful, and you feel great, not just physically, but mentally. Puts you in a great place, whether your team wins or loses. Great deal right now, just $15 a month right now, and with $1 down. So it's an amazing deal, judgment-free. Here they also have weights if you do like that. They get brand new plate-loaded machines. They got the hack squat. They got supine benches. And also, here's the other thing. You get a Black Card membership, which is great because you have access to over 2,000 clubs worldwide and 50 in the Detroit area. So when I travel, I go to Planet Fitness in other locations. It's awesome. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. It's amazing what a stopwatch will do.
Jim Bowden, former executive, now with The Athletic.
He didn't read the Detroit News today.
Wojo's all about Bregman.
Yeah, I know.
He's on board.
Took him long enough.
Is it the Wojo kiss of death? Now it's going to come out. He's going to sign somewhere else.
Probably.
So the word in there is perhaps.
Yeah.
Bowden doesn't say definitively that the Tigers have the best offer, but says perhaps.
He's pretty connected.
And I would tend to agree that the Tigers have been hot in pursuit of Bregman and have a competitive offer in front of Alex Bregman. If Scott Harris has offered highest and best and they don't land Bregman, it's hard to be critical of Scott Harris.
Yeah, for this, yes.
I think it would be a blow to the ego of Hinch and Harris, though, that money wasn't enough. What does that say about your culture that you've built?
Mm-hmm.
I would think the Tigers can offer both winning and money. For Bregman to say no, do they look at it and go, that's a blow to the ego?
Right.
And if I was the Tigers, wouldn't hurt to leak out that you've offered 6 years at 180 and go, whoa, that's the best offer on the market. It shows that you're not cheap. It shows that you're here to play ball. And if Bregman doesn't pick you, nothing more you could have done.
Correct.
So I'd love to see some numbers. The only thing we've ever heard is Houston offered 6 years at 156 and then appeared to be going in another direction, but now are open to a reunion. I can't imagine teams are fighting significantly above that number.
No, I don't think so either.
But if the Tigers are $10, $15 million over that number and he still doesn't pick you, then how can I be mad?
No, you can't be. I mean,
I'll be mad you don't get him, but I can't be mad for the effort.
Exactly. A little something for the effort. But yeah, I mean, look, he's a terrific player, and if he doesn't want to be here, he doesn't want to be here. You know, that's what else can you say?
How much do you overpay?
He's not worth going absolutely bonkers over for.
Well, it's bonkers. Because that's the report was they didn't want to go to $200 million.
Okay.
Can they get him for 6 at 180? I don't know.
You're going to pay him $30 million a year? Probably. Okay.
Stoney, who else are they paying?
I know. I understand that.
Do you know what the luxury tax number is? $240 million. I
know.
They're not going to get there in your lifetime.
I don't care about the luxury tax.
My point is that's like a level of spend. They're not even at the halfway, the midpoint of MLB spending, which
right. Well, in a broader perspective, yes, that's disgusting.
I'm not saying they're going to be the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets.
No, I know. Me neither.
Can they be St. Louis? And the answer is no. They won't even spend like St. Louis spends. Yikes.
I know.
Who else are they paying if not Bregman? And again, I can't be mad if they are offering out 180 at 6 years or whatever the numbers are. We just don't know.
Are they trying to save it for Scoobs? I don't know.
Yeah, let's check on the update there.
Yeah, well, that's the Scott Boras thing. So we don't know.
He has every right to drag it out.
Yes, he does, and he will.
And
history says he will.
And do I think the Tigers are going to offer Tarek Skubal more money than the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Mets?
No.
So you got 2 years with him.
Right.
Bregman would make you better.
Yes.
And you're not paying anybody else.
Go for the win. Go get as good as you can to fit this Skubal window.
I think most people are with us, by the way. We asked the team that needs to buy most in the city of Detroit. 72% of you said the Tigers. 16% said the Red Wings. 12% said the Pistons. We didn't include the Lions. I think it's pretty clear they're on a different level. But the case for the Pistons, Cade Cunningham's an all-star. We talked about it today. You got a chance to really build around him. He's a building block we haven't seen on the Pistons in 20 plus years. The Red Wings have won 4 straight. This is not just a hot month. It's a month plus now.
Mm-hmm.
Add a couple logs to the fire and expedite, to use Yzerman's word, expedite the process a little bit. And then the Tigers, it's obvious. You were a win away from the ALCS. You need some bats. Go get a bat.
By the way, it was a great win for the Wings last night. I stayed up late like an idiot, but it was worth it.
I was impressed.
Yeah. Because when you watch, a really good hockey team like Edmonton is, and the Wings on the road, they played them. They lost to them in overtime this year too, didn't they? I think Draisaitl scored in overtime at LCA. So they've taken, I think that was before the coaching change, but
it
still,
definitely was.
Yeah, but they've played them tough, and overtime was really fun to watch. 3-on-3 with highly skilled players, so that was good. And on the flip side, good for Cade Cunningham, good for the Pistons that he's become a reserve starter. Now they have a 6-game homestand beginning tonight against the mercurial Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks.
Ooh, points for mercurial. Look at you, vocab.
He's actually, as much as, I know Mike won't want to admit it because he hates the guy, and I understand why for his Boston tenure. He's actually in Dallas, for the most part, hasn't said or done anything really weird,
anti-Semitic,
flat Earth, all that stuff. And he's been from what you understand, he's been a good teammate, kind of a leader, which is hard to believe.
It is kind of shocking.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But he's been that's the truth.
Yeah, for the Pistons, a couple things. They've lost 3 in a row.
Right.
And I think they're really starting to feel not having that secondary ball handler, really missing Jaden Ivey. Mm-hmm. Cade had big turnover numbers even in the wins before this 3-game losing streak.
That was one where he had 2 back-to-back double-digit turnovers.
Yeah, they won both games, and now they've lost 3 in a row. And teams are picking them up at half court, and they're sending extra guys. And I think they'll still be in a playoff fight.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that unless they add another ball handler in the next week here, they're probably fighting for 8 or 9 spot. Somewhere in the play-in.
Yeah, that's what they'll probably do.
Yeah.
And you know what? It'd be great if they could, get the 6th seed. Let's say it'd be better if they get the 5th seed, obviously, but 6th seed. But come on, Milwaukee going to do with them again? What they did when the Pistons made it the last time?
And Blake had the bionic knee. He had a big brace on. Blake was the last All-Star before Cade.
Mm-hmm. I think Blake. I don't know. The last couple of times he came in here as an opposing player, people booed him. I thought he gave everything he had here.
Same.
Now, the last year, he probably mailed it in because he realized what was going on.
He got such a raw deal, right? So he hit free agency, chose to stay with the Clippers, and then they traded him.
Right.
And they traded him to a Pistons team that was not a contender.
No.
And he came in and had a 50-game run where he was very, very good.
Yeah.
And his body broke down. His body was breaking down from the minute he jumped into the league.
Yeah.
So I don't have any animosity towards Blake.
No. He'll be part of some television broadcasts, I believe, coming up, whether it's with NBC or Amazon or one of those.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw somebody put something on social media the other day, him doing a Barkley imitation that was just really, really good.
Sure. Get him a little more airtime, a little more FaceTime.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Before Doug gets in here, let's get to a phone call. Mike in Shelby Township. You got some thoughts?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Bregman. I really think you're missing the big picture. I don't think Bregman wants to hit half of his games in Comerica Park. It's still 412 to center field. You've got that ridiculous alley in right center. I just think he doesn't want to come and hit here because his stats are going to go down dramatically.
Okay, so maybe you somehow work out, all right, in negotiations, that's what contracts are. All right, Alex, you don't want to come here because you can't hit, 28 home runs. How about if we give you an incentive of home runs over 18 or something like that?
Well, I guess that's a possibility, but I know they said Boston was after him. He's going to hit a lot more home runs than Houston. He's used to playing there. I just think.
But what is Mike? I guess what does it come down to?
Because doesn't want to play in Detroit.
Maybe that's what it is, and maybe the ballpark is the reason. I just feel like you get those numbers to get paid. If someone's going to pay you, what are you worried about getting those numbers for? You want to win. The Tigers beat the Astros last season. Sony, you brought that up.
Yeah.
Did I miss the Red Sox going on some playoff run last year? I mean, it's you want to put up numbers so when it comes time to get paid, you get a lot of money. If the Tigers are offering the most money, what does he care about? He might not hit as many home runs. Then that's the Tigers' problem, not his.
Right.
I'm a little lost for words with that.
I know.
Gator, what's going on?
Hi, everybody.
How are you? How you feeling?
Welcome back.
I feel a lot better.
Good.
You could have just taken one more at this point, but look at you.
I think we all know when you get sick, you feel so guilty being away. And I was ready to come back yesterday, and I realized the voice wasn't quite there. And Jimmy's like, maybe take another day off. So, but I'm back today.
Good.
With sexy voice.
Oh,
I hope it's sexy. Hello, lady.
Oh, the Wings were sexy last night, huh?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if that, yeah, they got it done. Okay. Sure.
I didn't mean it literally.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Listen, when a guy named Elmer, is on the ice, how can it not be sexy?
Does his brother play goal for Chicago? So he played last night too.
Yeah. No, but I stayed up and watched it. It was great to watch, to see what they're doing. I still can't believe that they're this good. That the team is this different on the ice.
How good was overtime?
Coaching change.
I mean, it was just thrilling.
Well, it was frustrating.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a power play in overtime, you're going to win the game. and they didn't.
Right.
In
They
needed to
almost
go to
gave
a
up a
shootout.
shorty.
Yeah, they almost gave up the shorty.
But it was up, and it wasn't. Sometimes overtime, their teams are playing for a shootout, and they just don't do anything.
I don't think you see too much of that.
But-
Look how many times have they actually gotten to a shootout.
But,
These
man,
things get solved with 3-on-3
It was
hockey.
it was just fun to watch last
It
night.
was, and I'm glad they're
A lot of
still
skilled players on that ice in overtime.
winning. This is true. This is true, and I've got and there's some new faces on this team that you look at and you're like, okay, better than I thought. Better than I thought.
I know.
Hi, Douglas.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Excited to have the big fella back.
I understand.
It's it's good to have you back, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Try to give people.
We'll get reacquainted, Scott.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Reunited. See, I had to sing. I went 4 hours.
You couldn't
without
do the
singing.
whole show with that.
No.
So what time is the newlywed
At least
game?
you brought up a current song.
You guys will get reacquainted. You guys will try to keep everybody's energy high on what's a gloomy, rainy Friday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, if you look out. Carson Anderson reunited next, 97.1.
So how was Waikiki?
It's great. It was my third favorite of the islands when I was out. It went Oahu,
Yeah.
Lanai,
Yeah.
Waikiki, the Big Island, and then Maui.
Yeah.
Maui's overrated.
Well, come on, man. Too soon.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez, man.
That's
Give
not what I
him a
meant.
few years, all right?
Right. Let's build it back up.
So how you been? Other than coughing
I'm
constantly.
better now, yeah. Hopefully, I shouldn't be coughing too much today. I think I'm pretty good with that. The voice is a little, haggard, but getting better every day, getting stronger every day. But I've been feeling good for the last few days, but just I needed to have that extra time. So I apologize. Sorry for missing time.
I mean, the one thing
I feel
is
terribly guilty.
Yeah, I know. It's a really weird feeling because I always feel like when I'm sick, I feel like I'm letting people down.
Mhm. Right.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, you're letting me down every time you're sick. For
Well,
sure.
I try not to.
Which is why I feel guilty because how can I?
Dude,
it's like how I feel if you're gone. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's good to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to ask you this question, but I know you were out sick. Anything exciting the last few days?
You know what? It is sad. what I did with my time off. When I say time off, I mean with my being sick. I didn't leave the house from the time I got home on Friday. I did some grocery shopping after the show and got home at whatever it was, 3 o'clock, and I didn't leave my house again until this morning.
Really?
I stayed in the whole time, never went. I didn't even go outside until yesterday to go get my mail, and then was surprised at how little mail there was. And I also didn't take advantage of the thing that you should take advantage of when you're sick.
Get caught up on TV?
Yeah. I wasn't watching. I didn't start watching Severance. I didn't start watching Squid Game, the second season. I didn't start watching 1883 after I just got the app, and all this stuff. I was glued to watching stupidity on TV on the news channels. And it was...
What a blown opportunity when you're sick for like days.
I'm so disappointed with myself.
I'm disappointed in you.
I imagine you guys are pretty disappointed.
You've let us all down, Scott.
Yeah. I only watched...
Did you watch
I watched a movie.
Did you watch HGTV, anything like that?
Yeah, well, that's, my normal shows that I watch, I watched, yeah. But I watched a movie on Friday night. I watched Gladiator II. You don't have to.
No.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, it was disappointing. It was very disappointing. It had like one...
You were not entertained.
I was not. There was like an 8-minute period there. I'm like, okay, here we go. Is this going to redeem it? And then like, no, not really. It was just... The first one is so good, you didn't need to have a second one. It was just contrived. And
Doug, Denzel Washington was in this.
Yeah,
this
he
one.
was. Yeah.
So Gladiator II, yuck, throw it in the garbage?
Yuck, throw it in the garbage. Nothing like having Denzel Washington playing a role in a movie during like the Roman Empire times, and he sounds like he's from the Bronx. The only thing you didn't say was "my man." That would have been funny. If like the gladiator had chopped the head off of one of the other gladiators, and then Denzel reaches out, "my man." It was utterly ridiculous to have him in this movie.
Was it?
Yeah. I'm like, I love Denzel Washington. He's amazing. He's an incredible actor. I'm like, what are we going to get here? Little accent, which I've always found interesting with the movies about like Roman times and stuff, is that everybody has an English accent. Everyone.
Right.
Like, wait a minute, these are Italians. What are we talking about? Like, no, it's there's an English accent. And he's not even trying. Hey, he doesn't even try.
He doesn't even try an English accent?
No, like Russell Crowe, who's Australian, was the original in Gladiator. His character was the Spaniard, and yet he was speaking with an English accent. You get Denzel Washington involved, and it's like it's the same voice you're hearing from the movie Inside Man. I mean, it was awesome and yet ridiculous.
Was this Training Day in Gladiator 2?
You're not here, the F-bombs dropping, we're doing a bump of Coke or something. But it's like...
Did he have a cell phone?
He did not have a cell phone. It's just so stupid. I'm like, what is this? Everyone around him has an English accent, Everyone's very serious and with their dialogue, and then he's like straight up from the movie Flight. I mean, what are we doing?
Did he tell the crowd, King Kong ain't got nothing on me? They're like, who's King Kong, Sal?
So, yeah, I was disappointed with Gladiator. To say the least. I mean, anybody else who watched it, if you're watching this and it had, tell me you had the thought, right? Like, what am I seeing here? Ooh, Denzel, here we go. What's his part going to be? Completely made up. Okay. And, all right.
Is that Ray Allen? Okay. Took a turn.
They have AIDS in the Roman times? Philadelphia. See what I did there?
Yeah, I did.
Trying to come up with any kind of Denzel movie.
Well, I'm disappointed in you for watching only Gladiator 2.
That was I saw bits of other movies that I've seen before, but that was the only new movie that I actually tried to watch.
Yeah. And do you ever pull the plug on a movie and just say, I'm out? Because I do it frequently.
I know you do. I have a hard time doing that. It has happened. I just can't. if it's happened, it's been with movies that we've never heard of. They're just, something that shows up on cable. There's a movie that's been on for like the last few months that you would think I'd be interested in, right?
Okay.
You got Mel Gibson and Cole Hauser, Rip Wheeler, right?
Oh,
Guy
yeah.
who plays Rip.
Yep.
The movie's called Panama. I have tried like several times to watch this movie. It is so bad. So bad. It's one of these straight-to-video type movies, that they probably made in 3 days.
So
when Cole had a vacation from Yellowstone, he's like, you guys got me for a week. Okay, let's get it done. It's awful.
Is it?
It's awful. And I'm like,
what's it about?
But it's Rip Wheeler. It's about something that happens in Panama with the CIA and stuff. It's terrible. It's with drug dealers and this, that. It's awful. It's just awful. It's funny because when you go through the cast and stuff like that, I'll also say like, if you watch this, you might like to watch this.
Right.
People also like this. So I started looking at those movies.
Yeah.
Invariably, there are 4 Bruce Willis movies you've never heard of.
Is that right?
That were all filmed between like 2019 and 2021. And if you've ever watched any of those, oh boy, God help you.
They're just
God
terrible.
help your soul if you've ever watched one of those Bruce Willis movies. Well, sadly, Bruce Willis is in a state right now where he's kind of incommunicative. So it's sad, and you could see it in these movies where he's clearly not Bruce Willis anymore. Yet they'll, and yes, we're going to use the term, parade him out there.
Wow.
To collect a paycheck, and it's just sad. And this is what Mel Gibson's relegated to now too. But maybe for other reasons.
Well, it's great to have you. Great to have you back. And none of this was on the show sheet.
Oh, big fan, Doug.
Scott Anderson is back, battling a cough all week. Good to have you back here. We got lots to get to today. Pistons with a game tonight. Red Wings with a nice win at Edmonton. We got some Lions news that we will actually get to today at 10:18. Here on Carson Anderson, Gators back, 97.1 The Ticket. You want to add the one last observation from Gladiator II?
I need to. And I apologize for not bringing this up earlier, but thankfully the great folks on Twitch have brought this up. Kitech said, Gladiator II lost it for me when it got to the flooded Coliseum scene with the sharks.
The Roman Coliseum?
That's right.
There were sharks.
There were sharks. Not only were there sharks, but they had these warships that they had in there too, that they brought into the Coliseum, in the flooded Coliseum. So the gladiators were all in these, and they were the big one, the ones, the rowing ones that you got to row, the giant ones.
Yeah.
2 of those, one with gladiators on it, the other with like the guard, and they rammed the boats into each other, and then people get thrown off the boat, and of course you die because there are now sharks swimming in the Coliseum.
You didn't know about
begs
this?
a million questions. First of which, who's the shark wrangler on duty? How do you go? You go into the Mediterranean, grab a shark. We got one. All right, bring it to the Coliseum. I got it. Okay. How you doing that?
Right.
And then we've managed to figure out a way where we can flood the Coliseum. What are we're gonna just pump water in? Are we that close? We got the hose.
They got the pool guy to do it.
I mean, so back in the day, they could find a way to pump water into the Coliseum deep enough for 2 warships and freaking sharks. But today we can't find a way to spray water from the ocean onto the shoreline of California to fight forest fires. I just want to make sure that's
I got to tell you, I think Gator reviewing terrible movies might become a thing here on the Carson Anderson program.
Thank you, Kai Tech, for bringing that up. I can't believe I forgot that. I mean, when I saw that, I just started laughing. Like, is that a shark? Like, all right, forget how they get the water in the Coliseum, But shark?
They lost it for me when Vin Diesel showed up with the souped-up Fiero. That's when I bowed out. I can't believe you lasted that long, Gator.
Yeah. They started talking about the Emperor's tweet.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Lions in the news here a little bit with David Shaw being brought on as passing game coordinator. Yep, that David Shaw, the former head coach at Stanford. He was in personnel with the Broncos. Tom Pelissaro of NFL Network said this is a big hire for Dan Campbell's remodeled staff. We all remember, I think most people remember David Shaw from his time at Stanford, and he was. There's 2 things about this that really, one is it's John Morton's, the new offensive coordinator, his stamp on the staff, bringing a guy from Denver, and 2 is Tanner Engstrom is apparently gone. Now, was he? Did they know he was leaving and taking a job with either? Because right now there's no reports of him taking another job just yet. I suspect he will be taking another job. Is this a Lions, okay, you're going to leave, we need to find a guy, or is it a you need to find a new job kind of thing? I suspect it's the you're going to leave, we got to find a guy. But
I would think that would be it. And it's interesting because I'd love to know behind the scenes, how does that work? When you have 2 coordinators that are leaving the team to take head coaching gigs,
yeah,
do they start talking to each other? Like, does Ben Johnson pick up the phone and talk to Aaron Glenn, say, okay, look, we're both head coaches now. We're both probably going to raid the staff here. What are you going to go? What do you want? Can we have to Rochambeau for it? What do we got here? And because obviously Ben Johnson took guys, and now Aaron Glenn's taking a guy. I doubt
they talk to each other because they're now, unfortunately, like what they are. They're competitors. They're enemies. I doubt there's a negotiation. I think there's only a negotiation with the candidate where you're trying to outbid the other guy or make your job sound better if they're both going after Tanner Engstrand. But I don't think there's some friendly discourse.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. I think it's just.
Is it just I'd like to think that there is? Everybody gets along. We're all friends here.
I mean, you could if you care to think that way, but
it's the NFL. It's nice and warm and fuzzy.
But hey, man, I mean, look, the David Shaw hire is interesting, and I think it's. I mean, when a new coordinator comes in, that guy gets some say. That guy gets to put together, at least to a degree, his staff. It's not as if Dan Campbell has no say. I'm sure Dan Campbell has to be on board with it as well. But This feels like John Morton's first touch is to go get a passing game coordinator. Look, what happened this year in Denver with Bo Nix was awfully impressive. Bo Nix and Jared Goff are different kinds of quarterbacks, but it's still, I mean, you talk about a dude who must have made an impression when he was here. Johnny Morton, our new, not the player. Are we calling him John or Johnny? How are we going to do this?
I don't know, man. I got confused.
I mean, it's
not that Johnny Morton.
No, but I don't want to confuse the audience either.
Right.
Like we got to come up with a rule. What's the rule? Anyway, the new OC, Jay Morton, is, he's putting his touch on this thing.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what it's going to look like. Because I don't think it's going to look terribly different than what we've seen. But
it shouldn't.
Yeah, right. But he had been here a couple years ago, and they really liked him a couple years ago before they let him go on to greener pastures and do his thing. So, I mean, they have confidence. They know who he is. It's obviously it shouldn't be the exact same.
No.
And we know that losing Ben Johnson is a loss. There's no question about that. But when you're bringing in a guy who was here a couple of years ago, you also know that it's getting the quarterback stamp of approval because they've said this publicly.
No way it's not.
Yeah, I mean, they've said publicly that they're going to have Jared Goff involved, want to make sure that Jared's comfortable with whoever the new OC is going to be. And so they could have gone from within with Scotty Montgomery or Tanner Engstrand or, Mark Brunell or any bunch of guys, right? But they didn't, which I think that to me is interesting.
Do you find yourself more comfortable with the coaching, with the offense or the defense moving forward? Do either of these hires or do either of them worry you?
I'm not. They don't worry. I guess is the wrong word.
I'm not trying to pan on Kelvin Shepard or John Morton. I'm just saying they're both replacing very well respected. I mean, who they are replacing were very well respected coaches here in Detroit.
I guess I'm more secure that the offense will be fine. The defense, I don't know yet.
Okay.
And I have a lot of confidence in what they're doing. I think they have a ton of confidence in Shepard. I think what Aaron Glenn had to say on the way out was great about Shepard and what he's going to be moving forward. So, I mean, I feel better about it. But if I have any concern, it would be more on the defensive side. Because what Aaron Glenn was able to get done with all the injuries is nothing short of remarkable. And I don't know if an inexperienced guy would be able to have those results. I doubt it.
I guess hiring a guy, how you're going to do if you have a historic amount of injuries is something I probably even wouldn't be thinking of. Right? I'd just be thinking of, okay, here's our defensive personnel. What can this guy get done with this defensive personnel? If you start getting into what are you going to do if everybody's hurt, I mean, I guess you do prepare for worst case scenario, but I don't know if it really figures into the hire per se. Kang, do you have a concern with either, losing one of these guys or the other?
I don't have any real concern, but it's a great question if you ask me which do I have more concern for, and if I had to pick which side I have more concern for, I would say it's the offense. And it's just because the relationship between Ben Johnson and Jared Goff was talked about so much and it was so strong, and both guys talked about it, and Dan Campbell talked about it. You couldn't ignore the fact that when Ben Johnson took over officially as that offensive coordinator, the progress and the development you saw, and just, the play of Jared Goff leaps and bounds above what it was when he first got here. With the defense, at least you're promoting a guy from within. So I think he generally knows the exact concepts and things that Dan Campbell wants to run. With the offense, you're bringing a guy from the outside in, and you're not promoting from within. So I think all those things you take into account, so which makes me, I would lean more concerned for the offense. Defensively, you're going to get back players as well, which with McNeil and Hutch, I think that helps a lot. But yeah, it's talked about throughout the NFL, Doug, is the relationship between the coordinator and the quarterback.
Yeah. Well, I would have to think it was good when he was here. I mean, they aren't going to do something nonsensical.
Yeah, overall, I'm not concerned, but if I had to pick a side, I'd be more concerned with the offense.
All right, 248-539-9797. You want to continue this conversation. By the way, one of us said, a member of the show said, enough, it's time to end it.
Really?
Yeah, enough, it's time to end it. We will get to that today at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, a great atmosphere, and all the great specials they have during the great games you'll love to watch. You want to watch any sporting event? 24 Seconds is the place. In fact, for that big game coming up next Sunday, they have free squares and food and drink specials. They got specials for the Michigan and Michigan State basketball games as well. 20-ounce Miller Lite on special for $3.75. That's all day, every day. For Detroit hockey and basketball games, they got $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. Plus, trivia is back on Thursdays at 8 p.m., and 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you need any event or party catered, let 24 Seconds do it. They've got you covered. They'll cover work parties, celebrations, any kind of event. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is also hiring cooks. No experience necessary. They will train you. Plus, 24 Seconds has a great seat for everybody. There's not a bad seat in the house. Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. It's awesome. The service is great. Food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
I'm Doug, and that is Scott. Gator's back. He fended off the vid. No, you didn't have COVID.
No, it was not.
He defeated a cough, and he is back.
I see Kenny's back, too.
Yep.
Hey, buddy.
Kenny was sick, too.
Yeah, there were rumors going around.
Yeah, there's a lot of these two should stop making out.
It's just rumors, man.
Yep.
That's why we didn't say anything.
Nope. No,
we're responsible around here.
What you do in your own times. Totally. All right, so 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming in on these Lions hires. Mike says, awesome, David Shaw. When I think of high flying passing attacks, I think of Shaw and Stanford. He was the offensive coordinator for Andrew Luck, right?
I don't. Was he there with Harbaugh?
I believe so. He was. I'm pretty sure. Let me go double check this. I mean, look, when he took over at Stanford, there was a lot of rushing attack, but he was the offensive coordinator, and he was the offensive coordinator from 2007 until 2010, and I believe he was the offensive coordinator for Andrew Luck. Shaw's unit successfully during his years as coordinator, led by 2010 Heisman Trophy runner-up Andrew Luck. So, I mean, they threw it around. Will writes in, Brad Holmes needs to address defensive needs this offseason with as much enthusiasm as he did for Ben Johnson in the offense. Kelvin Shepard needs help. Okay, so we kind of had this debate earlier in the week, and that is whether or not they really truly have enough defensively if they're healthy. I mean, I'm not saying you don't look to address some things, but they've got some cap space. If they dedicate a good portion of their free cap space to bring back Carlton Davis and maybe Derek Barnes, Fatou Melifamu maybe as well, do they have to go out of house? And I know you want everything. Why don't they go get Khalil Mack? Why don't they go get, insert name of expensive player here?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't unless that player takes a one-year contract. Because they go from having like the 7th most cap space in the league this offseason to the 28th most cap space in the league next offseason. And next offseason, they've got contracts that they have to figure out. Kirby Joseph is going to be very expensive. They got to pick up options on Hutch and presumably J-Mo, but maybe not. But that's the one that gets some debate. Their money is kind of spoken for down the road, so they could maybe add something, but most of the best players aren't going to want one-year deals in Detroit.
No, but we see it happen all the time. Once you get past that flurry of free agency, that's where you start finding bargains. There's some really good players that you end up signing for just one-year deals. And I always thought it was interesting when they traded for Carlton Davis that they didn't extend him. I kept waiting. Oh, hey, news on the Lions extending Carlton Davis for 2 years, and it didn't happen. So are they in a position now where they'll say to Carlton Davis, we want to bring you back for 1 year?
If they can get Carlton Davis back, like there was a story, we'll get to it coming up. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Corey here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Corey.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
So I want to take you back to the 22 season, if you recall, when John Morton was here. Afterwards, if you go back to Dan Campbell's 23 combine media availability, he was kind of bummed out to lose John Morton, but it was kind of like a perfect storm for him, so to speak, because he lives in Denver in the off season, and due to his previous relationship with Sean Payton, it was kind of just the perfect storm for him. But I mean, so I don't think it was necessarily, just going on to greener pastures, career-wise, but also family-wise. But another thing is, I mean, he served with Dan Campbell on Sean Payton's staff in 2016 in New Orleans, and then I think the continuity between him and David Shaw is fantastic because their relationship goes back 20-plus years to Oakland during Gruden's first stint in Oakland, as well as Shaw serving and at Stanford under Roman and Harbaugh, as well as John Morton serving under Roman and Harbaugh in San Fran. So I think the continuity will be there, but yeah, I think the loss of Engstrand was big because even they have a previous relationship with it. Engstrand gotten into coaching in 2005. He was a GA under John Morton at the
It's really
University.
the Engstrand story is intriguing because I'm going to assume here that the Lions are aware of him probably taking a job on Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson's staff. I'm going to make that assumption that this is not anything other than that, and they basically went out and got the guy before that became public. But hey, man, they've moved relatively quickly. They bounced back, and here's an underrated thing they did, and maybe it's not underrated, but we haven't brought up yet. Keeping Hank Fraley.
Huge.
Yeah. So now you've got a pass game coordinator that is, seems to be part of a very good passing game with a rookie quarterback this past year in Denver. And he's got, he had success with Andrew Luck when he was the offensive coordinator at Stanford. And my man just mentioned the resume. You got a run game coordinator and a well-respected guy that the offensive line absolutely loves and seems to be, obviously a candidate that's got a good reputation around the league when he's interviewing for offensive coordinator jobs. So bottom line here is I'm feeling good about the offense. Yeah,
I've always kind of felt good about the offense, and the caller brought up the point. He's here in 2022, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the second half of that season is where Jared Goff really took off. It was the first season he's here, or I should say, the first season was a rough, and then the second half of the season started to go. But that second season, Goff was here in 2022. Things really started to click.
Yep.
And then it was a matter of, can the defense catch up? And they went 8-2 down the stretch and beat Green Bay at Green Bay to finish the season. It was fantastic. That offense was going really well.
Yep.
So this guy's been a part of that. He was a part of implementing a lot. I don't want to take anything away from Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson was fantastic. And I'd rather have Ben Johnson, you betcha.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel a lot of comfort in knowing that they're bringing in a guy who was part of it, that we just don't remember too much because he went away. And when the Lions blew up, all the attention went on the OC.
Yeah, I'm not incredibly concerned or worried, but I will bring up, the other side here, play devil's advocate a little bit. How many times have we heard in this league, this quarterback has changed the coordinators this many times? It's never a good thing. Quarterbacks don't want to change coordinators. Not that they have a final say. If a guy wants to leave or a guy, gets promoted, he's going to leave. But to me, we hear that far too often for it not to be some kind of correlation there. Jalen Hurts, when he had a down year last year, they blamed the coordinator. Guess what they did? They fired that coordinator. Now he's got another coordinator. I know that no one prefers to keep changing coordinators, but I think it does have an effect. It can have an effect.
It can.
That doesn't mean that he can also get better. There's that part too. This offense, I know it sounds crazy, but they can even get better. But I just wanted,
I would agree with that if they had brought in somebody that had no history with Jared Goff whatsoever. If they went outside the organization and brought somebody from the Chargers, had nothing to do with Jared Goff, nothing to do with Dan Campbell, nothing to do with this offense at all, I'd be okay. I'm a little concerned because we don't know. But because this guy was here a couple years ago and clearly has a rapport with Goff,
yeah, maybe so. But also the Eagles promoted a guy from within last year, and they fired him the following year.
But the Lions made it a point to say publicly that they were going to include Jared Goff in these discussions, that they weren't going to bring in somebody that he wasn't comfortable with.
Well, there's no guarantees it's going to work. Let's be clear about that.
Right.
But it doesn't sound like it's a logical thing. All right, I mentioned before the break, somebody said enough. This was on last night, and Ken came in today and said enough. Enough of?
The NFL Pro Bowl games. That's enough. And I don't even know what it is anymore. Did you guys watch any of it?
I had it on. I was watching Baker Mayfield throw at giant screens and get points.
I saw a video on Twitter about. I watched Goff's run because I saw that Goff had the best score. I'm like, I'm not going to waste my time watching Baker throw or Sam Darnold throw or Joe Burrow. Let me watch, because somebody had said something. Oh, Joe Burrow was on fire. I'm like, okay, well then why is it that Goff had 15 more points? Let me watch Goff's run. That was so I saw that clip. I saw the clip of
you saw clips. You didn't actually watch it.
I didn't watch it.
Okay. I watched Justin Jefferson put on Mickey Mouse gloves and try to catch a football, and I said, all right, that's enough.
That's a Pro Bowler right there.
Yeah, that's a Pro Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, they did that, didn't they?
Yes, they did, Doug. Yep. He put on these huge white gloves, bigger than soccer goalie gloves. You're familiar with those, Doug?
Yes.
These are literally like Mickey Mouse type gloves that Mickey Mouse wears in Disney World, and you try to catch footballs with them. Now, I understand the money makes the world go around, and if you get ratings and you sell advertising, you make money, you just continue to do it. But I think there is a point where the money doesn't help your product overall. And I think if people talk poorly about your product because of this exhibition you continue to try to put on, and then, by the way, you're down to your 5th, 6th Pro Bowl alternate, is Drake May a Pro Bowl quarterback now? I don't even, because of this, because guys got Cancunitis and they don't want to even be there.
It feels like it's kind of just who they can get to
exactly.
show up.
It's a participation bowl at this point.
Yep.
Well, these are the games leading up to the actual flag football game that they do, right?
Yeah,
so they're just trying to make it
competition.
interesting. It's just skills stuff. They're trying to make it interesting, and apparently that was too much for Kang, all this.
Yeah, well,
I just think it's hurting the product overall. The NFL, everyone makes fun of it. Does anyone go, awesome?
Well, I didn't even watch
Yeah.
it, so I didn't even know it was on.
Yeah, it's they're hanging on to an archaic paradigm of trying to fit something in with all-stars when they're just not going to play a game. So they're looking for something. Does it if the only thing that would make this valuable is if it makes money for the players' retirement fund, or for, do the Pro Bowl games make money for any good reason?
I don't know, man. I have no interest in I haven't watched it in forever. I don't care.
I know they already got rid of the game, the actual game, because that was just complete farce, right?
Right.
Now they've gone to this stuff
made
and
it
the
a
flag
football game.
And I don't even think that's worth it for players and how much money they make and how much they're worth to their teams to get hurt in a flag football game.
Well, it wouldn't be. Yeah. But
Okay.
are they going to go to get the vacation and get paid for it?
I mean, it's Orlando.
Yeah, well, it's still a week in Orlando that you're not paying for, and they'll actually pay you money.
Apparently, it raises money for the NFL's retirement plan and for the NFL Player Care Foundation, which is basically former players that need basic living expenses and housing costs paid. So there is that, if this is an accurate Google search. 248-539-9797. Hey, coming up at 11:05, we got to talk about that Wings win last night at Edmonton, and something we're constantly searching for. In Detroit, we've seen it recently, and we're searching for it. We will get to that. We want more. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, they're Lions fans all season long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. What an epic season they just had. And it was a hell of a ride, and obviously disappointing in the end. But they did clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, the 1 seed. Jameer Gibbs shattered the record for most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate this, UMCU has a great offer for you right now. Earn 4% on CDs. That's right. Secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Confidence you have in the head coach. Confidence you have in the GM. Confidence you have in Gibbs being one of the best young stars in the league. That's right. Confidence that the Lions will be back. Celebrate the Detroit Lions with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. Promotion is available for a limited time, so join the winning team today. It's easy. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Unnamed texter writes in, I'm more secure about the Lions offense, but I'm more excited with the new defensive coordinator. He could potentially make us a top 5 unit. Let's be honest, they can't be much worse than they were under Glenn over 4 years.
I guess you weren't paying attention to what Aaron Glenn was doing.
I mean, to me, Aaron Glenn is – he was fighting with one hand behind his back. And, you know, some of the guys they were parading out there were, you know, edge rusher 6, cornerback 5. It was tough. And, you know, the one thing about Aaron Glenn, and we talked about this a little bit when he was here, but I have a lot of faith in him being a good head coach because I think he gets buy-in. I think he gets his guys to buy in. And the skill set to become a head coach is different than a skill set to be a great coordinator. And I think, you know, he feels to me like this is a dude that that really gets people to do what he asks.
So the 4 years Aaron Glenn was here as defensive coordinator, the first year, Lions gave up 27.5 points a game, second to worst in the league. The next year, they gave up 25 points a game. That was 5th worst in the league, so slight improvement. The next year, they gave up 23.2 points a game, which was about 9th in the league, 9th worst in the league. Then this past year, they gave up 20 points a game, which was good enough for 7th in the league. 7th in the league at 20.1 points a game, with a defense that was without everybody that they were without. We all know who the players are.
Yeah.
And if you want to go out and denigrate what Aaron Glenn did, you're just misinformed. You don't understand how good he was.
Yeah.
With what he had to work with.
Fun little note, by the way, and the Birchie kid did a story about David Shaw coming in as passing game coordinator and pointed out that David Shaw's dad, Willie, was the Lions defensive backs coach in the mid-'80s. And at the time, David Shaw was at Rochester Adams.
I did not know that.
Yeah, where he was a wide receiver. Did anybody out there play with him? Anybody play against him? Remember playing against David Shaw? 85 to 88?
Well, he would have been there. In high school, would have been a little bit later than that.
His father, Willie, was the team's defensive back coach from 85 to 88. Shaw, a teenager at the time, attended Adams High School, where he was started a wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how old he is.
Yeah.
So he would have been a sophomore when I was a senior.
Okay, so you wouldn't have played against him.
No, we didn't play against Adams, even though they were close to us, but we did not play him. I'm just saying he would have been like 87, 88, 89.
Would have been when he was playing. Yeah. Well, apparently he was on the Adams High School team as a wide receiver. So I don't know if anybody played against him, but it'd be kind of cool.
I mean, you know what's crazy? Like David Shaw's name has been around for 20 years. You know, back in the days of Stanford and all that, and yet was never really. I don't remember it ever being brought up that he was a local guy for a while.
Yeah.
Let alone he was from Adams. He went to Rochester Adams. That's kind of crazy to me.
248-539-9797. Well, asking you shall receive. Brian is in Pontiac and on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how you doing? I grew up with David Shaw. He was a year older than me. And we went to Adams and Van Hoosen junior high together. I also played some Gus Macker tournaments with him growing up.
Nice.
Great guy, great family man. He even played a great joke on me my sophomore year. I got called up to varsity basketball. Our point guard went down against Pontiac Central or Northern, and I had no thoughts of getting in the game. And he told me that the coach wanted me in the game at the time. I got up nervous to rip off my pants, and he started laughing hysterically. And and told me he was only joking that I wasn't going in. So had some really fond memories of him. He's a great guy. I think he's even helped save his younger brother's life, and just a great guy.
Well, a couple things, some follow-ups. What do you remember about him as a football player?
So for the time, there's two athletes in my life. I played basketball at a small college in Ohio. Two athletes growing up that I distinctly remember as the best athletes that I've been around, and he is one of them. I remember him jumping over a 10-speed in 9th grade and dunking a basketball. I thought that was the greatest thing
pretty
ever.
Impressive.
Yeah, he real humble. I can't say enough about him, and really how good of a guy he is.
That's awesome. Well, we appreciate the phone call and the intel, Brian. Played with him in Gus Mackers. Joe played on him. Jumped over a 10-speed.
And dunked.
I was at a Gus Macker once in the dunk contest, and a guy tried to jump over somebody in a chair. Tried.
Oh, no.
It was an epic disaster. I have never seen a gym erupt in so much laughter. It was so funny.
Full on.
Just
pelvis to the face.
And by the way, came so far away from accomplishing it that it made you wonder what they were thinking to even try it.
That's great.
Like the buildup was classic, and then the actual effort made me think that this was never, ever physically possible. I knew the guy too.
Who tried?
Yeah.
What'd you say to him afterwards? Like, dude, what?
He laughed about it. Everybody laughed about it. I almost wondered if he knew he wasn't going to make it. It was just like, let's have some fun.
I thought maybe the moment I was going to get the adrenaline, the crowd had me pumped up.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not good. So anyway, David Shaw coming in to be a part of the Detroit Lions staff. 248-539-9797. More feedback. The NFL could use the revenue. Oh, this is about the Pro Bowl. NFL could use the revenue from one streaming game they sell for $150 million to fund the NFL pension. They don't need a Pro Bowl fundraiser. Yeah, they could, but they don't. They use that to line their pockets.
Yeah, if only they had a way to make money to help the former players with health insurance.
If only.
If only. Well, we'll come up with. We'll come up with.
The league is looking. We're going to spitball some things.
Yeah, right.
Try to find.
Hey, Marty, you think we can do this?
Wendy, do we have the wherewithal to try to contribute some funding to the former players? We can do that.
Your Marty Bird impression is fantastic.
Mr. Navarro, I think we can do it.
They did a newlywed type game between the players and this thing. That's from Max and Bath. They really missed a sponsorship opportunity with Hamburger Helper with the catch competition. The big, huge mitts.
They could have gave that money to the retirees.
Yeah.
By the way, the Hamburger Helper guy, he's a little needy, isn't he? He's always got the hand out. It's like, dude, I just gave you a high five like 5 seconds ago. What am I supposed to do?
Why are we doing this again? 248-539-9797. Let's go. Red Wings. How about them? How about them last night winning at Edmonton? Best team in the West. Gotta love it. We'll get to that. And they've done something lately that's awesome. We'll get to that today at 11:03 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make it 4 straight wins for the Red Wings, who beat the Oilers 3-2 in a shootout last night to start their Northwestern road trip on the right foot. Captain Dylan Larkin tied the game in the second and scored to end the shootout. The Wings are now 12-4-1 since hiring Todd McClellan, 2 points out of a wild card spot, 3 back of third in the Atlantic. They next take the ice tomorrow at the Flames. Cade Cunningham becomes just the 5th Pistons All-Star since 2008. The most recent, 2019, and Blake Griffin. Detroit opens a 6-game homestand tonight against the Mavs downtown. That tip-off at 7. Pre-game at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions quarterback Jared Goff wins the passing accuracy contest at the Pro Bowl last night. Frank Ragnow in the spike competition, and Brian Branch was playing dodgeball last night. Pro Bowl ends on Sunday with the flag football game. And both Oakland and UAD get in the win column last night. Golden Grizzlies, without suspended head coach Greg Kampe, beat Green Bay 68-54, and the Titans over Northern Kentucky 68-57. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Daniel on Twitter wants to know who's the new guy. His name is Scott Anderson. We're giving him a try. See how he does here. It just happens to have the same name as the show. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now he's back after battling a cough all week, and it's good to have you back, buddy. I know you were spending a ton of your time in recovery sleeping and didn't dare stay up late and watch the Red Wing game, right?
Oh, I watched Red Wing.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
I didn't sleep much.
So the problem with that game is it was exciting, and it is, it's a big win for them, and it's on the West Coast, and I imagine there's a good portion of our audience that didn't catch it. But that's okay. We're used to this. The West Coast trips, 3-2 in a shootout, and they're 2 points out of the playoffs as it stands right now. The shootout wins are better than shootout losses, but not as good as regulation wins. But hey, you'll take it. And you know what I love? The last 2 games, they fell behind 2-0 in both of them. And they have outscored the opposition 7-0 since falling behind 2-0 in those 2 games. It's good to see. It's good to see them battle back, come from behind, and get the win. And a couple of Red Wings earned a nap, including Mo Sider, who played over 30 minutes of that game last night.
Well, when you get to overtime, that's kind of what happens. But he is such a force. And I'm sure you've seen the highlight of the save, and then the puck goes behind. It's up high, and he tips it out of midair. He's ridiculous. The whole team right now is playing at a level that's so much fun to watch because the team is so young. Yeah, they've got some veteran players, but it's the young guys that are stepping up and making the most of their opportunities. We see Albert Johansson playing as well as he is playing in really his rookie season here. He's settled in very nicely. Simon Edvinsson's great, Gustafsson looks like he's playing the part now of being the veteran defenseman that they needed to add to this team. He's looking good out there. Marco Kasper has flourished since joining that top line. Remember the first game he played as a Red Wing? The only game he played that season, and he was making plays in that game the first time he ever played. Was willing to go into the corners, dig the puck out, and send it out. I'm like, I'm excited about this. And then he doesn't put up any kind of eye-popping numbers in the minors or at Grand Rapids or wherever he's played. It just was nothing eye-popping. And then, makes the team out of training camp here, gets us an opportunity, and not really seeing much. And I was worried. I'm not worried anymore.
Dude.
You put him up there, maybe it's just you play with Raymond and Larkin, you're going to play well, but you're expected to. And he's a point-a-game guy since being moved up to that position, and he doesn't look out of place at all. He's adding a little bit of grit that you want to see from those guys. He's been great.
Raymond and Larkin had nothing to do with his full-length pass off the boards last night right on Larkin's tape to send him in for the second goal. And yeah, we have to be encouraged with a 20-year-old.
Well, and I mentioned Johansson earlier. The play that Johansson made on Connor McDavid last night. I mean, McDavid's coming in. It's the scariest player in the NHL coming in on you. And he's like totally relaxed, stayed there, didn't panic, moved to his right when it looked like McDavid going to go to his right, go to his left, whatever. He just stayed right with it, rolled with it, and then calmly knocks the puck away.
He's got
that was a big boy moment, man.
A hot dog roller in his living room, and he's got a Red Wing tattoo on his forehead. It's Kenny Cott behind the glass. You were excited about that.
I think, Gator, you nailed it when you brought up the Connor McDavid play. They're doing it against elite talent last night. This isn't a bum team. This isn't the San Jose Sharks they're doing this against. They're playing big boy hockey. They're playing big boy minutes. Marco Kasper, I think out of all the guys you mentioned, has impressed me the most because, like you said, Gator, at the beginning of the season, he didn't put up eye-popping numbers. At the beginning of the season, he was working hard. You could tell that he was putting the effort in, but it just didn't pan out to results. Now we're seeing, you're right, point a game. He's not looking out of place, and it's against high-quality competition.
Top line. You're on the top line, you're going to take on the top line.
And Simon Edvinsson, I saw some of his advanced nerdy metrics. I won't get into the minutia of it, but him and Mo Seider are putting up great defensive metrics, top of the league pairing type of stuff.
And Soderblom is also stepped in since he's been brought up. Look, he's not playing on the top two lines, but he looks pretty good out there with Rasmussen and Fisher. I like that line. They combined for a goal last night, and you notice him. It's hard not to when you're 6'8", whatever he is, 250 pounds. But he's starting to use that reach and use that body, and he's got hands that are soft enough that he can make passes. There's a lot of young guys in this team. They have a lot of talent, and that this team is maybe they're poised to be in a really good place soon.
Do you think Soderblom sticks around up here?
I think he does.
I think he might play his way into it.
Yeah.
He's playing well enough. He certainly doesn't look out of place.
We're 5 weeks away from the trade deadline. Eisman's got some decisions to make. I mean, they'll have Patrick Kane will come back soon. And you're going to have to start shifting rosters. Shine's probably going to go back down or whatever. But I think Soderblom's earned his keep here.
Tell you what, it's a great problem to have.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining.
So we're always looking for something, and we've seen it recently. And that is when you have a team that's not particularly good, you're looking to be able to put a pin in that moment in time they turned it around. And you don't know if it's happening here with the Red Wings or the Pistons for that matter, but the equivalent of when the Lions were 1-6 in Dan Campbell's second year, and they won a home game against Green Bay 15-9. And they proceeded to win, I think, 7 of their last 8 games it was, and they're 40-13 or whatever it is since. Like that moment when they won that game was the beginning of the flip in terms of the results. And so you're wondering when it might happen for our teams. I don't know if the Tigers did that last year. I looked it up. The Tigers were 7 games under 500. They won a game at San Francisco and then swept Seattle and went, 24-12 the rest of the way and made the playoffs, whatever it was. It was something like that. And so I was the beginning, early couple weeks of August. Is that the beginning of a turnaround for the Tigers where they're going to be good for a minute here? Is the firing of Derek Lalonde and bringing in Todd McClellan? Is that the moment in time that this team is launched into an era of being pretty good? The Pistons have really turned it around since the middle of December. Is that the moment in time that we'll look back at and say that's when they started to really turn the corner? I mean, because if you think about it, the way the Tigers finished the season, if they enter the season this year playing that way, they're going to be damn good.
Yeah.
If the Red Wings are going to finish the hockey season the way they've started under McClellan, they're going to the playoffs. And if the Pistons continue to play the way they need a win, but if they continue to play the way they've played since December 11th or 12th or whenever it was that they got hot again, they're going to make the playoffs and probably be outside of the play-in tournament. I don't know if that's the equivalent of the Green Bay game, if any of these, but we've got the three other teams outside the Lions, which are on the marquee of Detroit sports, all with these potential turnaround moments that we'll monitor. They're not all going to work out. But it's good to see. The Tigers finished last season on such a heater. Red Wings, that's a nice win, man.
Yeah, and it's easy to point to the Red Wings and see where it is because it's a coaching change. All right, the first game out, not so much. When they lost to Toronto, but since that moment, they've been, 12-3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yep.
This team. And they went through a 7-game win streak. Now they got a 4-game win streak going here. This is exciting stuff to watch this team, and it's the kind of hockey they're playing. And during this, the transition to McClellan, a lot of it had been with the power play. Well, the power play has kind of calmed down the last few games. Maybe that coincides with Patrick Kane being hurt, but they're still finding a way to win. Didn't they go over in the power play last night? And they still win. How do you beat Edmonton when you don't score a power play? And by the way, how do you keep Edmonton didn't score a power play goal either? How do you do that with all the players they have? The penalty kill has gotten better. The power play has been better, although the last few games not so much. But overall, under McClellan, these are two big changes. And, there's definitely a difference in the energy that the team is putting out every night. That had to change, and it's changed. And maybe there was an edict from Yzerman, and McClellan comes in. He's a no-nonsense guy and lays it out. Remember, just play effing hockey.
Wasn't the first goal was a power play goal, wasn't it, for Edmonton?
I thought it came right after.
It might have. The one that bounced over Sherratt's stick. Probably not his favorite moment last night. How does a goalie, by the way, and Alex Lyon, basically give up a terrible goal where he tries to flop on the puck and misses and still have a great game and be like number one star kind of guy? It can happen. 248-539-9797. Wings fans, have they turned the corner? Like, is this team?
It was Draisaitl's goal was a power play.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is this team, do you really believe they've turned the corner and they're going to ride this right into the postseason, into the Stanley Cup playoffs? The FanDuel kick of destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl II legends will take the field, sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel kick of destiny. 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to the Showdown Live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox, 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We were talking about turning points. We got some feedback here. How about the Williamsport game for the Tigers? Remember that? The Little League game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They came from behind. Yeah. They came from behind, and it felt like everyone was there to see the Yankees, and the Tigers kind of stole the show. The young Tigers that, all the Little Leaguers were there, and they showed a shot of the Tigers tying the game in the ninth, and the kids were going crazy. And I'm like, wow, did we just steal the show up in here? And probably not. It was probably just a bunch of kids going, woohoo, we don't have to go back yet. Kids love it. Kids love extra innings.
Yeah, and the way they won it was great.
Yep. So, no, that's a good call. And maybe the Todd McClellan hire is going to be a moment in time where, wow, everything changed for this team. Everything changed when they brought him in.
It's hard not to think that.
Exactly.
It's when you've had this kind of success right out of the gate, and the comparison between the team before and after is so stark. You have to say that's it. It's the players have to make that change, but the coach is motivating enough and finding ways to get the most out. That's what you want out of the coach.
Yep.
You can do X's and O's all you want, but if you're able to get the players to execute, that's the thing, and he's definitely done that.
Next up, a Calgary team that is hanging on to the last wild card spot in the Western Conference. And then a game against Vancouver, who is 1 point behind that Calgary team. And those will be West Coast road trip, back-to-back games on, I believe, Saturday, Sunday, right? But yes, Saturday, Sunday. Then they got a day off to play Seattle. This is a tough trip. But, hey, playing really well. And they don't mind the early 2-goal deficit, as they have proven the last 2 games that they have played. In the meantime, Pistons back in action tonight. They haven't reached a y'all better win a game stage, but it'd be good for them to get a win. I think this is one of those nights, a get-right game against the Mavericks. Have faith that they're going to do exactly that. And news, Cade has made the All-Star team. And you know what I like to say? Cade has made his first All-Star game. Because that implies it'd be more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it should.
Yep.
He's had a heck of a season so far. 25 points a game, 9 assists, 6 rebounds. He's been great. And watching the game the other night against the Pacers, did you get a lot of traction talking about that yesterday?
Well, we talked about it a lot. And whether or not, this team, if somebody gets ejected tonight and there's technicals, I'm just like, forget it. They're the bad boys. They're trying to be the bad boys, and they are the bad boys. Between the Orlando game and then this game, and Isaiah Stewart and God, the walking off the floor, pointing back at Thomas Bryant, the holding the Detroit up to the fans. I don't even know if that works in the NBA in this day and age. Draymond Green was an important part of a championship Golden State team, so maybe it does. But
several teams.
Yeah. Lean into it, I guess. We could revisit the Cade Jalen Green debate. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They were coming out, and there was people saying they should have taken Jalen Green. And, Jalen Green's still really good.
I just like that they've given us something to talk about.
Yeah.
That it starts with the changing of the coach and a GM and letting these guys, cook a little bit and make their moves, and they did. And now the team it's a solid team. They're now a game below 500, I think. Mm-hmm. But they're fun to watch. They give a maximum effort. And they're developing these players, which is exciting to see. Cade's having his best season. He's gotten better every year. Each of the 4 years he's been in the league, he has gotten better. And now gets his first All-Star appearance, which is awesome because he deserves it. But can they sustain this? Are they going to be a team that can be a 500 basketball team or slightly better than 500 team the rest of the way, and therefore compete for, a top 6 spot where they don't have to do the play-in thing?
Well, if they keep playing the way they are, and look, they're coming off 2 losses they're somewhat sobering losses, but they're coming off 2 losses against teams ahead of them in the standings. Tonight isn't an important game, but it'll be a reassuring game. It'll be a kind of game that be good to see them get back on the winning track. And look, the Cade acknowledgement. So the All-Star game is fan voting and Is it fan voting, players, and management that put it together?
Media.
Fan voting, players, and media. And the fans get 50% of the vote?
Yes.
Do we know what Cade got in the fan voting?
I know it wasn't, top 3 or anything like that.
So
LaMelo Ball led the fan voting for guards. And he did not make the All-Star team.
That's really interesting. So that basically this means the people that are like either play the game or cover the game is what got Cade into the All-Star game.
Yeah, the people that, it's the fan vote's kind of a popularity vote, right?
Yep. Sure.
We know that.
Yep.
So the guys, I guess, if you want to respect more of their basketball IQ and their opinion, yeah, it's the players and the media.
That's really cool. I mean, I would imagine as a player, the name recognition and being acknowledged by the fans is, you probably love it all, but the fact that your peers had something to do with it, that feels, to me, that's the bigger deal.
Yeah, Cade was 6th in the fan ranking for guards in the Eastern Conference for the NBA.
Okay, well, I mean that's still pretty. That's still getting your respect. I mean, is he the 6th best guard in the East? I don't know, but he's certainly established himself in this league enough to get this kind of acknowledgement. So
yeah, first Pistons All-Star since Blake Griffin.
Wow.
You know
That's
what's
right.
crazy about that is I saw that today, and it's first Pistons All-Star since Blake Griffin, which was back in 2019, and it feels like it was eons ago. Like
that's pre-COVID.
But if you'd asked me what year did that happen, I would have, I don't know, 2016. I would have thought it was a lot longer than 2019. But this is way more exciting than Blake Griffin.
Yeah, Blake Griffin made the All-Star team as a Piston without playing above the rim.
Yeah.
He was pretty much a three-point shooter.
Now, I bet he got in on fan voting.
He had to change his game. Yeah, I mean, but he was an all-star with the Clippers, so you kind of traded for an all-star. The Cade thing feels better and different because it is. I mean, you drafted this guy. Yeah, homegrown. You developed him, watch him grow, and then the team starts to win, and then he gets recognition.
It's organic.
Do they have a next all-star? Who would be their next all-star?
Jalen Duren, maybe?
I mean, Ivy was playing well, but their next all-star might be someone they trade for.
Right.
Maybe it's Malik Beasley.
Asur?
Although he would have to play more.
There's a long way to go. I know people are super excited, but he's got a long way to go.
You win games in this league, you get more recognition. That's the one thing that hurt LaMelo. If you're a LaMelo Ball fan, that team's terrible. It doesn't matter how many stats you put up.
All right, 248-539-9797. 3 people from NFL.com have mocked the same player to the Lions. We'll tell you who it is today at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Talk to our Scott Anderson to get some Red Wing feedback here. Joe and the Thumb. He sent a text. It's okay. The last 2 games, the Wings got down by 2 goals and came back to win them both. Score 5 in a row against Kings, and not too many teams win in Edmonton falling behind to start a game. As long as Larkin stays healthy, the Wings make the playoffs, maybe even top 3 in the Atlantic. Okay, so a couple things here. One is like Dylan Larkin, Raymond, Casper, they're really, that line has been so good. And, it's developing other scoring. As far as making the top 3, I think they're 3 points out. Let me double check.
They are 3 points
3 points out. I mean, that'd be cool. And it'd be nice to be something other than like first round fodder too, like going with a little bit of momentum and looking like they could do some damage. I think Casper has potential to be a 30-goal guy a year in a couple of years. Very impressed with what I've seen so far. That's from an unnamed texter. McLellan has turned Raymond into a thinking puck carrier that can hold it and make a play. He's skating around people. So are many of the other guys. Alex DeBrincat's got to love playing with Raymond on the power play because he's got 2 goals in the last 4 or 5 games where it feels like the only person that knew where DeBrincat was the puck carrier, Raymond, where he just set him up with the yawning nets.
DeBrincat absolutely would be happy that a guy like Lucas Raymond's out there. DeBrincat benefits from having guys that can get him the puck. It's why he works so well with Patrick Kane, and when Patrick Kane's on the power play, everybody's better. But there's no question Lucas Raymond has taken his game up to a level that I didn't know if he was going to be able to. We saw at the end of last year, he came up with big play after big play, big goal after big goal. Like, is that sustainable? Is this what he is? Yeah, that's who he is. This is a guy who's better than point a game.
Yeah.
Is this a guy that could threaten 100 points in a season at some point? Yeah.
And then there's this one. The Wings will choke in the end of the regular season like they always do. No playoffs again this year. Just play effing hockey. Just as easy as snapping your fingers. Yeah, right.
All right, I got to go home. I thought we had a chance.
You sick? Feeling sick again?
Great,
yeah, it's too bad. What, signed Maple Leaf fan? Signed Chicago fan?
Oh.
I don't know who it is. But the point is, do you think to just play effing hockey, it doesn't come with a list of things that entails?
I mean, 17 games into it, it's still a short sample size, but it's not that short of a sample size.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay, Gator, you found it. 3 people from the NFL Network have all mocked the same player to the Detroit Lions. So this is apparently some sort of spoiler. If you don't want to know what happens in the Lions draft, maybe you shouldn't listen. What do you got?
Well, this is a mock draft, NFL.com, and it comes from Eric Edholm, who's the lead draft writer for them.
Yep.
And he starts off with Abdul Carter going first overall, which is interesting, Tennessee, followed by Travis Hunter. Cam Ward, the first quarterback, goes to the Giants. Mason Graham from Michigan goes 4th overall to the Patriots, followed by Tyler Warren. Then Ashton Genty, 6 overall to the Raiders. Shedeur Sanders would go to the Jets at 7. Other players of interest, you get down. I thought this was interesting that I think it's at 21 is Will Johnson going to Pittsburgh. At 20, Colston Loveland goes to Denver. Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa, would go 22nd to Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Then you get to Derek Harmon, former Michigan State Spartan, finished his career at Oregon. The defensive tackle goes to Minnesota at 24. The pick is in at 28 for the Detroit Lions. And the pick is edge rusher Mike Green from Marshall. Now, here's what Ed Holden had to say about it. He said, I was both pleased and irritated that Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks each mocked Green to the Lions because it just feels perfect right now. He has Lions-y intensity and can be worked into the rotation early. So not 1, not 2, but 3 mock drafts from the same website, NFL.com, 3 different people, independents there.
So
they have the same player going at 28 overall.
That's interesting. I've talked about him a little bit, and I'm way behind on my typical draft preparation because we actually had a football season to follow. But he was an early guy that I thought was a sleeper. He's no sleeper at all. He's gone to the Senior Bowl, and he stood out. And I'm trying to figure out how to process Senior Bowl performances. And we'll get to that in a minute. But, yeah, I'm a big Mike Green fan. He had 17 sacks last year at Marshall, and he's had a good week. A good week down in Mobile. 248-539-9797. Matt in Rochester, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Matt.
What's up?
I want to talk about the Red Wings a little bit. I'm really impressed with them, and recently it's been great seeing some of the young guys play a lot better. Casper looks like a stud. Even Albert Johansson's been playing really good defensively. But one thing to note, I look at the standings after every game, and this wild card race is such a gauntlet. I mean, you can hardly even see progress at some of their wins as far as the standings go. And if you look at their schedule, it is just brutal. Now, I think they can do it. It just begs the question, like, where could this have been had they fired Newsy, after that Western road trip where they lost to San Jose and Anaheim? Like, if he would have been gone earlier in the season, where could this have been? I really think they could do it, but it's still such an uphill climb. You just don't know.
Yeah, I find myself, I very rarely do the where could they have been thing because it's counterproductive. But yeah, if you look at trying, there's so many teams in the mix here. It is hard to make progress. I mean, it was nice that Boston lost last night, but did everybody else in the chase here win? It feels like it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Ottawa won. Tampa won. The Islanders won. I mean, so it's going to be tough. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, they're in a position where it might be easier to get to that third spot in the Atlantic. Then just take care of all of it. Get out of the wild card chase and catch up to the Senators. Only 3 points behind the Senators, so that could happen. Although, again, Tampa and Boston are right there, so it's just it's going to be somebody's. I mean, this whole wild card thing is basically kept everybody involved but Buffalo. So, all right. So we mentioned there before the caller, the Senior Bowl. How meaningful is the Senior Bowl? Because Gator, the last few years, I think about guys that I have fallen in love with watching Senior Bowl practices. And was I rewarded for falling in love with Andy Isabella, the wide receiver from UMass?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Went to the Cardinals and really didn't do much.
I remember Travis Fulgham from Old Dominion.
The wide receiver?
Yeah.
Lions drafted him.
Yeah. The only one, and it's weird because I seem to have a pattern of falling in love with wide receivers. And it's not like this guy's been elite, but Zay Jones is still playing, the wide receiver out of East Carolina, was a Senior Bowl. Who is this guy? But I feel like the Senior Bowl feels like hard data that we should be paying attention to, and I'm not sure that reality it is.
Who was the running back you loved that ran like very upright?
Yeah, the kid from Slippery Rock.
He was like 6'4".
Yeah, what was his name? Willie?
Oh, I think it was Will something.
Was it? It wasn't Will Shipley.
No.
What the hell was his name?
But there was a running back.
Will Hunting?
Wills.
Yeah, it was something Wills. He played with the Lions, right?
Yeah, they did sign him, and I'm like, yes. What the hell was? Here, I found it. Wes Hills. I was in love with the guy. I was like, this guy's. Who's ever heard of him? Like, look at this guy.
Boy, does he run weird.
Yeah, he did run weird.
Look, what do you?
I got that right, didn't I?
Yeah, sure. It's. I mean, if a guy stands out, a guy stands out, right?
Yep.
And you're only going to see the good reps of players when you're looking through Twitter, because neither one of us is really paying attention to it on if they're even are they advertising? Are they airing the workouts on TV?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen any of it.
No,
I've
all
seen
over it.
highlights of it,
Yep.
so I'm not taking that deep dive, but you see players that look awfully good. Like I saw a rep where Donovan Edwards just made a defensive back look stupid and made a cut and was wide open to the point where the defensive back is out of frame of the shot. It was that good. Restrepo, the receiver from Miami, has been showing up. And then with Tez Johnson, the receiver from Oregon, has been all over the place. But I knew that anyway.
Right.
I knew these were good players to begin with. What I like out of it is seeing the one-on-one battles with the defensive lineman and the offensive lineman. Because that's where you see.
That was Mike Green versus Josh Connerly, where I'm like, stop doing this, Mike. Everyone's going to learn about you, which of course is ridiculous. But
he's not the only one. There's a couple other defensive linemen that fared very nicely there. So I'm not gonna blow up too much with it. But I know you do enjoy it.
I do. Kang brought up a name of a Senior Bowl, like super hype guy that really didn't do much, but everybody was talking about him at the Senior Bowl. Like, I think I did a NFL scouts vote this guy tops at the Senior Bowl.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, I don't.
We will
doubt
get
it.
to that today at 11:46. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here we go. These were some of the headlines on the quick Google search about this player who exploded onto the scene at the Senior Bowl. Blank turns heads at Senior Bowl with wide receiver play. NFL scouts vote blank top Senior Bowl performer. Blank turning heads. Blank is a fascinating prospect. And that name is, Kang?
Ohio State's Braxton Miller. Now, you may remember him as a quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's
Right.
for the
I
NFL.
don't
The next,
remember this now.
So the next level, though, he had to switch positions because he wasn't going to make it as a quarterback. And so he went and did the receiver drills. And he was apparently lighting up the cornerbacks at Senior Bowl.
He
like
had
this
that slant pattern down at the goal line, right?
Yep, exactly. Remember this?
I do.
Ever since then, I will never believe another Senior Bowl report ever. This is me. This is a Kang thing. And I think he's not even in the league now. He's 32 years old. But I remember Doug, and I forgot those headlines, though, but I remember vividly the reports in general that were coming out and saying this guy is just he should have been a receiver the entire time. He's this good. I think he ended up being a third-round pick because of the hype.
Yeah, he accrued 2 seasons worth of stats with Houston, his rookie year and his second year. He caught 34 passes, 1 touchdown each year, 261 yards. Then he bounced around some practice squads, and that was it. But, man, was there some hype.
There was some hype.
He became a third-round pick as a receiver.
Yep.
Whoops.
I mean, look, it's...
Now, it does work the other way, too, though. Didn't Christian Watson get a ton of love?
Yes, he did.
And Tyreek Woolen was another one who got a ton of love out of the Senior Bowl or the practices, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. I mean, it does. It's funny, though, because we do the same thing with the combine.
What?
We do the same thing at spring training.
Come on.
Only no.
Oh, wait a
Gator
second.
doesn't do the spring training thing. No,
batting practice.
Take it back.
Nope. Gator doesn't do that.
No. Cracking a bat doesn't make any different kind of sound in spring than it does or from off any player. And it's not like you hear the ball popping in the catcher's mitt any louder with somebody pitching. No, none of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody comes into camp looking better than they've ever looked in
No.
their entire career.
The shape of his life.
No.
We're human. We're not immune to
New attitude, new team.
Yep. All right, 5 Senior Bowl practices.
New diet.
Who could be first-round fits for the Lions? This, according to Richard Silva of the Detroit News. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
All right, here we go. First, defensive lineman Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. This was a 5-star recruit that everybody wanted out of high school. Didn't he start? He went to Texas A&M? Is that correct?
I believe
was he one
so.
of that
the huge
legendary
class.
Texas A&M class? Eventually ended up at Ole Miss. But he could be a guy.
He's a big guy, like 300 pounds, 330 or something like that.
Something like that, yep. That's a name that is associated. Could be a Detroit Lion. Also from Ole Miss, edge rusher, Princely Omanmielen.
Good job.
Could be. Thank you very much. Omanmielen, 6'4", 265. Played at Florida. He also transferred to Ole Miss. Only 2 players in college football played 100 or more snaps this past season, had a better overall defensive grade from Pro Football Focus than Omanmielen. And those 2 players were Buffalo linebacker Sean Dolak and Marshall edge rusher Mike Green. So if you want yourself an edge rusher, there you go. Cornerback from Florida State, Azarie Thomas, 6'2", 191, adding him to a unit that already includes a couple of premium selections in first rounder Terrion Arnold and second rounder Ennis Rakestraw. Tabbed as a top 100 recruit. Among 325 cornerbacks who were targeted 30 times or more in 2024, Thomas allowed a passer rating of 50.2, 21st out of everybody in college football. Oh, I love this name. From Arkansas, edge rusher Landon Jackson. I love it because it's a lot easier to say. 6'6", 273. Could make sense for the Lions.
All right.
Yep.
Good size.
Yep. And how about this guy? Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, Nodak State. 6'5", 316. And I could see them going O-line in this draft.
I could see O-line. I could see D-line. I could see corner. I could see receiver.
I think Gray Zabel's only going to play O-line. Oh, you mean you could see them going at that position?
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't think that – well, you never know. I mean, Penei Sewell, Doug.
Well, Penei Sewell is certainly a
Dan Skipper.
versatile player. Yeah, that's right.
Malcolm Rodriguez played fullback.
There you go.
Can Gray Zabel of North Dakota State catch a pass? Can he throw a pass?
The truth, Sione Vaki.
The truth.
Safety and running back.
That is correct. So 5 names from the Senior Bowl. So you haven't watched it. You were sick. God, if I were sick, do you know how much Senior Bowl practice I would have watched?
I chose my TV viewing poorly.
You were sick, man. You were not in the right mind.
I was not, and I was really not in my right mind watching what I was watching.
It was making it worse.
Very upset.
He decided to frustrate the hell out of himself.
I did.
Yeah. Well, look, it's always a fun time of year.
Yes or no? Just answer the question.
Just don't, Gator.
Do you think the Lions going to select an offensive lineman? Yes or no?
Thank you. We have breaking news. Shams from ESPN, NBA writer, is reporting that Detroit's Isaiah Stewart has been suspended 1 game for his 6th flagrant foul point of the season. So, do they appeal that?
I don't think so.
Or is he just miss?
He's going to get fined $50,000 as well for gesturing to the crowd and to the players. Just take your medicine. Sit out. You deserve. I mean, dude, the way he just set up that block and moved through him, he deserved to be ejected. And it's based on a number of ejections, right?
Yeah.
Or technical fouls.
It was
or
the
whatever.
second. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just
of that game, not of the year. He's had many more than that.
Yeah. Sit out. Nobody. I mean, I don't think anybody's terribly upset. Sounded like after the game, J.B. Bickerstaff wasn't terribly upset with him.
He defended him.
He said, look, when you say something that crosses the line, now everybody wants to know what was said.
Well, he actually asked the media, now this is up to you to do the fishing. Like, he is calling out the media.
He said, if you guys want to go ahead, you go do it. I'll let you guys go ahead and figure it out. Has anybody gone ahead and figured it out?
Nobody has. I haven't seen a report as to what was said to Isaiah Stewart that triggered him.
Wasn't about Legos, right?
No, that was the previous game.
Yeah.
Yep. But the truth is, the gesturing part too, it's unfortunate he's getting fined for that because that was my favorite part. was the gesturing part. And did you see the wording when the official did the review and he leans over into the mic and they make the call?
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what he said.
His wording was, after review, there is wind-up, impact, and follow-through. The play is a non-basketball play. It's unnecessary and excessive.
Are you saying that hitting a blocking sled is not an NBA play? Because that's what he did. He wound up, he hit, and he followed through.
Impact. Wound up, impact.
Wound up, impact, and follow through.
Which I'm like, okay, whoever that official is, that's the guy that knows the exact wording in the rule book. Like, he used the exact wording from the rule book. And to me, I feel like as a father, there has been a time where I have said to one of my kids, that was unnecessary and excessive.
I feel like that's exactly how you would talk to your kids, Doug. You're a big rule guy.
Yeah.
You probably say, you're like AI generated, man. It's like, this is what you did wrong. This is what you're being punished for. There was wind up, son.
Yep.
There was follow through.
There was impact and there was follow through. So they might be without beef stew tonight. There is no word yet that I've seen. $50,000 to make inappropriate objectionable gestures following his ejection. That's according to Mari Sankofa. Was it really that objectionable, though?
He was just pointing at a guy and then raising
Then he showed his jersey. Yeah, like, this is the team I play for.
Now, maybe it's what he said while he was pointing at the guy. I don't know what he said.
Or there might have been something that didn't make our broadcast, but the league.
I think anybody going off the court and pointing, it's not even so much. It's not like you're doing the middle finger, right? That's obvious. Just the fact that you're making any gesture is going to get you in trouble. I'm going to guess it was accompanied by some salty language that they don't really want out there.
Do you know who made the announcement in the press release from the NBA?
Joe Dumars. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. The executive VP and head of basketball operations. Wasn't Shanahan? Didn't he?
NHL,
he did it for the
Yeah, for a
NHL.
little
Now
bit, yeah.
Dumars. It's pretty amazing to me that our teams keep producing the guys that have
don't
to
want the
hand out the
punishment.
fines. What's great about it too, they have a link at the end of their press release. It says, "To view Stewart's flagrant foul, click here." So yeah, Beef Stew out. It looks like he will miss tonight's game against the Mavericks and get fined.
Maybe Rusty Kuntz will take that job with the Major League Baseball.
You went there, huh?
Why not?
Couldn't come up with anybody a little bit more recent.
I went for the name. Went for the laugh. Gang knows what I'm doing.
I enjoyed it.
As he is known to do. All right. Hey, just a reminder, you can listen to the show using the Odyssey app, or you can also win a nationwide prize, including $20,000 to go see the best, go to Vegas for the best sporting event to be in Vegas for, coming up in March.
Wow.
Yep. So listen on the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today. AUDACY. You can also listen to our website, 971theticket.com, where that story the Birchie kid did that we were talking about a little bit earlier regarding David Shaw. Go check it out for yourself at 971theticket.com and stream the show. Additionally, you can stream with video by going to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat. Gator is back after fighting off a cough this week. Coming up next, the latest on a free agent that is slow playing it. An MLB insider talks about Alex Bregman. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Pistons owner Tom Gores has submitted a bid for a WNBA franchise, and it's not just him. It's General Motors CEO Mary Barra, Lions quarterback Jared Goff, Sheila Ford Hamp, Grant Hill, Chris Webber, among others. According to Yahoo Sports, the team would play at Little Caesars Arena and have a brand new practice facility in the city. Detroit's not had a WNBA team since 2010 when the three-time champion Shock moved to Tulsa. They're now the Dallas Wings. That expansion team would start play in 2028. Pistons, meantime, have got an all-star for just the fifth time since 2008. Cade Cunningham announced last night as a reserve for the Eastern Conference, joining Allen Iverson, Andre Drummond, who made it twice, and Blake Griffin most recently in 2019. Cade, though, says he's still focused on how to handle the attention he's getting and cut down on turnovers. 8 seed Detroit opens a 6-game homestand against the Mavs tonight. No Isaiah Stewart in this one, though. 1-game suspension for his ejection against the Pacers. That tip-off at 7, pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the Red Wings win their 4th straight game, beating the Oilers 3-2 in a shootout last night. Detroit only 2 points out of a playoff spot. They hit the ice next at the Flames tomorrow night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, somebody on Twitch says that Isaiah Stewart had a gun shooting gesture that the broadcast didn't show.
Yeah, it looked like he had his finger set. I don't know if he was pulling the trigger there or not. I don't know.
When he was walking off the court and he was pointing back, is that what they're saying was a gun shooting gesture?
Some can interpret it that way for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they had a conversation with Isaiah Stewart about it.
I feel like, I interpreted that in the moment as, I am coming for you.
Oh, you just looked like you had a gun there.
Yes. That's what, I guess his hand was like that, but I don't know. I guess. Whatevs. Won't be with him tonight. And I don't know. I don't know that what is it, $50,000? Is that what it said? $50,000 fine.
1,000 years ago, did people threaten each other with like a cat of nine tails or something like that?
What was the movie you just watched?
Gladiator II.
Was there any of that?
Did they do a slingshot, like like pretend to have a slingshot and be like, whoa.
It's crossing the line, my man.
That's a fine.
What are we doing?
20 stones.
That's suspended from the Coliseum. Or slingshot gesture.
Yes.
You'll have to fight a monkey-like creature that looks like a dog, which was another part of the movie. You're like, what the hell is that?
If you're just joining us, Gator did a full review when he was out sick. He saw one movie. He chose very poorly on what he watched. I
don't think I chose poorly. I was excited to see it.
Okay, was it any good?
No.
You chose poorly. The hype beforehand doesn't mean it was a good choice, right? He saw Gladiator II and did not like it.
No. Has anybody responded, King, on Twitter and
the ticket text?
Ticket text is saying that I'm wrong. It was a great movie. How dare you?
No, I think it's everyone's in support of your thumbs down on this one. I think
right around I guess it was Christmas, New Year's time in that era. The movie came out in the theater. My friend was going to go see the movie with his son, and you got any interest? I'm like, I want to see it, but not tonight. I'm so glad I didn't go to the theater and watch that. You asked me earlier if do I walk away from movies or I stop. That would have been one in the theater that I would have thought about it.
So you're more likely to walk out of a theater where you paid than just stop watching it at home where you can instantaneously select another movie.
Here's why. It's a long movie. It's over 2 hours long.
Yep.
As we've gotten older, sometimes you have to go to the bathroom more often,
Mm-hmm.
And when you're at the movie theater, it sucks when you're like, there's only 20 minutes left in the movie. You're like, oh man, I got to go so bad. I don't want to miss any of it, right? If you're at home watching it, I can hit pause. I can do lots of things.
Okay.
But when you're on the road, so to speak, don't have that advantage. And if I'm disgusted with the movie, like I would have been, and at some point I can feel that I've got to, relieve myself.
Just time to go.
Just leave.
All right, we promised this. Let's get to it. MLB Insider with some speculation about what's going on with Alex Bregman. This is Jim Bowden. Where do we credit this? Is this Jim Bowden as the
MLB Network Radio?
There we go. Thank you very much. Jim Bowden talking about what's going on with the free agent third baseman from the Astros. Okay. Perhaps is a word he used in there, that he It sounds as though he believes the Tigers have the best offer. They're right there. He's been their priority. Whenever we bring up the name of Alex Bregman, I can look down and see feedback coming in saying, move on. Not us as a topic. We get that for virtually every topic we talk about. But if you look at that, people don't want to wait this out. They feel, people feel borderline offended that Alex Bregman hasn't taken the offer and say, screw it. Should we feel offended?
No. This thing is playing out a little bit longer than I think we expected it to, and particularly when the report has been out there for over a week now that there have been multiple teams that have offered him a 5 or 6 year deal. And you know that the money out there has been reported to be 6 years and 156 from Houston. So if that's the baseline, then you would think that, okay, if there's another offer out there, is it going to be more than that? It would have to be. Now, what it tells me is that the money that's being offered isn't a ton more than the 156. Is it like 160? If you're Alex Bregman, do you want to uproot your family, move to a new city for $4 million over the course of 6 years? Or would you rather stick around? So, and I don't know what the Tigers' offer is. I tend to think that it's probably more than what Houston has offered up. And that Scott Boras is just trying to save face here. Scott Boras promised his client, dude, I'll get you $200 million. Easy. And it's not easy.
I'm not sure he's not. I haven't looked at all of his clients. We did this earlier in the week, and I just thought it was interesting that ESPN had all the best free agents that were still on the market. And like the entire infield and the DH were all Boras clients. Now, since then, one of them is signed. But I'm just kind of wondering, is there an anti-Scott Boras movement now going on in Major League Baseball?
Well, or is it just that the clients that are coming up for free agency at this point in time, it's just the perfect storm for him that it's not working for him? Because you can look at Bregman's numbers and see that they've gone down each of the last couple of years. Even though he's still a very good player and deserving of a long-term contract, he's not going to get what the $200 million number. He's not going to get anywhere near that. If the floor is 156 and the ceiling was 200 that you're not getting, lower your expectations then. What is it going to be? And eventually it comes down to, will he simply sign with Houston for that money rather than leave for a couple $1 million more to go somewhere else? Or will he rethink things and bet on himself and say, I'll do the 1 year or 2 year, do a 3 year contract with an opt out after the first year? One of those shorter term contracts that more teams were interested in doing. I don't think he's going to go that route because of where he's at in his career. This is the time to make the money. So if you've got that offer out there, take the money. Just where do you want to play? Do you want to play in Detroit or do you want to play in Houston?
I love the shorter term contract, but if he does that, there's no way he's coming to Detroit. There's no way he'll come to Detroit where his power numbers,
right, because he's trying to get another contract.
If you're trying to get another contract after this year, you don't go to one of the biggest parks. That's going to be punitive to you in terms of home run numbers. Now, he could find more gap power and maybe more extra base hits, but the reality is that's awesome. That's the kind of contract I want him to have, but just don't see it happening here.
Well, and the Tigers, remember when Scott Harris took over, one of the things he wanted the team to do from an offensive standpoint was to be more selective at the plate. Be a team that was able to draw a bunch of walks. And Bregman used to be that guy, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. Can he get back to being that guy, being on a team where that is the focal point of what you do offensively? His numbers will go up significantly if he does, but he's not going to hit 30 home runs at Comerica Park.
Do you – I mean, we keep talking about when pitchers and catchers report and how that's some sort of finish line for this.
Yeah, it's less than 2 weeks.
But is he the kind of guy, like, does he even need to make his decision then?
No, this could play out until a couple weeks into spring training. I think you want to get him. You're going to make that kind of investment. You want him right off, to start the year, because the Tigers haven't historically gotten off the great starts. It'd be nice to have that guy ready to go. I can't see this thing playing out too much longer, though. We already know there's only a couple of teams. How much more time do you need to look at the situation. How about, if you're Scott Boras, at some point, you're going to have teams calling you and saying, okay, look, here's my best and final offer. I don't need to keep doing this because we need to fill our roster out. We need to go find somebody else or pivot. Maybe the Tigers will say, fine, we're not going to get Alex Bregman. That's cool. We'll go with Vierling and Jace Young at third base, and we're going to sign, Jack Flaherty to a 1-year deal because that's where our money's going to go now because you're just being unreasonable.
There is some reporting that the Tigers have implied that they are done when it comes to adding to starting pitching, but I would love to see Flaherty. I'd love to see them go the other, not be done and go after a guy like Flaherty. And
well, you can understand it because they have basically 4 starters already written in, and then you've got a handful of guys competing for the 5th start. So if you want to get back to doing a rotation as opposed to, baseball pitching chaos like they did last year, which I think they'd like to get back towards a more semblance of a rotation, you could consider it. I mean, obviously he'd be a better option than 3 of the 5 guys in rotation at least.
248-539-9797. Do you move on from Alex Bregman? Do you still want Alex Bregman? Scott Harris saying earlier this week, we're not done yet. And it might not, maybe he's referencing somebody other than Bregman, of course. Very well could be. And I'm sure he's got multiple plans. But that is one that's out there reported. And you heard Jim Bowden say that he's right there. He's Detroit's priority. But he is also speculating that maybe he just doesn't want to come here. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Gator is back. It is 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh. Gator is back. 248-539-9797. Got some feedback coming in regarding Alex Bregman. You heard the soundbite there from Jim Bowden on MLB Network regarding the fact that Bregman may not want to come to Detroit. From an unnamed texter, Bregman is a really good player at a position of need. He is well worth the wait. So it's funny because I took some heat earlier in the week because I was saying I'm really, really not into the term on the contract that people talk about, 5 or 6 years and north of $150 million. And I'm like, look at the arc of his career. I feel like it's only a question of how many bad years on this contract will there be. Will he make them better in 2025? And somebody sent in a text saying, look at the Tigers payroll. Why do you care? And, they're not even close to average. So why are we worried about them overspending on a player? And I'm like, because I don't want another Javi Baez contract. Now, Baez's contract feels like it's historically bad and they're like trapped. But in this particular case, if I would find it frustrating if it were, how many years are going to be bad? Is it 2 years? Okay. If it's 3 years, if it's 4 years.
What if it's 1?
If it's 1 year that's bad, that would be fantastic. Then I would do it in a heartbeat. But Alex Bregman,
the problem is you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. And Alex Bregman looks like the kind of player to me that I would expect him to get a little bit worse and a little bit worse every year.
Well, his numbers fell off dramatically last year. I think it was because of the on-base percentage. Mm-hmm. So is that something that's correctable? I think that's a correctable thing. It's still, he wouldn't be putting up those power numbers that he put up in Houston, in Detroit, because the ballpark is different. You're playing here half the time. But would it be different for him? Can you make that up because you're playing more of your games in Cleveland and Minnesota and Chicago and Kansas City? Are those more hitter-friendly ballparks than what he was seeing when he was playing in the AL West?
Yeah, I would tend to think not really, but I mean, if you can sell him on it, and if they could, and if he does damage on the road, that's great.
I
know you hate the topic of Comerica Park. I know.
Well, I do hate that, but I understand that it's there for people and whatever. But you can, the power numbers I get would suffer. But do you hit better? Do you get more hits because of it? They're just not going, if you're not hitting it over the fence, okay, make an adjustment. He's a pro. He knows what he's doing. It's also not foreign to him playing at Comerica Park in his career. He knows what he'd be getting himself into. But if he doesn't want to leave Houston, then, stop bidding against yourselves. If you know that, and I would imagine the Tigers have some intel with A.J. Hinch and Alex Bregman having worked together, that maybe they've got that intel. Alex, do you want to play in Detroit or not? And if he's like, I really do, but I got it, look, Scott's handling all this stuff. And it's interesting. Both are Scotts that are handling this. They're going to handle this. But yeah, I'd love to be in Detroit. It's not just, I'm not just saying it for the right thing. I'm letting you know I want to be here. I think they know whether or not he wants to be there. But if Scott Harris is like, we do things very pragmatically here, and giving out a contract like that to a player whose numbers are on the decline just doesn't make sense for us. Our offer is this, and it is what it is. If it's 6 years and $160 million, if that's the offer.
Yeah, it's got to be that Bregman hasn't completely told the Tigers, no, because otherwise they wouldn't have been still connected to him this entire time. It would have been done a while ago. So clearly the Tigers are still an option for Bregman. You can debate on whether he's their first option or not. And I'll ask you this, Gator. I asked Doug this the other day. No one wants to overpay for anybody. Obviously, nobody. But there is a cost of doing business with, contracts. And everyone knows when you sign a longer-term deal, at the end, usually it's regrettable.
Sure.
But with the Tigers, where the payroll is, there is no cap in baseball. How much are you willing to overpay, or whatever you call it, a cost of doing business for Bregman? And because I think everyone believes that he's going to help this team this year and the next couple years, maybe. And after that, we'll find out.
That's where you do other kinds of projections, right? If you think this team is going to be good, from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, this is a playoff baseball team. If you think that's the case, Then you start crunching numbers. Okay, how many people are we getting coming through the turnstiles? Are we getting close to 2.5 million fans coming to Comerica Park? And then you start projecting out how much money does that make? How many fans do we need to come to the ballpark to make this contract make sense?
Well, maybe I should just shut up about it because I can't sit here out of one side of my mouth and say I'm underwhelmed by this offseason and then come back and say don't get Bregman, because Bregman will make him better short term. And, there's very little doubt about that. And I would love to see the creative declining contract that pays him way more in year one and kind of paying for the production you expect every year. But those things, you very rarely see those.
They so desperately need to have a third baseman.
So do they? I mean, are we giving up on Jace Young? Can Matt Vierling not do the job?
I mean, Vierling's not an all-star.
No.
I like Matt Vierling. I think he's a nice player to have on your roster, but he's not an all-star type player. He is what he is, and he's fine. And you're not paying him to be anything other than what he is. Jace Young, I think that there are some concerns, but maybe those concerns get alleviated with another season, right? It's an early sample size in Jace Young to throw him out. I don't think that's necessarily fair to him. But what you're getting with Alex Bregman is what he is defensively. He's a real solid third baseman defensively, and he's also a real solid hitter at the plate. Even though last year was a down year for him, his OPS was still 768, which would have been, I think, third best on the team last year. And it was down from 804 and 820 the year prior to that. But it's also, the year before he had 820, it was 777. So is he really on a downswing, or is it just like, okay, it's a little dip, but correctable? And again, I point to the on-base percentage. Prior to the 315 on-base percentage, he had gone 350, 355, 366, and 363, then down to 315. That's a big drop.
Yep.
The drop in OPS is directly correlated to the drop in his on-base percentage. Was it just a blip last year?
I would forget Bregman. This is an unnamed texter. I would forget Bregman. Give Jace Young another year. His wrist is healthy now. Go get Flaherty instead. Make Olsen at number 3. Job, Cobb, and Mize. Scott Boras overpromised, and the market is telling him and his players they're not worth the money they want. It's simple as that. The Tigers need to spend. This division is up for grabs. There's nobody in the Central that should be feared. Why can't we become that team? Get Bregman and bring Flaherty back. Yes, move on from him. It's not like he's a 290, 300 hitter. Again, it's pretty poor that Bregman is the only thing out there that you guys keep fighting over whether or not you want. I say move on.
If you were an outfielder, we wouldn't be talking about it.
I say move on from this prima donna. I understand players want multiple years and the highest dollar amount, but when you're talking about $160 million to $180 million, come on, he doesn't want to come here, plain and simple.
I think he'd like to get $180 million and stay in Houston. That's what I think he'd like to do. And Houston is saying, we've done so much in the offseason here because we made you an offer and you rejected it. We moved on. Now we're bringing the offer back. It's still there, but again, we're not upping it.
Is there any kind of satisfaction over watching Boras struggle?
Yes. Absolutely there is. He's lived high in the hog. He's gotten a ton of money for his clients over the years. He's done very well. Now he's representing some clients that aren't at the peak years of their careers anymore. It's harder to get those kinds of numbers. I mean, look, Pete Alonso is still out there, right?
Boras client.
The numbers Pete Alonso's put up in his career are pretty impressive. But once the downturn starts, people start to freak out a little bit. Trade is still an option for the Tigers.
If they wanted to make a big move, they've got the material to do that.
They definitely have the material to do it. And the other thing about trades is that you're looking at somebody who's active on somebody else's team. You're not waiting on a free agent who's sitting out. So that can go on through the season. It can go through all spring training if you want to do that, and then maybe you make a move in late March or whatever, or you'll hold on a little bit. But a trade can also add to this team, certainly, but you're giving up assets, but they're in a position now that they feel that maybe they can do that.
It's Carson Anderson, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the brothers behind Show Some Athletic Apparel grew up playing basketball on those concrete courts you see in movies. You had to be tough to play in those pickup games, and they used to ask each other, "You going to show some today?" Well, let me ask you that. You going to show some this year? You are. I know it. You're going to run, lift, exercise, and get after it. Do it and Show Some Athletic Apparel. Workout clothes built to last. It would be the best workout gear you've ever owned. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. What do you make of the story of this Detroit conglomerate of big sports names trying to get a WNBA team?
I think it's good. Look, we'll see if this thing has if it's got more legs now.
Mm-hmm.
If there's more juice to the league, obviously with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and some other players that are coming into the league. It's exciting. I don't know if can they catch lightning in a bottle and harness it and grow it, or is this just going to be kind of a flash in the pan type thing? But as far as getting a Detroit WNBA franchise, why not?
investors include Grant Hill, Chris Webber, Jared Goff, and their families. And, I think that's kind of cool. And
Tom Gores.
We went, I think Gores is at the head of it. But we did the whole flirtation with the MLS, and that is something that I'm pretty sure I would have gone to. Like, I would have gone to see a Detroit MLS team. But when the stadium deal got moved to Ford Field, I'm like, it's doomed. Like, you can't.
Right.
One of the great things about secondary sports and one of the great things about the USPBL is the right size stadium. And I don't know how you do it with, I think the Michigan Panthers would be better served playing at Wayne State than at Ford Field. Do some upgrades at that stadium and have a packed, smaller venue as opposed to a cavernous, empty venue. But, I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, this morning I wake up, flip on SportsCenter, the live edition that starts at 7 a.m., and their lead was all college women's basketball. And I realize it's not for everybody, but ESPN, as we know, and all broadcast outlets respond to what gets ratings. And so the interest must be there, and it would be cool.
Yeah.
Just another thing.
Well, is ESPN also pushing it to try to?
I wonder about that a little bit too, but
before the WNBA season gets underway,
I don't suppose that everybody that goes to ESPN that they on their resumes, the bullet point number one is I'm a fan of the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Yankees, and the Boston Red Sox. But those are the teams that get the most discussion, and whether they've earned it with good play or not. And we know what this is about. If anybody knows what it's about, it's us. It's about responding to what topics get them the biggest ratings. And so are they pushing it? They might be. But I think you'd only go so far with that. But still, I mean, this is one of those deals where I always kind of scoff. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. You don't have to go. And for those that do, it'd be just cool to see something else in Detroit. All right, Gator, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yes.
It's new menu items that we find out if Gator has interest. On your market, set, go. All right, Gator. I'm going to start with something that went viral on social media. I've actually talked about this on the air. Somebody made a post about flavored milks from around the world, and specifically in Australia.
You love milk.
Well, and I remember being there. They had Big M milk, which was all kinds of different flavored milk. And I remember they had like caramel and strawberry and vanilla, and they would sit there in the coolers just like Pepsi and Coke would. And there was coffee, there was banana, there was coconut. I mean, it was crazy. But here are a few of the flavors that really caught people's attention. I would want to know, would you eat that? A waffle cone flavored milk. Gator, do you think you'd like a waffle cone flavored milk?
Yeah, I would try that. I mean, I enjoy milk.
Kang, waffle cone flavored milk.
I don't like milk. I don't. I'm trying to see if you flavored it. I mean, it's got to be a lot of waffle cone for me to be in on this.
He's basically saying he wants a milkshake, people.
Yes, exactly. That's the only way I drink milk, as milkshake form.
I would absolutely have this.
Oh, well, you're the milk guy.
Yeah. I think it sounds
Loves
great.
him some milk.
All right, next up, mint chocolate chip flavored milk.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a quick yes.
Dude, is this all going to be milk?
No, these are the only two I'm doing.
He's getting pissed.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going to play along.
Yeah, right. I'm out on this one.
No.
I don't like the mint flavored stuff. So.
I'll do one more. Shrimp flavored milk.
Well, now I'm in.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I made that one up.
Good.
Totally made that one up. All right, next up on Are You Going to Eat That? Not much of a description of what this is going to be, but maybe it's self-explanatory in the name. Coca-Cola is releasing a orange cream flavor next month. Be sold in regular and zero sugar varieties. Orange cream, first introduced with the Creamsicle ice cream bar in 1937, has enjoyed a recent renaissance. Coke said the Coca-Cola orange cream won't be a permanent flavor, but would remain on sale till at least through the first quarter of 2026. That's quite a commitment.
Didn't they do this already?
I thought the same thing, Gator.
So,
but I think this is the cream you're talking about, right?
They've had raspberry flavored Coca-Cola spiced.
I think they just had orange before. Now it's orange cream.
And that Coca-Cola spice was supposed to be permanent, but they pulled it off the market in September, saying it would be replaced by a new flavor.
It was orange vanilla. I think it was that. That was the flavor.
Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Yeah.
So here's how I'm going to respond to that, because I think it's going to be very similar to that.
Yeah.
And it's a hard no. The reason I know that they had this is because I remember I bought a 12-pack of the Coca-Cola orange vanilla, and I had it in my garage. And I opened it up, grabbed a can, took it inside, drank it. And a year and a half later, I still had that 12-pack sitting out in my garage.
It was that bad.
Terrible.
You didn't like it? Oh,
No.
terrible.
Terrible. It was terrible. Now, maybe the orange cream one's different. All right, you throw the word cream in there, and I start thinking like rock and rye, which is a delicious flavor. But I just, I'm not going to do it.
All right. Well, two things. One, yes, I'll try it. And two is, why'd you buy 12, Gator? Why didn't you just buy one?
Because I got excited. I thought this was going to be something I was going to love.
Is this kale all over again?
No, I remember the giant bag of gold potatoes he bought.
Remember the giant crab dip he made?
When my man makes a commitment, he makes a commitment.
He overcommits.
Go big.
He doesn't get the 6-pack. He gets the 30-pack.
Yep.
Look, it's called Big M Milk before, right?
Yeah. So Kang, you're a yes.
Yeah, I'm in.
I'm a no.
You don't like pop.
I don't love it.
It's true.
But I will drink a Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi. But this orange cream.
Did they say anything about zero sugar?
Yeah, they probably have a zero version.
There is a zero. It says regular and zero sugar varieties. Does that mean you might try it?
I mean, if you showed up with a can of it, would I try it? Yes. Would I go out and buy one myself? No.
Okay. Not unless it was a 12-pack.
All right, we like mashups.
Yes.
We like mashups. Next up, Wendy's and Girl Scouts are collaborating on a Thin Mints Frosty. The cookie-inspired treat was announced on Monday.
Yes.
Will be available starting on Friday, February 21st. To transform the chocolate and mint-flavored patties into frozen treat, the fast food chain is blending a minty chocolate swirl described as having crumbly cookie butter-esque texture per a press release with either the vanilla or chocolate frosty, so fans can choose which classic flavor gets the twist of Thin Mint's flavor. Gator will start with the vanilla Thin Mints.
Yes. Yes.
So you're saying yes.
Isn't this what everyone says, to put the Thin Mints in the refrigerator or the freezer? This is basically that, and then now you get to
throw it in a delicious frosty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Vanilla flavored Thin Mints Frosty. Are you in, Kang?
I'm not a mint guy. I'm out, man. Wow. I don't like mint.
Okay, no, I hear it.
You know, for all desserts, what my threshold is.
Yeah, but
does it
sounds
sound
like
better or worse than what I can get at Dairy Queen?
I'm going to make a prediction here, Kang.
I think I know what your prediction is.
Better or worse than a Blizzard?
Doug loves the Thin Mint, and I don't think he's got anything against the Frosty. So when you're going to combine the two, that's going to put it on par with the Blizzard. Doug's going to be all in on this.
I am.
Yeah,
I'm all in on this.
Doug, this is one where he would lick off Kenny's beard. I think so.
If you're out, is Kenny in?
Kenny, would you try this?
Hell yeah. I put my Thin Mints right in the freezer every time. This is the perfect combination.
There it is. All right.
Yeah.
Would you let Doug lick this off your beard?
If he really wanted to, I would allow it.
Wow. Listen, that's how we got sick, remember? We're not supposed to talk about
that. Finally, you can now get Eggo and Rice Krispie treats in ice cream form, Gator.
All right. So I saw this the other day last Friday, when I was at the grocery store prior to getting sick, and I'm like, what is that? Is it? I didn't really understand it because it just was like on a display thing, and it just didn't make sense to me. Would I try it? Yes. I'm disappointed that I didn't grab some when I was there.
Yeah, I mean, the flavors that are described, these are the flavors of these are like ice cream sandwiches. The buttery maple ice cream.
Yep.
Chocolatey chip ice cream, blueberry ice cream, buttery maple ice cream sandwich. This is you're yes on all of these?
Yeah.
I don't think I would try the blueberry.
Don't you like blueberries?
I don't like blueberry flavored stuff. I like blueberries.
What if it's real blueberries?
I probably would pass. Buttery maple ice cream sandwich sounds too good for even me to pass.
Wow, good for you.
Are you a fan of Eggos? Waffles?
Not particularly.
Okay.
But I mean, I can't remember the last time I had one. They are in our
Me
fridge. They are in our fridge because they make for a quick and easy breakfast for the kids, which we are about to have none of them in the house. Kang, are you in on this?
Oh, I'm in on all of them.
Yeah.
They sound great.
Sounds so good.
Yeah.
I could crush some Eggos, man. I mean, Eggos that's a problem right there.
Still to this day?
Yeah, you won't let go of those Eggos.
No, man. You start with 4 and then you're like, what do I got?
All right. Eggo, do you like Eggos more than you like the Thin Mints?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. That's
Yeah.
a strong statement.
You
coming
want
from
to?
you.
Okay, here's a true story right now. I have shown amazing restraint over the last 6 weeks since I got my Girl Scout cookie order.
You've already got your order?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've had 2 boxes of Thin Mints in my refrigerator now for 6 weeks, and I haven't touched them. Not yet. I don't know
Wow.
why. I just haven't done it yet.
I'm amazed.
Yeah.
I am. What is going on?
I
with
don't know. I don't know how I've been able to resist, but I have.
I'm stunned. In fact, I think you're lying.
I'm not. Why would I lie about that?
I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to prove over here. But hey, good for you, man. Good for you. Well,
Doesn't mean I don't like the Thin Mints.
cousin Lila. Where are our Girl Scout cookies? All right, that concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? I do have a follow-up on
Should have
something.
gotten them from Grace.
Oh, they're supporting Lila, but they better show up soon.
Because you can only support one person when it comes to Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, right. We got to follow up on a previous Are You Going to Eat That topic that we now have official news on. We will get to that today at 12:50. And hey, Detroit, headline, ready or not, it might be this guy's time in Detroit. That at 101 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We made it to the weekend, and the best way to kick it off is at your favorite Twin Peaks. Gather up the squad and head to your local lodge to start the party off right. They got action-packed sports weekend for you in store. Detroit basketball action tonight and again on Sunday. Detroit taking on Calgary Saturday for hockey, and of course, pro football's best play on Sunday. Saturday night also boasts pay-per-view boxing, 2 titles on the line. You got David Benavides taking on David Morrell Jr. in a battle of undefeateds, and world champion Brandon Figueroa. He is looking to retain his title against Stephen Fulton Jr. Rematch, one of the best fights of 2021. Twin Peaks always ups the game, too. The awesome promotion they got running at their Livonia location during Sunday's Pro Football All-Star Game. And again, on the day of the big game, you can enter for your chance to win a 98-inch TV. Talk about an immediate upgrade to your man cave. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for details, but between you and me, that's the biggest TV you've ever seen. Could not think of a better way to enjoy your pro sports teams for football, baseball, hockey, and basketball. There's always something going on at Twin Peaks. See for yourself this weekend. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. It's been a busy show. The best part about it, Gator is back. Good to have you back, buddy.
Good to be back.
We have discussed the hire of David Shaw as passing game coordinator for the Detroit Lions. Tom Pelissaro said a big hire for Dan Campbell's remodeled staff. So apparently Tanner Engstrand is done, although that's not been confirmed or reported in any, but you have to wonder when they hired somebody with his job title. Some Pistons talk with Cade being on the All-Star team, which is awesome. We got a Red Wing win last night, a shootout in Edmonton. It's Bregman watch day, 33, whatever it is.
Feels like forever.
Alex Bregman, no decision yet. All things we have discussed here on the Carson Anderson program. And, like I said before the break, ready or not, it might be this guy's time in Detroit. We'll get to that today at 1:02. But Gator, I got to follow up. We just did another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Headline, Taco Bell quietly discontinues the new crispy chicken nuggets. Now, what's funny is this story, which I got. Who was the first reporting it? Anyway.
Did you say who was first reporting it?
Yeah.
It's me and Kenny Cott.
Well,
we were
you
first
guys-
on the scene, man.
well, you guys-
You guys are ahead.
We're investigative reporters for things like this.
So those commercials flooded televisions for like 2 weeks. And then suddenly the commercials were gone, and you and Kenny, were you trying to order with the app? Is that what it was?
Yeah, we started just like looking into it like, hey, have you seen the commercials aren't around as much? I haven't seen advertisement. Let's go on the app and start checking. We can purchase these. And, one thing led to another. And, True Detective Season 3 back here.
Okay, so.
Or 4.
Or 4, yes, you're right.
The story I'm looking at here.
I want to forget, too.
Just want to go back to Alaska.
The story I'm looking at here has Reddit posts. I'm upset. They were so good. I'm wondering, were they good? Was this
Did you
a
post
limited-
that, Doug? Because you're like one of the people that like stuff that goes away.
I do like stuff that goes away, but
It's true. Every time you like something, it's gone.
It's gone, and that's more of a obviously commentary on my tastes. But were they good?
Me and Kenny never found out.
Do you feel like you missed out?
A little bit. We like to try it and find out for ourselves. We're that type of people that, pretty much no matter the feedback, if we wanted to try something, we were going to go try it and decide for ourselves. But we never got the opportunity because these things quietly went away in the night. Which makes me think they weren't that good.
Yeah. Do you?
I don't know, though.
Do you feel like you missed out? You are all things Taco Bell.
I mean, I do feel like I missed out.
But here's the question.
It was breaded with the tortilla chips.
Given your love for the Taco Bell menu, you would have had to pass on something that you love to select the chicken nuggets, or you could double down, I guess.
What do you think? You only go to Taco Bell and get one item?
Well, how many, hold on. How many Mexican pizzas do you get when you go there?
One.
Just one?
Yeah.
So you only get one item?
No.
Okay, what else do you get?
Well, you get burrito supreme. Maybe you get a bean burrito as well. You don't have to eat it all. The burritos can keep for a day or two.
Do you really buy burritos, take them home, and keep them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Doug, are you really surprised, man?
I guess I shouldn't be.
I mean, it depends how filled up I get. I don't want to totally gorge
Okay,
myself to the
but
point
let's
where I
say
feel like
you
I
go-
vomit at any moment, or do want to savor it for the next day. There's nothing wrong with it.
But if you go to Taco Bell and you want a Mexican pizza and a burrito supreme and a bean burrito, would you then just add the nuggets on, or would you have to pass on one of those things that you like?
I'd probably add the nuggets on.
Okay.
And then save the bean burrito for the next day.
My man's smart, Doug.
Do you think that the refrigerated bean burrito a day later is going to hit like the one that's freshly
Actually,
made?
I kind of like it better.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because you reheat it in the microwave, but you don't have to do it too much. It stays together better. Actually, I like it just fine the next day.
248
now
539-9797.
The burrito supreme, maybe not as much. You get the lettuce, you get the vegetables that are in there,
Sour cream.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's not the worst thing, man. I eat it with a smile.
Gator, you're talking to a guy who wouldn't eat it fresh. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, first of all, I tried the Doritos Locos tacos on the air and gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, but you would get like 2 tacos and be done.
Yes.
Yeah, Doug. Nothing else for Doug from Taco Bell. Kane, what's your order when you go?
Oof. I mean, are we doing this right now, man?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, we got
I'm
an hour
hungry.
before we gotta go.
I mean, I'm getting a Mexican pizza meal.
Yeah,
The combo.
So it
Yeah.
comes with what a Locos Taco maybe, and
Yeah, some kind of like taco or small burrito,
And something else.
maybe some cinnamon twist, a
There's
drink,
there's
maybe
like
the nachos. I don't know, maybe something cool I don't even know about yet.
There it is, Kenny. You're gonna get Taco Bell. What's the Taco Bell order for Kenny Cott?
I get the cheesy gordita crunch, get the Dorito shell in there, pro move, absolute pro move, chicken quesadilla, nacho fries, and a Baja Blast freeze.
Nobody gets the one thing.
Yeah, I like the quesadilla too.
Well, my point is, I thought you were going to have to pass on one of the three things you would get to get the nuggets, but you would just add a fourth thing.
That's
you would
right.
add a fourth.
Just add more.
So there's one thing that I get at Taco Bell, believe it or not, that none of you mentioned.
No, wait.
Oh, God.
Stop.
All right, what's the worst thing on the menu? What is the worst
Is it
thing?
a new thing? Something
Is this-
new, or is this something
it's
you've
like
always got?
It's
It's
like
something I've always got.
Okay, so it's not from the
It's
new
like
cantina.
Yeah, I was gonna say like some cantina health bowl.
It's got to be some kind of chicken burrito.
Do they have tofurkey there yet?
I
No.
don't eat tofurkey.
You say that.
Because it's true.
Nobody believes you, Doug. Nobody.
Something that it's always been on the menu, but you're the only one that gets it.
I don't know if I'm the only one. If it's always been on the menu, it means other people are getting it.
I'm going to say it's got to be some kind of chicken burrito.
Yeah, we know it's chicken, or maybe it's bean. He just replaces the protein
bean
with black
burrito?
bean. Yeah,
But there's no bean burrito. That's the refried beans. That's not black bean.
Oh yeah. Did they have a veggie bowl?
I don't think they do.
Kenny's saying they do. Kenny's saying they do.
Yeah, but I don't think
I don't
Doug's
think
going
he's
there
getting
for
it.
a
Yeah,
veggie bowl.
I don't think so either.
Like Doug's going to Taco Bell. It's because the kids want someone to Taco Bell, and he's like, all right, fine, I'll get.
What does he get?
Throw in the chicken burrito.
I mean, I will have a chicken burrito, but this is not what I'm thinking of.
Oh.
I just looked it up. It's been around since 1993.
Oh, this is old
93.
school.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. Let me go back in time. Let me just think about this.
You know what this
I'm
tells
leaving
me?
the bar.
Is this?
I'm in the car. We're driving through Taco Bell. It's 1993.
Hey, Doug, what do you want?
We got $10 on us for two guys, and we're going to eat like kings because it's 1993.
Right?
Well, we're getting Mexican melts and bean burritos and some tacos, but that's not what Doug's getting. What was it in 1993 that came out that Doug's like, yeah, that's my go-to staple? I mean, what would it be?
I don't know. The hell is Doug eating?
What the hell are you eating?
What are you eating, Doug?
You ready?
I'm ready.
The 7-layer burrito.
There's no
Really?
meat in that? There's
no
like beef?
meat in that. No,
there
there's,
isn't?
No, there's all veggies and guacamole and yeah, I get that. See,
I
this
knew there was
doesn't.
a reason I didn't like that burrito. We're getting. I'm like, what is this? Is this not, you know what it was for me? I didn't like the rice in the burrito. But really, what it is the fact that there's rice in there and there's no meat.
None.
Who does that? What a bait and switch. Call that burrito? No protein?
The meatless burrito is filled with tomatoes, refried beans, seasoned rice, 3-cheese blend, low-fat sour cream, guacamole, salsa, and lettuce. Introduced in 1993. Well, it's called a 7-layer, but there you go.
7 layers, not one meat.
Kevin?
I mean, for a dip, I get it, but.
Let's go to Kevin in Monroe. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How we doing today?
What's up? Getting hungry.
So I just wanted to chime in a little bit about the Taco Bell menu. I noticed something on the rewards app. I'm a fellow Taco Bell.
Hey, can you take us off speaker or headset or whatever? Because you're sounding
I
way
got
off
you
in
on
the
some
distance.
headphones. Yeah, hold on a second here, guys. Sorry.
That's
all
cool.
right,
We
but
appreciate it.
We do.
'Cause I'm dying
Just a
to hear
reminder,
this.
everybody, to take us off headset.
Apologies. Can you guys hear me any better at all?
That's better.
Okay. So the chicken nuggets were very good. However, we all know what Taco Bell is known for, and it's not for producing a very fun-feeling stomach after you eat it. So those chicken nuggets were definitely in that same category of would destroy your stomach if you ate them.
Oh.
But they were good.
Okay, thumbs up. Lenny and Holly are 97 a ticket. Hi, Lenny.
Hey, guys. Just want to chime in on those chicken nuggets. Let me tell you, I used to work for a big chicken franchise, and we never had something like that. But crossing the Mackinac Bridge like 3 times a year. I always get a treat when I go across. And this time it was the chicken nuggets from the Taco Bell on the other side. 2 things about them. They did them right. They were really, really good. Second thing is they had a honey mustard jalapeno dipping sauce that went with them. It was to die for.
That
I think
sounds-
Doug just got around.
Actually, that does sound pretty good.
But it was unbelievable.
Tom and Warren, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tom.
How you doing, guys?
All
Hey,
right.
yeah, those chicken nuggets were great, man. Loved them. I was so disappointed when they went away. But I heard you guys talking about other menu items. The things they brought back from the nostalgic menu, the tostada, love the tostada.
Yep.
And just the bean and cheese burrito, it's got to be the best.
Solid, man.
Big thumbs up for the Taco Bell chicken nuggets, which quietly went away. All right, straight ahead, ready or not, it might be this guy's time in Detroit. Beat writer wrote about it. We will get to that. Is he ready? That at 103 here on 97.1 The Ticket. I will say that there is some feedback that not everybody liked the Taco Bell nuggets.
Okay.
So, not unusual for there to be a difference of opinion.
Think they'll bring these things back, Kenny, you guys think it's coming back?
I think they do. I think there's too much going on with the chicken war right now with all fast food places. They need to stay in the game somehow.
Yeah, they're going to come out with a chicken.
So maybe they revise it. I don't know. Or maybe it was one of those. Yeah.
You know what's
Something,
funny
whatever it
is you guys know when I've talked about how I run my son's baseball team and we have to book hotels when we go on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And there's two things I always look for because I don't know anything about the greater Cincinnati area or where to stay in Schaumburg or whatever. So I'm always looking, all right, what hotels are close to Chick-fil-A's and B-Dubs?
Again, it's for you.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Chick-fil-A thing, the kids are like, oh, Chick-fil-A, greatest hotel ever. And I'm like, all right, beer and sports. We did it once with Twin Peaks in Indianapolis. And that went great approval from the dads. All right.
Cold beer.
Yep. TVs.
Yeah.
Good menu.
Scenic views.
Again, the dads. All right, so ready or not, it might be this guy's time in Detroit. Dave Burkett of The Freep did a story. The guy is Terrion Arnold. Could he be CB1 next year? The story didn't say that Carlton Davis was gone. The story said, quote, if Davis proves too expensive to bring back, Arnold will enter next season as the Lions' unquestioned number one cornerback. Now, there's a couple things about this. There were opinions on Terrion Arnold, first-round pick cornerback from Alabama, by the Detroit Lions. There were opinions that were shaped in September that people did not move off those opinions. In September, he got flagged, I think, 6 times for pass interference or defensive holding. He got 3 flags the rest of the way. One of them came on an offensive holding, which was really a special teams holding. And I think the other one was one of them. I don't think the other 2 might have been a pass interference holding, but it really got better as the year went on. But I think in some people's eyes, this would be terrifying. We went back and looked and asked this question, and Kang and I were racking our brains. Not this past season that just ended. Do you remember who the Lions' starting corners were 2 years ago?
So not this past season, but the season before that.
Yes.
It was supposed to be Emmanuel Mosley. And when they had C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right?
Yeah.
But he was a safety. I can't remember who the other one was.
Cam Sutton.
Cam Sutton.
Yep. Jerry Jacobs ended up getting 15 starts or 15 games at corner. And then you get into Khalil Dorsey and Kendall Vildor, who they keep bringing those guys back. And in their roles as CB like 5 and 6, I think the Lions really like those guys. Will Harris played a lot of corner, and they're all the guys that were really getting a lot of run at corner are all gone. They went out and they traded for Carlton Davis and they drafted Terrion Arnold, and Emmanuel Mosley came back and got hurt again. But is Detroit ready for Terrion Arnold to be CB1? I have a feeling that there are people out there panicking and thinking, oh God, no. His passer rating against amongst qualified corners was a team worst 94.7 this year. But he allowed just 3.3 yards per catch, this according to Burkett, on the 4 receptions in the Lions' playoff loss to Washington, and didn't allow a completion on 4 targets and 26 covered snaps in the division-clinching Week 18 win over Minnesota. So more examples of him finishing the season on somewhat of a high note. Does this scream they have to either bring Carlton Davis back or sign someone else? Or if it's just not in the cards, is this an area where they're going to have to say, we're going to roll the dice and think that Arnold's going to get better to save money to do other things?
I think Arnold's really good, and I think he's only going to get better. I'm a big fan of his. I think he really progressed throughout the season, and he became an excellent corner. Do I want to bring Carlton Davis back? I do, but I don't think I want to sign him to a long-term contract. I think he probably thinks he's going to get a ton of money in the offseason, and he might from another team, but I don't think I want to commit that kind of money to him. So I'd offer him probably a 1-year deal. I don't know what the money would be. If it's a 1 year for $14 million or $10 million, I don't know what the number is, but I'd bring him back for a year. The other thing is you're always adding secondary help in the draft. You're always going to draft a corner. You have to. So they're going to keep doing that. You're going to get Rakestraw healthy, ready to go. And I think there was a lot of high hopes for Ennis Rakestraw going into the season, and unfortunately he got hurt. So is he going to look like another one of these, we talk about the free agents that the Lions have because all the players that got hurt last year, and Rakestraw is another one.
In cap sports, we often talk about areas that you sometimes have to take a bit of a leap in a prayer or show some faith in a player to save money to do other things. So if they make a priority, so I think Christian Mahogany is a prime example of that. Christian Mahogany finished the season on a bit of a high. I don't know that he had a particularly good game against Washington. I haven't seen a lot of reporting on that. The season ended and, there wasn't a whole lot of evaluation of how he played in that game. But it did feel like the Detroit Lions offensive line didn't have their best game on that day. But if Mahogany, who makes $5 million less than Zeitler made this year, that could be a place for some savings. I don't know if this has anything to do with what the actual market is for Carlton Davis, but ESPN listed the top 50 free agents available this coming off season, and there were 3 corners ahead of Carlton Davis. One of them, a few spots ahead on the big list, but the corner directly in front of him was Byron Murphy from the Vikings. And Jeremy Fowler reported sources say Murphy will be looking for a rather large raise from a 2-year, $17.5 million deal he just played out in Minnesota. So he was making roughly $8.75, and he's looking for a raise, and he's considered, at least according to this list, a better corner than Carlton Davis. So if he wants a significant raise, does that tell you that the market for Carlton Davis is well north of $10 million?
I think it probably is, because you're talking about a guy who was CB1 on the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
And he played well. Carlton Davis is a really good football player, but he's not the upper echelon. There's certainly better corners out there, but I don't want to disparage him. He's very good. Is he top 15 CB1? He might be.
He had a 1-year, $14.5 million contract with the Lions, but his cap hit, because they spread it out over voidable years, this year was only $4.5 million. So if they want to bring him back, I mean, do you think he takes the same money?
Well, they traded for him, so the contract, whatever was, I'm not sure how all that worked. I mean, I would try to bring back him in the same money. Again, a 1-year deal.
Would that be a competitive offer for Carlton Davis?
I mean, if Byron Murphy is going to try to get better than roughly $9 million a year on a multi-year deal, and he probably will, does that mean he's going to go from $9 million a year to $20 million a year? I don't think so. But from $9 million to $15 million, is that realistic for him? Sure. So is $15 million a realistic number for Carlton Davis on a 1-year deal?
Well, I wouldn't let him walk over $1 million or $500,000, I guess. But I'm not sure they can keep signing somebody to voidable years, because he will be a cap hit the next 3 years, even though he might not be on the team. So I'm not sure you can do that over and over again, where you have multiple contracts that are voided out by the same player. Something tells me you can't. But that's when you get into the minutia that can be.
That's why I have a capologist.
Yep. Well, who is our station capologist? Who would we trust on that?
Greg.
Greg probably would be. That's actually a great call. Greg for the morning show. 248-539-9797. How will you feel if they don't bring back Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold is CB1? Phone calls and feedback on that. Gator, I'm not sure that much has aged better than this in the history of Detroit sports. We'll explain today at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law, and that is why if I am in an accident, or remember my family's in an accident, they need a lawyer, I'm calling our guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in the business. They call it white glove service. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
A couple of quick NFL notes. One is, according to the Sports Business Journal, concussions are down 17% year over year in the NFL. That's according to an ESPN report.
Oh, that's kind of awesome.
The league recorded its fewest number of concussions since it started tracking the data 10 years ago. That's good. That's good news.
That is good news.
I wonder if we'll see that drop even more, because we kept seeing more and more players wearing the Guardian cap, and then they've got a new helmet that if you wear this new helmet, then they don't recommend the Guardian cap because it does the same thing.
Right.
So hopefully that changes. The other bit of news in the NFL is something that could affect the Lions. And I'm surprised we didn't talk about this at some point earlier today because it involves the Cowboys, too. Todd Archer, who works for ESPN, says, according to multiple sources, the Cowboys interviewed Detroit running backs coach Scotty Montgomery for their offensive coordinator opening. Add him to the list of Clayton Adams and Kevin Koger.
Well, look, I found it very interesting that the Lions got him last year. I thought he would be a strong candidate, and maybe he was, to replace Ben Johnson. In fact, I felt like that's why they got him. But that was an uneducated from afar. I wonder if they're hiring him as the fallback position if they lose Ben Johnson. He obviously didn't get the job. The thing about having the staff that was so well respected is that those guys probably want, we've got coveted guys and guys with goals. And if you didn't get the bump up, does that immediately have you looking elsewhere? And I don't want to lose any more guys.
No, you don't want to. Because that would be, if that were to happen, an 8th coach in one season.
Yep.
That they would have lost.
I remember before the Washington game saying they're going to lose guys and it's going to be just a disaster if they don't win the Super Bowl, lose to Washington, and lose all their coaches. Meaning they have to make the next summit ascent without Ben Johnson, without Aaron Glenn, and we knew there'd be more. And then it happened. Let's hope that Ian Pelissar's right, that David Shaw is a big hire.
I think it is a big hire, but this is an interesting development. Look, he hasn't accepted the job. He just interviewed for it.
Mike writes in, I hope Terrion Arnold is not CB1. I wasn't overly impressed with Arnold. He's okay, but Philly got the best 2 corners in the draft in Mitchell and DeJean.
Well, the Lions wanted to get, I think they would have been very happy to get Quinyon Mitchell.
Yep.
But he went before.
Yep.
They took Terrion Arnold, and
I
think Arnold's really good. I like Cooper DeJean, too.
I think Arnold has a ton of promise, and they kind of did the same thing, except their second corner got hurt, and we didn't really get to see much of Ennis Rakestraw.
This is true.
Now, hopefully he stays healthy, and we do get to see why they liked him and took him so high. Next text. I really like Arnold, but I have one complaint the entire season. He needs to turn his head. He could have had 3 at least good chances at interceptions if he turned his head and located the ball. Well, he was quoted in the story that Dave Burkett wrote about this, which kind of has led to our discussion, of basically saying that exact thing. Like early in the year, he wasn't getting his head around to be able to play the football. But I mean, I hear this all the time when it comes to the corners, is how can you not turn your head around? Believe me, they're not thinking, I'm not going to turn my head around. They just are battling to get in position, and before they do turn their head around, it's too late. More here. People worrying about Terrion Arnold are forgetting how Darius Slay got started. Well, I remember reading an analysis, and it was one of those years where the Lions took a corner high, and there was some sort of data that supported that the corner position, the jump between like your rookie year and your second and third year, is pretty dramatic. Like the good ones can really struggle right out of the gate, and then it's kind of typical for even the good ones to struggle right away.
I mean, it's a big leap from the NFL, from college to the NFL receivers. The NFL receivers are big, strong, fast. I mean, these guys got catch radiuses of like the size of a three-car garage, right?
Yep.
I am a little I'm not as concerned as I think a lot of fans are about Arnold, but I don't really want to go into the season as my CB1, if that makes any sense. Like
having a second-year player.
Exactly. I think the experience level is a problem for me. Amik Robertson is the other guy who has experience, but he's going to come off a broken arm. I think this is kind of an underrated, like, big hole that Brett Holmes needs to take care of. I think he went into it with plans last few years. Like, I think he was targeting Cam Sutton. I think last year he knew he was targeting Carlton Davis. I'm sure he has a plan this year as well. I'm curious to see what he plans to do with CB1. If it is, let Arnold play CB1, let Amik Robertson move outside, get a nickel back, or maybe get another outside corner, put Robertson back inside. I'm not sure. I trust him, of course, but I'm curious to see what happens here.
It doesn't feel like they don't have options if Carlton Davis walks. If Amik Robertson comes back healthy and picks up where he left off, I mean, should we be comfortable with that?
Well, then the question, are you comfortable with Arnold's progression, right? I mean, then Rakestraw, of course, hopefully he's developing. He can become more of a player next year.
I think he's a big one right there.
A big question mark or just a big?
No, that's one that I would hope that the Lions are banking on. They used a pretty good resource to get Rakestraw. I think they like him, and there was a lot to like watching him play in college. And I'm hopeful that that's a guy that they're going to hit on. But next year will basically be his rookie season.
Yep. And then there's Emmanuel Mosley. You'd have to think if they brought him back, the commitment level to giving this guy another chance would only be if they think, look, this guy is great. We swear to God, he's great. Because it would almost be, it feels like it'd be an eye roll moment. But I don't know that Emmanuel Mosley might find himself in a position where, I mean, what's he going to get? I feel like Emmanuel Mosley might be an open guy that's on the market until.
It's like if this were baseball, it'd be a spring roster invitee.
Yeah, and it would be, and this feels like a player that there's a chance his contract is going to come in October when a team gets hit by injuries and like, well, there's Emmanuel Mosley. Because how can anybody make any sort of significant financial commitment? Not sure that they can, but
beyond a year, I don't see it.
I know, and they brought him back for a reason. Like I always find it really interesting when players that we didn't see or we saw struggle get re-signed. And you go, Like the whole, I mean, I always cite Kendall Vildor and who's a kicker? Dorsey, Khalil Dorsey. They've been a part of the Lions secondary for a couple of years now. So, and their emergency break glass options. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up. Gator, I'm not sure there is anything in Detroit that aged as well as this in Detroit sports. We're talking about, at best, lukewarm response. Now, I think everybody gives it the thumbs up. We'll get to that today at 1:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, something else to give a thumbs up to are those red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere. They belong to the awesome folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You got an issue going on with your furnace right now, or if you got some pipes that you think that they're an issue, did they burst? You got water all over the place? If you got problems, these are the people to call because they will fix those problems. You call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to get your 2025 started with some peace of mind. It's exactly what you want. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
You know, it's a fun question to ask, Gator.
What's that, Doug?
This is a fun question to ask. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask Kenny, and hell, if Kang wants to pipe in, he can. Right now, if you had to call the shot, is Marco Casper going to be a star? It's a fun question to ask.
Well, I mean, how do we define star?
So, I mean, top line guy, needs to be accounted for every night. You know, point a game.
Point a game.
We can define it however you want.
Well, that's why I like to. That's why I'm looking at it. That's why I kind of look at star. Is he a point a game player? And then there are superstars, which are different. Those are guys who can score 40 goals in a season, 100 points. He's got potential to be a star, I think. I was really surprised at how well he has played on that top line. He's been very consistent. I think he's gaining with confidence with every shift. I like Marco Casper a lot. I like the style that he plays.
Kenny, it's a fun question to ask. Do you think Marco Casper is going to be a star?
It's a very fun question to ask. I'm gonna ask questions that intangible things that stars have. Does he retrieve the puck? Yes, he does. Is he fast? He's pretty fast. Does he get to the net? Yes, he does. He does things that a star player can do. Does he make incredible passes off of the wall? Yes, he does.
Okay, so I want to talk about that pass a little bit because I was like,
Kenny's all in.
I was like, this pass, that pass Casper made on the Larkin goal. It's such a good pass. He's 20. He's just, you know, how did he do that? Kang saw it and Kang said he expected more.
Well, dude, this morning, Gator, you weren't here yet. And he goes to me, did you see the pass Casper made last night? And I go, no, I didn't.
I think I oversold it to him.
So I'm gonna look this up, right? I'm gonna definitely look this up.
He asked me to tweet it out.
Yeah, I'm like, you should tweet this out. Before I saw it. I saw it and I go, I mean, listen, it's a good pass. It's a fine pass.
Sure.
I'm not sure it makes top 10 in SportsCenter, which was what I was expecting from the sell job I felt you did for me this morning.
I'm sorry, I oversold it.
And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm off here. I asked Kenny, I'm like, what'd you think of the pass? He's on your side, Doug.
Is he?
He thinks this was like, I think this is like Ryan Archie-Icano, whatever is that.
Diacono.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
was thinking the same thing.
Right?
Like, is this what Kang is going to say?
I was so impressed with Archie Diacono's decision at the end not to play hero ball, give it up, and Villanova won the national championship.
To make a simple pass.
Yeah, but it was the right decision when everybody else plays hero ball.
Okay, sure.
So, Gator, what did you think of the pass?
I thought it was better than just making the right decision.
Okay.
Am I blown away by that? I wasn't blown away, but I was impressed by it. And he's 20 years old. Been waiting for this kid to show up, and it's unfair because he's only 20 and he's getting a chance, and I like it. But I really did like it. I think you should. Should you? How do I feel that you should feel about it? Maybe show a little more respect.
Like, are you guys really impressed because it was like the right decision? Or like, I mean, are you impressed that he got the pass off the boards?
I was impressed with how quickly he retrieved the puck and got it up ice off the boards into what I would describe as a small window to a breaking Dylan Larkin right on the tape. He took it in and scored. But, you know.
He's got 12 points in his last 11 games. He looks good.
I do freak out over great passes.
Yeah, you do, which is okay.
Nothing beats, in my opinion, the greatest pass in the history of the sport of basketball. Ernie DiGregorio in the Final Four in 1973. A 2/3 of the court round the back between two defensemen to a breaking teammate for a dunk. Greatest pass ever. And you're all so fed up with me talking about it.
No, I'm just waiting for you to put down the pipe, not the crack pipe, but the pipe like you're smoking a pipe. And well, you know, back in the day.
Yeah, that's true.
But I have seen it. It's an amazing pass.
If you YouTube it,
that's something to get excited about.
I don't know why he thought around the back.
Bypassing a 3-point shot to give it up to somebody else who's got a better look.
That wasn't the actual pass. It was the decision.
Yeah.
Flying up the court, 3-2-1. He gives the ball up. But, hey.
To somebody who had a better shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knew?
How often do you see that get absolutely butchered in the NCAA tournament?
It happens all the time. It's unfortunate. People playing hero ball. Yeah. Thought they were on a heater.
All right. I mentioned before the break, is there anything in Detroit sports that has aged as well as this? Did you see our most recent tweet, Gator? It was a retweet of Brad Galley.
I have not.
Okay. I'd like you to look it up, and you tell me if this thing has aged as well as anything in Detroit sports, what it was thought of in the moment and what it's thought of now.
It's funny you say this, because when I saw this morning, I thought the same thing. The exact same thing. I think that this is one of the absolutely, when it came out, actually, when it came out, it wasn't even lukewarm.
It was hostile.
I think it was hostility towards the look. And then it went away. And then it's been brought back occasionally retroly. And we had the discussion. We're like, okay, you know what? That's a good look. It was ahead of its time. And I think we've all kind of agreed the maroon is better than the teal.
The Piston horsehead uniform was met with hostility.
Yes.
Brad Galley has tweeted it out because the Motor City Crews have unveiled their version of the Piston horsehead uniform in maroon. They will wear them tomorrow. And I don't know that there's anything in Detroit sports that has aged better than that. The delta between what it was thought of when it came out and what it's thought of now. And I was like, oh, maybe Jared Goff.
Yeah, that's probably solid.
And like Goff, lukewarm response to that. Now mostly beloved. I mean, some people don't. I got it. We took those calls yesterday.
Oh, that's fine.
Out of the blue.
And I missed it?
Oh. This is a debate that we've done over and over and over again. Pat tweeted back, I always loved the horse head, but hated the teal.
Yeah, I didn't like the teal one.
Yep.
But the maroon one, I remember we even brought this up a few years ago when we saw that it was making a comeback of some kind. I'm like, the maroon one, why don't I remember that as my, that's a good look. I think it was because everything was teal back in the day.
Yep.
Every team in the late 90s was coming out with teal in every sport. It was overdone. But this is a good one because the logo of the horse's head has like flames for the mane, and the flames are in orange, and that against the maroon or reddish background looks better. It pops better.
Is there anything else in Detroit sports that is more well thought of over the course of time than this? And I'm not sure there's anything like it. Thanks to Brad Galley, who tweeted it out. We have retweeted it, and you can look for yourself at Tacon Gator 971.
The Doyle Alexander trade? It's the opposite.
Dude.
Every year goes by, people get more and more pissed about it.
Yeah, I think there's the people that are getting more and more pissed about it might be cycling out of our listening audience.
Perhaps.
I don't know that we hear as much from them. But
I don't know. You bring a good question, though. What is something that has been more and more appreciated over time?
As we put it in the tweet, in the moment, people decidedly did not love these. Now they seem to get a big thumbs up. And you know what? Part of that has to do with what's so strange about, and this was not true when we were like college age. If you ask my kids, and like two of them, would you prefer a Michigan national champion shirt from 2023 or a 1979 Rose Bowl shirt? They would choose the 1979 Rose Bowl shirt. The retro, way before your time sports memorabilia, it cracks me up. My daughter came walking through the door the other day with a Michigan shirt that looked like it'd been around for 40 years. It's like kids go to thrift shops to find their sports merch now.
She didn't just steal it from Grandpa?
She didn't, although they went through Grandpa's stuff and they were like, look, I love this. Oh, this is cool. Stuff that he stopped wearing. So, some of it has to do with the way people now look at the old school stuff. But we weren't walking around in, Tiger stuff from the 60s.
No.
When we were in college.
You know what aged well for me?
What?
That was a good pass by Casper. That was a really good pass. I just watched it again.
Watched it a few times?
Yeah, and I got the view from the goalie from that point of view. It's better. That's a pretty good. That's
told you it was ice.
You're playing with geometry, right?
That's a damn good pass.
And
That's a good pass.
It's a real nice pass.
Damn it! What were you guys thinking? Questioning that.
Well, if you can think of anything that has aged better than the Piston horsehead look, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown or who will take home the MVP trophy or coin toss, FanDuel makes it an easy place to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump in on the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Here's how it works. $5 bet. If you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. That's quite a return on your investment. So what you should do is go find a prop bet. And they have alternate lines. And you can get like over 25 yards rushing for Saquon Barkley. Your $5 bet will net you like 4 cents. But you get the $200 in bonus bets. That's how you do it. So download the app, head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bregman Watch Day 33 from MLB Network. Reporting today from Will Leach. The market for Bregman appears to have contracted, particularly now that there are reports that the Red Sox, long thought to be a potential suitor, may be backing off. The Tigers and Blue Jays are still in, one supposes, but it's telling that of late you hearing about Jose Altuve be willing to move to left field, which means Bregman coming back to Houston. That would be pretty weird, right? No matter what happens, the entire baseball world is ready for it to get wrapped up. Bregman is the other player, along with Pete Alonso, who seems to have seems to have been stuck in the market. It would be quite a twist for us to wait this long, only to have them both stay with the only teams they've ever played for all along. So nothing yet. TikTok 248-539-9797.
I think it's Detroit or Houston. I think everything I've read about Boston says it's a shorter term deal that Boston's looking for. They don't want to go past 4 years. Yep. And obviously the money's not going to be $156 million over 4 years. So you either take the money and stay where you're at. And by the way, Houston's improved their team. That's a playoff team that is improved. So why not stay there? Or do you get enticed by $170 million from the Tigers if they went up that high for 6 years?
God, I just bristle, but it would make them better. Let's get to your phone calls. We were talking about this tweet Brad Galley set out because the Motor City Cruise, the G League team, there in Detroit, is wearing the old Piston horsehead uniform, a version of that, tomorrow. And we made the comment and tweeted out and said, look, I don't know if there's anything in Detroit sports that aged better than this. When those horsehead uniforms came out, they were met with sheer hostility.
They were.
And now people see them and they're like, that's a great look, especially the maroon, but I think even the teal. If somebody's walking around in a teal Allen Houston.
I still don't like the teal.
I don't like them either, but I like them a lot more than I did in the moment.
I would say that's true, but I mean, like this maroon one I really like. The teal one I don't.
Let's get back to your calls. We go to Eric on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
So when Forward Down the Field came out, everyone else is getting cheerleaders. We get some guys singing the song when we have a losing record every year. And it's nothing worse than being in the stadium, being down 31-3, and us kick a field goal, and this guy singing this song. Now that we're winning, everyone's screaming this song. So I think that aged very well.
Do we know when that came out?
I don't. I just know we were really bad.
Let's see if I can find out.
The song?
Yeah.
That goes back to the Silverdome.
Well, I remember hearing it in the Silverdome. I'm
going to drop off, guys.
All right, thank you. I'm
I remember learning it at the Silverdome.
Yeah.
But it would have been maybe mid-90s?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. Was it around before then? Or?
I don't remember hearing it in the early 80s when we had tickets.
Deep-rooted connection to Wayne State University. It was written by a WSU professor in 1937. So maybe it does. Now, does that mean they sang it at the games? Since 1937, they might have. Andy in Fowlerville, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andy.
Yeah, Stoney probably remembers the first time they sang it. Glad to hear you're back, Gator, from your 4-day bender.
Thank you.
I got to say, the Lions 60s helmet that they brought back with that kind of box lion on the side, I think that thing is so badass.
The crawling lion with the two stripes behind it?
Yeah, the crawling lion. Yeah, just kind of stretched out. I think that is such a good look.
It's funny because
I could wear that every day.
My wife got a Lions winter hat with that logo on the front, and she's like, "Yeah, it's a cool hat. I just don't like the logo." And I'm like, "You don't like the logo?"
Oh, that's crime. You got this punishment there.
I was like, "Well, we're not going to get divorced over it, but honey."
But you withheld sex,
I
right?
don't know.
I got her further from. Thank you for the phone call, Andy, and thanks for listening.
Don't even look at me.
How about this? This is a great take from one of our listeners regarding the maroon Piston horsehead jerseys. When those maroon Piston jerseys came out, the kids loved them. We just never had a say. Now we are adults and we still love them. We just now have a say. So that could be it. They appealed to the younger generation, and when they were out, all the old fuddy-duddies were thumbs down. What was that? We were in our 20s.
Yeah, we were in our 20s. I wasn't that old.
No. Still not that old.
Right.
Yep.
I'm still in my 20s.
Somebody suggests mullets. Here's my question about the mullet. Do females look at a guy with a mullet and go, hot?
I think guys make so many decisions based on whether their friends will laugh or not.
Mm-hmm.
Than actual, like, hey, this looks good on me. Like, check this mustache out, Gator. You'll be cracking up at me, and I'm like, yeah.
Hey, man. This is a front party in the back. What do you think? That's awesome, dude.
Right.
All right. High five. High five. Would you get rid of that thing? Oh, well, Bobby thought it was good.
He laughed.
He laughed. I made him laugh. I don't know why I went all Southern accent on that.
Right.
Seems apropos.
Because I never had a mullet. Yes, I had a spectacular mullet. I can't imagine that women find the mullet attractive.
Doug, you can grow one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would be called.
That's like real business up front.
It's very strict.
That's
Just grow it out in the back.
I mean, if you did.
Oh, please.
I can't even. I'm racking my brain right to think of somebody, actor or athlete, that tried to have that. Like, would that be like Gallagher? Would that be the look if he did that?
I got to tell you, if I did, it would definitely get me further from.
Yeah, I don't think you're.
I'm not
winning.
Not particularly down with that decision. How about the Lions' new black jerseys? Everyone hated them back in the day. I get it, mostly because they sucked. Everyone loves them now. That's from Kevin.
Well, it goes with a helmet. I think we'd love.
Yeah,
You look like Beetlejuice if you grew your hair out.
maybe.
Is that the look?
Oh, that's a sloppy look, man. Michael Keaton.
Yeah, that way.
I think when I don't like buzz it in a week, I think it's a terrible look. But hey.
Oh, they call it the skullet. People are texting in.
Is that
Not
right?
the mullet. Yeah,
Okay.
skullet.
Yeah. Who famously has a skullet, though? Rico Beard is here. Rico, I got a question for you. We were just talking about the Motor City Crews are wearing a Piston throwback uniform.
Okay.
The maroon horse's head.
Okay.
Has anything in Detroit sports aged as well as that in terms of the public opinion of something?
Where all of a sudden people.
Yeah, where they went from hostility to liking something.
Yeah, I would say probably. I think when I walked in, I heard you guys talking about the black jerseys.
Yeah.
For the Lions.
Okay.
Because you no longer remember the bad year where they wore those jerseys and they were cursed.
Right.
Geez, Gator, I would say for us, it was the all greens for Michigan State. Because they used to be considered John L. Smith jerseys.
Yeah, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they became the big game jerseys.
It's funny because it's so much is depending on if
You know who loves
simply
that?
win or lose.
You know who loves that old Piston stuff? David. David loves that
The horse's head?
Yeah. He's like, he wants to rock the teal. I'm like, man.
It feels like every time I turn a Piston game on, I have no idea what they're going to be wearing night to night.
I would just blow that up. I mean, they just need to come up with just stick with the red, white, and blue. I don't need to see any of the other stuff because you're not – when you're good, you can get away with all of that stuff.
It's merch, though. It's merch sales.
Are you buying merch for a bad team?
Well, they're not bad anymore.
They're not enough to make me run out. But oh my God, I got to have that.
Well, that might be true, but
like the Lakers can get away with it. They're the Lakers. They got a fan base. Pistons, no, just stick with your jerseys. Just that's it.
People have suggested what the look would be for you
if I were to grow out.
If you were to grow out like a mullet type thing.
Yeah.
And the name Hulk Hogan keeps coming up.
And they're saying instead of business up front, party in the back, up front would be gone out of business and party in the back.
Going out of business, sale in the back.
You growing the hair out?
No, I am not. But we're laughing about it.
Wow, you look like a white George Jefferson.
It's a great comparison. But all right, I'm moving on up.
There you go.
Well done.
What do you got planned coming up next?
Mike wants to add a new layer to his conspiracy theories. He's gone full on deep end this week.
Okay.
But this one actually has a touch of reality.
Had enough conspiracy theories this week.
No.
Did we not do that?
The Taylor Swift, the officials, but this is one where this was actually news yesterday of a former NBA player getting caught up in gambling. And are you starting to feel the credibility of the sports that you love evolve and erode away?
All right. Well, you guys have a great show. I got to say, it's a bit of a sad day. Today is the first day on a Friday that we do not play the rant.
Well, he's had a ton of time in front of the TV this week.
Well, that's just true. But we pack it away until next football season because you don't need to beg to watch the Super Bowl.
No.
So
Maybe we need to change the rant. I just want to watch the game, not the commercials.
Anyway, so until next August, when week 1 of college football season rolls around, and it is a great week, and that week 1 schedule is elite.
Not week 0, but week 1.
Week 1, we'll bring it back. But in the meantime, have a great weekend, everyone.
You don't even know how to end the show on
No,
Friday.
I don't.
I'm really confused.
Right, he's just like, Doug, just say goodbye.
Same way you did it on a Thursday. Let's go.
Same thing we
safe,
do every night, Pinky. Try to take
respect,
over the world.
safe. 97.1.
Can't get enough of Liam Cohen. How's everybody doing on a Friday? I know the weather's crap, but we're going to try to have a good time with you until 6 o'clock. We have topics from every corner of the world of sports and the universe of conspiracy. We'll be adding to the layers of the onion today. I know people have enjoyed it, but we are going to go wide world of sports today with this one. But I do want to start. Rico, you heard the Red Wings song last night, maybe their most rousing, impressive win of the season. You fall behind 2-0 at Edmonton. You're damn near a minus 250 or plus 250, plus 275 underdog. You win 3-2 in a shootout. They're 12-4-1 since McLennan was hired. Yes, I know. Why didn't you do this earlier? We already did that show. We're past it. Kenny, we can't, but I do have a question. And maybe the answer is it doesn't matter. But we're all operating in this post-Lions hangover, and nobody really knows what to do. A lot of people don't want to watch sports in totality. They're hurting. But no one's paying attention to this team. We've had this conversation with the Red Wings. I think the Wings, it's got everything to do with, with the Pistons, it's got everything to do that the NBA's unwatchable. With the Wings, it's tough because there's a vocal minority that are the Kenny Cotts, the hardcore dyed-in-the-wool Wings fans who love this hockey team, and I respect that. But that is such a small fragment of not only our audience, but society. What, if anything, would it take for you to get into this team if you're not a diehard? Now, the problem is, yes, they're 2 points out of the wild card, but there is a glut of teams there that they're going to have to keep up this level of hot streak for another couple of weeks to kind of make up for the sins of Derek Lalonde. So I wanted to ask the question as we started the show today. Yes, it's great that they won, but what percentage of people watched it locally last night till midnight? 1% tops. And that's not an insult. It's just the state of the world. And then you factor in people are hurting. They're sad. There's no football. I wanted to at least offer two segments, right? Yesterday we did the little Michigan State thing. I wanted to do it today with this. So, for instance, I don't think there's any shame in this, by the way. Anyone who thinks you can be a fan of every sport all the time, you're missing it out. Something has to miss the cut. In my world, unless the Wings are going to be championship caliber, it is very difficult for me to lock in on the Red Wings, considering no slander and no siren, all the other things I'm doing with this job, whether it be on the radio with you or podcasting or the national show. Like, guys, I'm a human being. Now, if it's March or April and the Wings are cooking, you got me. But what's it going to take now? Like, what would it take for you to actually get into this where you'd go, look, I'm going to dedicate time. I have to watch the Wings on a Tuesday night. This has to happen.
You know what, Mike? I think you touched upon it. We touched upon it with the Pistons, and even yesterday with the MSU, because the Lions had you at a high of believing. Not only was this a good team, this was the best team. This was a team that was going to win. I think for like the Wings, because I thought about Kenny last night, because I was just like, well, it's 2-0. Kenny, go ahead and take it to church, because I'm out. They're down 2-0. And then I see, they bounce back. Okay, let me get back in here. And now I'm fighting off sleep. Like, okay, Kenny, once again, take us to church. Because, yes, if I knew that this team could hoist a cup, I would have more of a buy-in for it. But now it's just, can you make the playoffs? And, yeah, hockey's the one sport where if you make the playoffs, weird things can happen. But I have no expectation like I did back in the day when the Wings were playing, and they were just like, it was almost their birthright. This is when you saw the car flags flying around because every Detroiter was all in. Yeah, last night, you fall down in a late game, 2-0. I'm laughing. I'm like, well, Kenny will watch this. I got to cash out.
Kenny, do you want to step to the main stage on this? Because obviously you'll be the one to get people to fire up about this team. It has to be more than just the hockey elite. Do you think there's a pathway? Because the problem is they don't have a Mishkov. They don't have the Calabrini, a Bedard. They don't have those people. Lucas Raymond is like an unknown superstar, an unknown star. Casper's gotten hot in 10 games, but let's not overdo that. They don't have the mercurial player to draw you in. They've been dead for so long, a lot of people don't even know they play in the area anymore. I want your take on this, because I know you were, you and that hot dog roller at about 11:30 at night last night.
It actually did get used last night. I will fully admit to that. No, I think for a lot of the casual Detroit sports fans who have checked out of this team, I think their biggest issue, the reason that they're not in right now, is because when you talk about the Wings, when we have these conversations, it has everything to do with, there's a log jam. The words log jam get used so much where it feels like it's impossible to get out. It feels like they're stuck, and it's a path to the playoffs feels unlikely, or it felt unlikely for most of the season for a very long time. I think what will draw people back in is when they see, we're beating the logjam. We're actually in a wild card spot right now, and the logjam is mostly behind us. I think once people see that, they will feel the hope again. And I think when Rico said, anything can happen in the playoffs, I think people know that. And I think once they see that above that, that line, that cut line, I think they're going to buy in, or at least start watching. It will be a much more interesting product to watch. And if it's going to take McClellan and this team to stay hot to do that, I just don't see how you can't start. I don't see people, because here's what I see that you don't, Mike, is when I go on Twitter, like last year.
Oh, good. That's a good place.
I know. It's terrible. I understand. But when they were above the cut line, Twitter went crazy and everybody started, all right, let's get behind this team. Let's go. I think that's the answer to your question.
Okay. People, let's hear it. We can do 2 segments on the Wings. That's not going to kill us too much. I mean, we're not going to hemorrhage and bleed out here. I mean, if we try to make this a big Wings day, I don't think that's the best way forward. But what's it going to take? I mean, look, they're 12-4-1 since they made the coaching change. Clearly, Lalone, you can speak to it. I do blame the players as well, guys. I'm sorry to say that, but it's reality. Players dogging it is not acceptable. It's just, what's it going to take? What will it take for you to say, you know what, Lucas Raymond is amongst the names I refer to other people? Or, look, I want to be a part of a playoff chase. I want to see this happen. I don't know. Maybe it's too early. Hockey season, oftentimes my Nona told me hockey season doesn't begin until the Four Nations Cup.
Oh, yeah.
Nona always said that. Yeah. The Four Nations Cup really kicked off hockey season.
Yeah. The Brazilian goaltender.
Right.
Yes.
That's still one of my favorite segments we've done so far this year. Kenny looking up Team Mexico hockey and how they're ranked 43rd.
Dude, the fact that they play in like some little strip mall. And I swear I saw Auntie M's pretzels behind him.
Oh, on Annie's?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Let's see, is Cinnabon? Is that a Cinnabon?
It is. Sbarro? They got Sbarro in Madagascar?
Wow.
All right. 248.
People just walking behind the rink with shopping bags.
They're playing at Mall of America.
Right.
248-539-9797. And Kenny, I know you were screening calls, but I did pass along. Much like my Nona used to say, hockey doesn't start until the Four Nations Cup.
You know what? It's a long storied tournament.
It is.
It's going to start in almost 2 weeks. It's going to be great.
It's the countdown to the Four Nations Cup.
That's when hockey season begins.
And we will have wall-to-wall coverage here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get to your phone calls. Yes, we've got some football. And I think we have a pretty fascinating discussion that is far more serious than the Taylor Swift engagement party. We got to have a talk about the authenticity of our games that go well beyond the power of Taylor Swift and magical earpieces. I will explain later. Let's get into it. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save your money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on the inventory of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery. Last day on the January Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer 2 LT for $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down, drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. And now, call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. They're locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about their winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right. David, we'll get a few ticket texts. And guess what, guys? We have a Cash the Ticket exclusive. We have the picks, Guido edition. Oh, you thought because football's done, the picks were done? No, the spirit of the picks lives on.
You have the picks.
I will present the pre-Super Bowl selections before the final edition of the picks. These are hand-selected, people. Dave, what do you got on the ticket text? Then we'll get to the callers.
The Wings can't have an epic collapse for the third year in a row. If that happens, then I believe even the diehards like Kenny will be completely out. But right now, I am in because of the stars that we have.
Yeah, but to have a collapse, you have to actually get in. Last year, they were 9 points clear and collapsed. You can't call it a collapse when you just get 2 points out, and it's January 31st. Collapses take place in the month of March.
I watched it last night all the way through. Awesome game to watch. The Red Wings winning makes up for the pain of the Lions' loss.
Oh, stop it. That is copium at its finest.
I am not a hockey fan, but I am wholeheartedly rooting for all 4 teams to make the playoffs for 2024. So I am making an effort to watch this season. Love what I'm seeing so far. That is Stoney from Warren.
Are you sure it's not Stoney sitting in the parking lot hoping
so.
the host gets sick so he can come in and fill in? Guys, I'm right here. Guys, I'm right here.
I don't think that was him, no.
Wow. Guys, I could be there in 10 seconds. I'm outside. I was in the neighborhood. Wow. Rico sounds like crap. I can fill in.
I heard a cough. I'm on my way.
Rico sounds... Hold on. Ticket text. Rico sounds congested. It's me.
All righty. I stayed up and watched the Red Wings game, and I'm not a diehard fan.
Okay.
Totally worth it. The team is on the upswing. Let's go Red Wings.
I will say this. The only... Kenny, don't get mad at me.
Late night games are only worth it when the team wins.
No, what I was going to say is all of this is only worth it if they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because what can't happen is, close but no cigar. We'll get them again next year, year 7.
See, I'll say this, and I want to answer the question because what I would need, because me and Kenny have this thing. Whenever I watch, they lose. So it would have to take a lot for them to do something for me to be like, okay, I have to watch now because
got it.
What's going on? So
well, plus, you were out last night.
Out last night. Stop it.
Your
Stop
uncle's
it.
birthday downtown.
Stop it.
The general fund.
Stop it.
I heard Greater Life made a great impression at the casino last night.
No. But what I need...
Come on, Jesus needs a heartache.
So what I need to be in it to watch it, even though I have that threat of them losing, is before the Nations Cup or whatever it's called.
It's the Four Nations Cup. Get it right.
Which next Saturday is the last game before that. I need them to be in a playoff spot by the time they start the Nations Cup.
It is the Four. Listen, you will put respect on its name. All right?
The Four Nations face-off. You're even getting it wrong.
Listen.
You will put some respect on this classic.
The number 4 is somewhere in there.
Aren't they playing for a cup?
I actually don't know what the trophy.
Actually, we're playing for Greenland. That's actually what's on the line. All right.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go to Steve. 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, bud?
What's going on, guys? I hope you gave me an hour to call today. I got about 47 topics I want to talk about.
And one more
and
thing.
one more.
All right, go ahead.
No, but I will say first, Mike, last time I called, I did tell you I'd buy that K jersey if we won in Madison. There's a teal horse with a number 2 on it in my closet right now. So
there it is.
Made that tough.
There it is. You made the purchase.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jersey talk later, though. Anyways, on a 0 to 4 scale, guys, 1 car flag up barometer right now. I got the car flag up, and here's why you should watch the Wings. The last time I called you guys and talked about hockey, it was about the frustration that people had with the Iser plan, that it was moving at a, quote, glacial pace. Where were the kids? Guys, they're here, and they're making key contributions. I mean, Casper on the top line, revelation, and Lalonde never had the foresight for it. Johansson has flourished under McClellan and stuck to McDavid like glue last night. I mean, our top 4 is solidified, it looks like. Soderblom, Berggren making key depth contributions. And Raymond, guys, let's just announce it right now. He's a superstar. He is sucking in defenders. And one more thing to look forward to in the prospect pipeline. Mike, I know you saw that report out of Sweden that Kenny and my boy, Standin Pellikka, he's coming to North America next year. So
that's right.
I'll call you back in 2026 for my jersey.
Listen, we'll be here for it. No, and let me tell you something. There are 2 and I used to bust his chops, call him Elmer Sopfenstein. You and Kenny were both Soderblom truthers. So it is really nice to see it pay off.
I'll take a jersey T-shirt of that one. All I want to say,
bro, it's a long way from them selling his jersey in the store. Come on now.
The only point I want to make, and this is my final point. I don't have about 40 more.
You're under control.
This is different. This is different from last year, and not because it's just like one side of the puck doing it all. We're outscoring people. It's a whole team effort. I mean, defense and goaltending in one game. And we're out shooting teams unlike last year.
So is there a trade possibility? Is there something we?
I can't think of that right now. I'll call you guys back in a couple of weeks here. Mike, you can get that guy's jersey for me.
Sure.
I'll take that one.
We got to get through the tradition. I mean, it's a very emotional thing of the Four Nations face-off. It is really one of the great prizes in all of sports. Kenny, are you as excited as Steve?
I don't think anybody could be as excited as Steve, but I feel like I'm close. He did bring up a really nice point, though, in that what have we been told by at least two of the GMs in this town is we got to wait for the young guys to get here. We got to follow the plan. We got patience, right?
Okay.
Well, he said something that was important is Johansson's up. You got Soderblom's up.
How good does that feel to say that?
It feels really nice.
That's your guy.
And he might stick around because he's playing really, really well.
That is your boy.
But I think once the youth was coming up, that was what we were all supposed to be waiting for. If you want buy-in from fans, the casuals, that's what they've been waiting for. That's what they've been sold.
Am I wrong that I don't take that as an insult? You know how normally, like if you call somebody, wow, the casuals, and it's like, hockey's the one where I just think you've got to live with casuals because there are no hardcore fans.
Yeah,
there's like 7 of them.
I was about to say hockey and soccer are two sports where
yes, well, it's also the two sports that gatekeep the most.
Yeah, it's oddly culty is how it feels.
I've often said it's the opposite. Whereas soccer, like the fact that I just mentioned soccer, means I'm going to have 25 people saying, "Hey, you want to go to a match? Hey, you want to go to a game? You want to watch the game on the pitch or whatever?"
Well, no, because we don't have an MLS team.
Hockey is more of a you got to take this test, you got to fill this out, and
right. Can you define in one paragraph what is Fenwick?
What is Corsi?
Right.
Oh, by the way, Will Birchfield charts his own Corsi and has a real article, like a lengthy piece today on Lucas Raymond. If you want to go read that, 97ontheticket.com.
He's a star. Nobody's talking about it. Lucas
Birchie or Raymond?
Both. What do I have to pick? Love Birchie.
Okay. Jesus. All right, get a room. Good God.
All right, jeez.
Nicer than anything you've said about me. Unbelievable. All right, let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, what's up, buddy?
Hello, hi. Yeah, the Red Wings have been a lot more entertaining since they made the coaching change. I guess I'm repeating what's already been said, but Soderblom is fun to watch. Kasper is fun to watch. Johansson's playing significantly better, and there's more help on the way. Reinforcements are going to be coming from Grand Rapids as time goes on, and there may actually be a future now with this team, and they're entertaining to watch. It's fun, and I've gone to like 5-6 games this year, and I went to the Tampa game last week. It was a good game to watch. Cam Talbot played terrific between the pipes, and I'm anxious to see the goalie that we have in Grand Rapids, too. I keep forgetting his name.
Sebastian Kosa.
Yes, I want to see him. I really want to see him have a chance at the NHL level, but the point is, hopefully they'll make the playoffs this year. I think they're definitely capable of it now. It's too bad they didn't make the coaching change.
See, there's the thing. There it is right there. Keith, you're nailing this, and I've avoided going down this road this segment because it's just a waste of energy. But we're close to the end of a segment, so I can say it, and it's not criminal. The longer this goes on, now they're 12-4-1 with McLennan. The longer it goes on, the more bitter I get. As to everyone on planet Earth knew they needed to replace Lalone at the end of last season. And even if he kept his job at the start of this season, he never should have kept it the better part of 30 games. Kenny, you are the arbiter of justice on this.
Because every time he got close to, we should fire him, he would go out and win a game. It's like, and he reset the clock.
I had fired him at the end of last season already. So that where I stand. Thank you for waiting till the end of the segment, by the way, because I would have erupted into flames had you have started with it.
I didn't want that. And it's a waste of energy. But I think we are allowed to talk about both things because you go, man, what if they had just done this 5 games sooner, 7 games sooner. That is my one fear in all of this is they waited till basically they were out. And now they have to go on a Detroit Tigers type run to really do this.
And you see now what this team is actually capable of. Had they done this in the offseason, we would be well into a playoff spot right now. Well into a playoff spot.
And the district would be popping. Well, nice piece in the Freep today about the district. Things are going real well. All right. So listen.
I read that.
Do me a favor. Check out that piece in the Freep on the district and check out Will Birchfield's work on the 97.1 The Ticket if you like Lucas Raymond. They're both worth the read. My reaction to reading the Freep today.
I was more of the cheer.
All right, Old Nation. Dead of winter, and they have their limited summer releases. I know, but how much heavy beer can you drink in the winter? The me, my, whatever the hell this thing is called. It is a hazy triple IPA, pineapple, mango, all kinds of stuff in there. You go, what the hell do I want that for? It's 38 degrees. You want it because what are you going to do? Drink stuff that looks like tar all winter? Lighten it up, change it up, and it's limited release. You think of summer while you're inside. It's 72. It counts. Respectfully brewed in Williamston. Naturally, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference and support local. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, let's get a little football in the mix, shall we? David, let's continue our series of Super Bowl preparation today, Blitz things. Yes, David.
Well, not the Super Bowl. That's what's not going on in New Jersey. I tell you that.
Cheap shot.
Well, my team isn't doing any much better. So.
Really? Heard your uncle's still at the craps table.
Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. So we've gone over a lot of things here for the Super Bowl. We've gone over some food items. I want to go over what the most popular game day delicacy is so far.
Okay.
We talked about wings. That's number one, of course.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah.
Pizza's number 4.
Can we stop for one moment?
Sure.
If you are hosting a Super Bowl party, wings are one of the worst ideas. Let's think this over. Most adults are giant man babies anyways. Now you're handing them a sauced item that they have to eat with their hands in your home. Come on, man. You're lucky if the people you invite to your house bathe. Where do you think their chicken finger hands go? Right on the upholstery.
So you're dousing the wings in sauce?
No, I'm advocating that if you're doing a Super Bowl party, here, slander away, you got to get boneless. It requires a utensil. It's from plate to mouth. You can't handing idiots chicken wings is handing a machine gun to a baby.
So basically chicken tenders.
Yes. I'm not doing this argument. I'll leave that for Doug and Scott. The point I'm making to you is you have to keep your house clean. Got to go to boneless route for the party.
I think once you have a party, you realize your house is not going to be clean. Your house is going to be trashed when the Super Bowl is over.
Well, you know what? I don't associate with those type of people.
Even if you have great friends.
What are you having, Guns N' Roses at the house?
No, but it's still going to be a mess when everybody leaves.
See, the thing is, they don't have it categorized, but they do say that 1.4 billion wings will be eaten during the game. So it doesn't say what's boneless and what's not.
God, that's like 4 wings per American.
Actually, what it is that's enough to circle the earth 3 times.
With wings?
Yes.
Food and clothes.
See, I think that the wings is just, all encompassing. But so wings are 1. You said pizza's 4.
Pizza's 4.
Are you going to tell us what 2 and 3 are?
I am.
Oh, because I'm like, wait.
I am.
What?
Stoney likes the white meat. Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
David.
Number 2 is buffalo chicken dip. What I found interesting is that when they list out, they have a map here of what states love what. And Michigan is one of the states, mostly Midwest here, that loves the buffalo chicken dip.
No, thank you, Gov. Let me tell you why. This is a working theory I have, being that I don't know if you're aware of this, wasn't born here. The Midwest doesn't know how to cook. You are what I call the crock pot region. So people who can't cook all invariably own crock pots. What is easy to make in a crock pot? This Frankenstein dip known as buffalo chicken dip. Places like Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, it's the crock pot region. Trump's renaming a lot of things right now. We should rename the Great Lakes region the crock pot region.
Sounds awful elitist to me.
Or factual.
It's not factual.
I agree with him. I think there's a segment of this Midwest that does it, that doesn't know how to cook.
Well, that's like saying, well, whoever owns a microwave can't cook. Like, that's not fair.
Rico,
it's also
we don't
true.
have to worry about that. We know how to cook.
Right.
If you know what I'm saying.
Thank you, TJ. What's your view on buffalo chicken dip? This would be a no-go for me. Again, slobs. Can't have it in the house.
Okay, why? Is it?
They have to dip a chip, then go from container to face. It's a disaster.
Well, it will also go with number 3, which is spinach artichoke dip as well. So, yeah.
See, you crock pot people.
So now I just want. So what is the thing that you eat at your house that won't make a mess at all?
No, I'm saying if you do a Super Bowl party, there's a way to mitigate risk.
Crackers?
No, you would do pizza, you would do stromboli, you would do boneless wings. We're not doing
what
the
about
dips.
the toppings that fall off of the pizza?
Now you're making things up. Only places that don't know how to make a pizza have topping slippage. Come on.
That's true, too.
Thank you.
I agree. You have to protect yourself from your guests if you're hosting a party.
That's it. It's war.
Yeah.
When you have a Super Bowl party, it is war. You have to approach it like the teams. It is SEAL Team 6. You have got to have a plan.
Am I missing something here?
I feel like Mike, if he's hosting a party, is just constantly scanning his guests.
Right.
No, don't drop that.
You. It's the new
Coaster,
commercial.
Coaster on the table. Put a coaster down.
It's the new commercial with Saban. There's a great barbecue outside. Don't use it.
That's you.
No, I just as
That
you
ends
get
at 2 p.m.
Well,
That ends at 2 p.m.
right. Hey, welcome to the Valenti household. Here's some napkins. Hey, Mike, here. Napkins. I'm giving you 10 to start off with. I expect none.
Get out. All right, next.
All right, so this is kind of interesting to me. I've gone through.
He's got a whole sauce area like smoking.
He can't
Eating
let it
sauce
go.
over there. Sorry.
Here's
This
the
is-
sauce staging area.
Right.
This is because a lot of people like to bet the coin toss.
Yeah, they're
for the
called
Super Bowl.
degenerates. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So here, I have a question for you when we start this.
Okay.
It's been 58 Super Bowls.
Yes.
How many times has it been heads or tails? Because
You know
the
what?
reason I'm asking is because I couldn't believe what I just saw.
I'm going to say.
What does Taylor Swift want?
Oh, there's more on the Chiefs in the coin toss coming up. You're
You know
going
what,
to love it.
David? Let's just go with. You say it's 58 Super
58
Bowls.
Super Bowls.
Let's say it's. What, 29?
No.
29?
I'll say 38 times it's been tails. I just
Rico,
made that up.
You're right. It is split down the middle, 29 and 29.
Okay, timeout. Challenge flag. He knew that answer. You're playing coy. You're a liar.
I didn't.
Get out.
It feels like he knew the answer.
He knew the answer.
He said,
It's math.
29.
Guys, it's math. It's 50-50.
But it could have been 38 on one side. It could have been 34 on one side.
No, it's not. It's 50-50 because the coin doesn't have a memory. So it's still 50-50 each and every time you flip
That
the
doesn't
coin.
guarantee that it's going to be 29-29.
But David,
It could have
the
been
best shot is
heads 2 years ago.
50-50.
Okay.
That's your best odds.
Well, let
That's
me
just
give you
called
this.
math, people.
Let me give you this, and this will kind of lead into the more hate for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, I'm all in. Yes.
Because the team that wins the coin toss loses the Super Bowl more often than not. In the past, over the last decade, more of them that have won the toss have lost the game, except for the Chiefs. They are the only team in the last 10 years to win the toss and also win the Super Bowl. The last 2 Super Bowls, they have done that. So they win the toss. It doesn't matter. They're going to win the game. Doesn't matter what other teams do. They win the toss and they lose. I hate the Chiefs. I hate the Chiefs.
But how do you really feel?
I don't really know where to go with that one. So sauce or no? No, I'm kidding.
No.
No.
I'm just telling you. There are rules to hosting a party. I mean, I know you can't let it go. Listen, I don't know about you. I don't hang out I don't know. Kenny must hang out with animals. I'm not letting people come to the house and trash it. There are rules. That's how this works.
All right, let's get to this here. Little quiz for you.
Kenny's hanging out with the Bumpus Hounds.
Little quiz for you.
So if I show up to your house with a guy named Ahmed Gardner, would you let me in?
Oh, Sauce?
Yeah. Because technically he is Sauce.
But he'd have to
stop
yeah,
that.
He'd have to stay in the kitchen. He ain't eating that in the living room.
Okay.
That's not happening.
So a little quiz here for you. 6 coaches have led 2 different NFL teams to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Winning it. Can you name some of them?
To win the Super Bowl.
Yes. Or I'm sorry, to make the Super Bowl.
All right,
Sorry.
I got one right off the top.
Wait, they made the Super Bowl?
Just making the Super Bowl.
Okay, now, okay.
Yeah.
Dick Vermeil. He took
Correct.
the Eagles and Rams.
Correct.
All right, there's one. All right, Rico Beard, over to you. Center square.
I was about to say, no, Andy Reid never made it as an Eagle.
Yes, he did. Terrell Owens game against the Patriots.
He did.
Year before Katrina.
Bingo.
Reid. Yes.
I got you, buddy, even though you're a slanderous SOB. Over to Kenny Cott. Can you name one of the coaches who has brought 2 different teams to a Super Bowl?
No.
You're terrible.
I'm terrible at this game. I'm going to pass.
All right. Damn it. I got to think. It's
How
live
many is
radio.
it?
You named 2, so there are 4 more left.
There are 4 more. Wow.
Yeah, there's 6 total. It's so hard, and we're live on the air. I don't have time.
I'll
Just
give
go.
it to you. Don Shula, Miami and the Colts.
Christ, that was the Stone Ages.
Bill Parcells.
Oh, Mike McCarthy.
took the Patriots and the Giants.
You know what? Wow. Shame on me. The big tuna did do it twice.
Mike McCarthy? Yeah. Packers and Cowboys, right? Yeah. Mike Holmgren, Packers in Seattle.
Oh, my God. I forgot about Seattle. All I think about with the Holmgren era Seahawks is, well, we're taking the ball and we're going to score. Damn.
Well, there is an NFL team that has made the Super Bowl 4 times, but have never led in any of the games. That's what we'll close with.
Has never led.
Never led in the 4 Super Bowls.
4 Super Bowls. All right, go ahead. You were going to say something.
No, I was, but you'll just call me bad names.
No, I won't. Please.
And, David, let me ask this. Do they have a ginger at quarterback this year?
Minnesota Vikings, Bud Wilkinson era? David?
He knows. He's looking this up. Yes, it is the Minnesota Vikings. It is the Minnesota
There's
Vikings.
There's only 2 teams that lost 4 Super Bowls.
That's true. We went over that yesterday, yes.
The Bills were actually good in the first game.
And they scored. They were leading.
They had a lead.
Yes.
Yeah, you hate
at some
to
point
see
in the
it.
game.
Minnesota was just a purple pinata.
Yeah, exactly. All 4 games,
Yes.
we didn't have a lead, man.
David, they were horrible in all
That's
the games.
why I tell you things like I'd rather go 3-14 than have that existence.
No, but
You're not giving your fan base a chance to even hope.
You need at least one. Now, yes, 4 is difficult, but you need at least one time that people can say, but look at because think about it. If the Lions never make it, we'll talk about last year's championship
What are you
game.
talking about? They've already won 3 of them. Signed Jim Costa, Livonia.
And on that note,
I'll get your disco shirts on, you son of a...
And on that note, that is your Super Bowl Blitz.
Moran Chevrolet, #1 Chevy dealer in the state. They got great deals as we start the new year and move into February. Right now, the 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. And if you need certified service, MoranExpress.com, and you get the free loaner vehicle to go about your day and do the things you got to do. So score your best deal, MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, we're going to add a new layer to Mike's conspiracy theory coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. But, David, right now, a couple ticket texts. I do think that I can only imagine at Mike's house there is a sauce and no sauce section, like smoking and non-smoking section. You stand over there. No. Red sauce.
We'll do this
over there.
next week. But, no, there are rules. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do a segment as we lead up to the Super Bowl. I'll do a party guide. I mean, look, first rule of a party. You're not wearing your outside shoes inside. Take them off. Think you're bringing all your nonsense from out in the world into the man cave? That's not happening. And then, yes, look, think about this. You allow the animals you hang out with to eat chicken wings with their bare hands, and then they're petting the dogs, and now I got sauce in the dog's hair.
So there's no sauce. So there's no meatballs at your house.
No.
Period.
Why would I ever serve that? No.
Because they're tasty.
Yeah, and I'd have to make like 300 of them. And unlike you, I don't defrost them and put them in the microwave. I would have to make them with my own hands.
Wow.
Meatballs are made with love.
You know what? There was no love in that comment.
Yeah, well, you know what?
There was no love.
There
you
wasn't.
Know what?
I don't have any love for Marie Callender.
You better be happy that I like you.
She's not a nice lady.
You better be happy I like your mother.
Take
I would
the
say
frozen
something.
meatballs and put them in the crock pot.
Jeez.
Yeah, there you go, Rico. Do what everybody else does. Throw your meatballs. You know what you don't do in New York? You don't put your meatballs in a crock pot.
No?
Ridiculous. We'll do this next week. I'll have a guide.
You know what?
But that's why you do the boneless wings for people at the party.
David,
then they don't have to use their hands.
Just for that, I just want to show up to the Super Bowl party with a gigantic Chicago pizza for you, Mike.
I'll pass.
There you go, buddy.
You know, as I'm
extra sauce.
And listen, I'm okay if you like it. I'm okay if you like it. It's just I don't understand how people like it, but it's okay if you do. But it's a casserole. It's not. It's ridiculous.
Frozen meatballs and a Chicago-style pizza.
That's good. You just described basically the west side of the state.
Wow.
Oh, look, I'm from Holland, Michigan. You've already told me you own a crock pot and you drink milk with dinner. Think about it.
I'm from Big Rapids.
Yeah. I mean, if you're from the west side of the state, you drink milk with dinner, you have an exceedingly white name, like Paul Ryan or something, and
you're related to the cousins.
And you have a crock pot.
Okay.
And you're likely religious.
Wow.
I mean,
we crossed the bridge to go over to Wisconsin.
Oh, the ferry's not running. Okay. People can't cook on that side of the state. What do you want me to tell you? David, a few ticket texts, and then we have got to get to something. I want to be careful to say I don't know if it's going to be fun, but I think it's going to be a hell of a good conversation. And this is a sports issue, and we're building off of the Unsolved Mysteries Conspiracy Theater of the Week with the Super Bowl. Yes, David.
Don't you be slandering the crock pot there, Mike. Frankenstein from GVSU, Grand Valley State University.
Another West Sider. Guaranteed he drinks milk with dinner.
I've been to so many parties on the west side of the state. It's horrible.
I never knew the crock
That's
pot.
why I can't stop laughing.
What about the Tulip Festival?
I mean, that's going to be on the next gubernatorial race. Crock pot or no crock pot?
Oh,
the
it's so
state
horrible
flag
out
should be
there.
a crock pot filled with milk.
Go to a Western Michigan event. There's crock pots everywhere.
It's the truth. These people can't cook.
Oh, my God.
I didn't realize that means you can't cook.
I'm yet to meet a person from the west side of the state that can cook.
I'm so sorry, guys. Mike is Nick Saban in the Verbo commercial.
Maximum 2 flushes.
It's 2:57. I know. It's 3 o'clock. It's 2:57.
Someone says, who even has Super Bowl parties anymore?
It's a great question. It is. I haven't had one in years. It doesn't feel like something that people do anymore. It's almost like the pandemic killed it. And now people,
that's a good call.
They don't host them.
I think, Super Bowl parties kind of gone the way of the whole Black Friday type of thing. And maybe it just got oversaturated where everybody was doing it until it was just like, you felt obligated.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go for a quarter to this party, and then at halftime we'll leave and go to this party.
Now nobody does nothing.
All right, and just like, you know what? Or we just stay home and say, you know what? We got to take care of the kids.
A lot of lonely crockpots in Dowagiac.
Wow. Someone says, I don't want to hear what Mike thinks about the thumb. Wow, it's probably a lot.
I haven't spent it. I haven't spent any time up there. I got one buddy from Kansas City.
Probably crock pots up there too. I've been there. Ain't much better.
More like fishing poles and like pelts in the grocery store. Like, do you buy like furs or what? What's it like a trading
I
post
was
up
like,
there?
oh, they have a grocery store.
I don't know what they have. It's a different area, that thumb area.
Meth.
Wow.
A lot of meth. That's my
Yes.
guess.
Is Anchor Bay like thumb?
No, we're talking
No.
like Caseville is the
okay,
thumb or Cass City and
Yeah,
like
Port
I'm
Huron.
about to say, I've been
You
about
start
as
going
far
up
as
there,
Anchor
yeah.
Bay.
Rico goes, is Chesterfield the thumb?
Shelby Township.
Hey, Mount Pleasant is up north to me, so
Stop it.
farthest north I've been.
Seriously?
We've had this conversation.
Gaylord? No.
No, Rico has the self-imposed rules.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You
We've
know what?
talked about
Now
this.
that you say that, I
Like
do
trick,
remember it.
no fly.
It's fun up there, Rico. Believe me. Yay.
Okay.
Mike, crock pots are good to keep queso warm. Eric at work in Grand Rapids.
I told you. I'm telling you. There's like
So you're anti-queso?
for a party purpose? Yes, you're asking for trouble. Then your dogs are wearing a queso hat. Then you got then who's got to give the dog a bath? Me.
What, the dogs get into queso?
Are you kidding me? These slobs eating this stuff and the queso blobs fall all over the place and then boom. Listen, I'll set the rules next week. I got you covered.
Here, you force Matt here. Matt from Michigan here. She says, I just threw my crock pot away.
You should.
I'm done now.
And stop. No adults should drink milk with dinner. Stop it. West Siders and this milk.
Never knew that was a thing.
Oh, it's a thing. It's the whitest of white people.
But see, I feel like I may be a little triggered because I got a smoker. Is that
no.
Is that the outdoor version of a crock pot?
No, it means you're a red-blooded American.
Okay, I just want
Respect.
because I'm like, that's just really it does what a crock pot does.
No,
Except for
it does not. How dare you? It is an. That is take that back.
You can make queso in a smoker.
You can.
It's great.
It's fantastic.
It's delicious.
Smoke flavor on that is amazing.
It is, but All right. David, I didn't want to say anything because I'm
No,
like, I may have
no.
to just, you know
But
what?
there's another thing you can't serve at a party.
I'll see you guys.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a rib and a wing? There is none, and you don't serve them at a Super Bowl party.
Sauce everywhere.
Exactly.
Well, I don't serve ribs because I don't really like that many people. So
There it is.
yeah, I know, David.
Rico's Super Bowl party is Thanos doing that barbecue on Planet Nebular at the end of the movie.
Put it this way.
It
He's
cost
sitting there
me.
by himself.
It cost me everything.
If we're sitting around and there are ribs out there for you guys to eat, it means I like you.
Hey, Kenny, you know anybody from the west side of the state?
Yeah, I know a couple.
Okay. They own a crock pot and they drink milk with dinner.
Yeah, more than likely.
Dad, he wasn't even here for this segment.
Here's Nick from Holland. He says, my wife and I own 3 crock pots,
Figures.
but no milk with dinner.
You know what? And I just got a text from Kirk Cousins. He says he does not own a crock pot.
Yeah, he doesn't own playoff wins either.
Just so you know, the good son loves ribs.
The good one? Of course. The bad one? He probably likes the McRib.
Wow. Why don't we get to our topic of the day? And it's a good one. Part of it's serious, part of it's not, but it's going to be an open question to fans of all sports. Little presentation next. I think it's going to be a good conversation. 97.1. 3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind, you missed anything. And also, please, if you'd be kind enough, subscribe to our YouTube, which is separate from the station. And, yeah, it helps. That's all. It helps Evan and John, and they do an incredible job with the video. I want to bring up something that, look, part of it is fun because we've had a great time with the conspiracy theory theater this week, but part of it is serious. When you use the word federal investigation, there has to be a level of severity. And this doesn't matter what sport. But right now, Terry Rozier, former Celtic Hornet guard, he's with the Heats now. The Heat, not plural. There's no team called the Heats. He's under, there's federal investigation surrounding an illegal, illicit gambling scheme. And sports doesn't need this right now, especially on the heels of what we've been doing with the Super Bowl. And look, sports betting, we've talked about this for a while. You're inviting problems. I mean, I don't hide that we make money off sports betting, right? And I've never said it's good for you. I've never said that it's a road to retirement. In fact, I often tell you how bad of an idea it is for the average person. But federal investigators are looking into an unusual betting activity relating to Terry Rozier during his time with the Hornets. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. I'm not going to take you through the initial scheme, but basically in a March 23rd, 2023 game, Rozier finished the game, 5 points, 4 boards, 2 assists in the opening quarter. But he left the game. In that game, there was unusual betting activity. There was social media activity of people saying, hey, at least I was in on it today. Got lucky. I was fed inside info. Rozier was leaving in the first or second, depending on game flow, so that his unders would hit. We've seen the Jonte Porter thing, where now he's banned for life. This is a long way of saying the following, or asking the following, as fans of whether it's baseball, basketball, football. I think football and basketball are probably your two big ones. Have you begun to question the authenticity of what you're watching? Not just me with the NFL and believing it's rigged, hashtag Taylor Swift. I'm talking about the advent of sports betting, the billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars that are wagered upon it. When you go look, guys, and I'm sure, David, if you wanted to pull the data, you could quickly. I mean, when you're seeing what states are making, what the money being wagered per state, right? The money's gotten so big in sports. That's been a part of why I believe the NFL is rigged. Too much money on the line. Well, think about this. This is the darker side of it. The league manipulating a game is one thing.
Yeah.
But when gambling can manipulate it, when a player can manipulate it, now it's not us having fun, even though I believe Super Bowl's rigged. It gets dark. So now let's take it to the next level.
Well,
and I have to answer the question. No, I want to answer honestly, and you can make fun of me.
Oh, no. I was about to say, but you also left out even not just like individual players, but the whole Eastern Michigan basketball thing and the unders. And all of a sudden that triggered, like, hey, they had a couple of games where I guess it was some heavy betting on the Eastern Michigan hoops on first half unders and over unders. And it was just like, whoa. And it caused them to, they had to go and question and find out, are some things happening? So it's not just even big games.
No, it's the small ones are the easier ones.
Yeah.
Look, we've seen it in the history of sports, right? There's the Boston College scandal. There was the Arizona State scandal. But this is now we're at a different point, guys. And I want to know whether you have begun to question the authenticity of what you're watching. Because I do. I admit that. I look at what I do every fall with the amount of college football I have to watch or NFL football. I see things on a weekly basis that I can't reconcile. And you do ask a question. And guys, here's what I hate to say this, but you can corrupt an official or a player for a lot less money than you realize. Not that I'm advocating that. I'm just making a point. When you have people operating these gambling schemes for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and they're intricate and they're spreading the bets over 4, 5, 6 states and 10, 12, 14 different establishments and using 30, 40, 50 different people to run those bets without triggering really alarms. Yeah, guys, like, what do you think it would take to corrupt a player who plays for Merrimack? What do you think it would take to corrupt a ref who's divorced twice and has child support payments? Like, guys, that's the real world. So now that you've made sports betting legal and you've got kiosks in the arena and you've got the logo on the court and you got a TV network named after it and you got in-game parlay updates from a person working the sidelines, what do you think is going to happen? So, no, I'm not surprised about Jonte Porter. No, what Rico just brought up, even though I was unaware of it because I got to be honest, I don't think about Eastern Michigan hoops. Shout out Earl Boykins. Yes, I question the results of some of the things I see. Guilty.
Yeah.
Am I wearing a tinfoil hat or am I living in the real world?
No, it's just like, especially because I guess prop bets and look, I like doing the prop bet casino, but yes, it's probably one of the easier things to manipulate because if David averages, 9 rebounds a game and I take the under and he goes out there and gets 7, it looks like he tried. He just had an off night. But David could be on the take. Not to say that you would, David, but yes, it's very easy when all of a sudden you see a player and you're like, wow, they normally make that shot or they normally do this or, they normally make that kick. Like, that's when you start thinking like, man, he's on the take. But now you used to say it flippingly like, oh, he's on the take. But now it's like, check his bank account, make sure that, everything's on the up and up, or this receiver drops this pass. Like, he never drops this pass.
But think about how unhealthy this is. The fact that if a player makes a legitimate, earnest mistake, we're sitting there skeptical or having cynical doubts about why. Look, I would like to know. Look, it's 5 years since sports betting went legal here in this state. You guys are our audience. Has it changed the way you watch sports? And aside from what I've brought up about the NFL, where if you use Odyssey.com Rewind or you check out our YouTube page, I'm sure the video's up there, I believe 75% of what was in that segment. The only part I didn't was Taylor Swift getting engaged after the game, but it was for fun. The idea is this Terry Rozier thing, the Jonte Porter thing, how many things do we not know about? And realistically, it's a question of, do you believe that gambling is impacting games? It's yes or no. I'm not trying to make this a confirmation hearing. It's a yes or no question. Not really. It's way more nuanced than that, but this is all theater. This is yes and no. I believe yes. I think we've had enough time, enough data. I think we see the numbers. I think you see the amount of money that's on the line. And then you see these inexplicable things happen, and it's impossible to not question the authenticity of what I am watching. So 248-539-9797. David, Kenny, I want both your perspectives on this, especially Kenny, who bet on the Wings last night. Congratulations. Very nice job by you. David.
Definitely it's in the back of my mind, and it's more in the back of my mind when I watch basketball. When I see a player, quote-unquote, miss a free throw towards the end of the game when he's a 80% shooter, it makes me wonder, like, he's not having a bad night. What's going on here? So, yes, it does cross my mind, and mainly with that because to me, it feels easier to manipulate in basketball. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can easily miss this three-point shot. I can easily foul here or whatever I have to do versus the other sports. But, yes, it's in the back of my mind
or
for
David,
sure.
You get close to your average so it doesn't trigger anything, and then you roll an ankle. Can't go back into the game. Sorry, coach. Injured. And you stay in the under.
Look, the Jonte Porter thing, it's case in point. All you have to do is when you legitimately catch a cold or you don't feel well, yeah, I'll gut it out tonight. And then in the first quarter, yeah, I'm toast. I don't have it tonight. Mm-hmm. What's the coach going to say? All right, he tried. He was sick, but he tried. Yeah. And yet all you had to do was just tip off a couple of people. Yeah, probably want to go with those unders tonight. Like, again, I don't think everything is this. And I don't want you guys thinking we're on a flying saucer. But how many of these instances have to happen? And 2 of them happen to be in the NBA, the same league that had a ref on the take, which, by the way, I will go to my grave believing there were more refs compromised than just Tim Donaghy. Sorry.
You know what, Michael? I'll say this. Whenever you have to quickly come out and say it was a lone gunman, is when it's never a lone gunman.
It's almost like Connor Stallions.
Yes. Whenever you have to immediately come out and say, no, It was just him, and we're all above reproach.
Yeah, there's a playbook.
That tells me right there, don't believe anything that comes out of your mouth, because they quieted him. They discredited him. Oh, he's this poor, horrible person. And yes, we all knew that he was doing this. Like, he wasn't the only one.
Let me ask this question, because I am surprised we have a lack of phone traffic on this. Do you guys think this is insane? I mean, if you just want to call up and verbally abuse Kenny, that's fine too. I
think what it is,
or are people thinking we're right and they just don't want to call?
No, it's if you side on the side of you start questioning it, then you take away the innocence.
Yeah, but the innocence is gone.
But you don't want to believe that the innocence.
But you have to. Well, look, then fine. Believe the tooth fairy's real. When the money got this big, then you added gambling on top of it, and look, teams are in bed with sports books now. Mm-hmm. You have people placing bets a few feet from the players.
Yeah.
You had somebody the other night yelling at LeBron, "I need one more," and LeBron goes and gets a rebound. Come on, man.
You have gambling kiosk in arenas.
Thank you.
You got the different lounges where you could just go and gamble during the games. Just sit here, have a drink, and gamble.
My point is, do you believe it has impacted the results? Do you question the results? And I don't care what sport it is. All right, football, basketball, hockey, I don't know how you do it. It's too fast. The puck bounces around too much. I don't know. Maybe you go out and you buy an official and he can give you a couple of bad calls. But I'm sorry, I've arrived at a point
I was about to say, for hockey, it's probably the easiest person is a goalie, because you know what? I'm having a bad night. So until you pull me, I'm just going to let everything go past.
I think the easiest way for hockey to do it would be having a guy, there's like a shots on goal prop bet. Just have a guy have one less shot on goal than the prop says, similar to making a free throw or getting a rebound.
But yeah, it's very...
I'm not saying it can happen because, like you said, vulcanized rubber on frozen ice. It's not easy.
But, Mike, just so you know...
Why does it feel like Kenny sounds way like he knows way too much about that?
It was a lot of information
well,
there.
Actually, guys, if you're going to throw a hockey game, it'd be the shot on goal prop. And
if I had to guess, if I was the one doing it, that's how I would. If I did it, that's how I would do it.
Kenny, I may have underestimated you. You know,
okay, OJ.
Well, I always think backwoods Kenny, but there's hillbilly mafias. Maybe Kenny's got time. Maybe Kenny, are you?
Yeah, I'm running a minor league hockey gambling ring. Is what I'm doing.
The Crockpot Syndicate. There you go.
We're betting on the Saginaw Spirit tonight, boys.
I got a hot tip on an undershots goal. Oh my God. We'll get with the people next. And again, if you don't believe this, if you think, guys, come on. Just, again, I'm bringing this to you as there's now an NBA, there's a federal investigation into exactly what we're talking about. Keep that in mind. Super Bowl 59. Yeah, here, we're talking about betting. There you go. FanDuel. You can bet with them. Good luck figuring out Super Bowl props. But they have the Kick of Destiny. They've got the SGPs, and they'll have more Super Bowl betting markets than anybody. Like I said, do what you want. FanDuel.com/ticket. Official partner, Super Bowl 59, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Now trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we get to the people, and I know it's a wide-ranging conversation, and it's a little heavy for a Friday. But, when you hear the words federal investigation and NBA, and it's the second time, and then this week I've openly talked about the league manipulating the result of the Chiefs games. And yes, some of it tongue-in-cheek, but most of it is no. I think the league is vested in the Chiefs' success for money. But it's just, do you begin to question the authenticity of what you're watching? And gambling invited it. Like, who are we kidding? Both things can be true. David, ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. Go ahead.
I'm a big college basketball fan who roots for Illinois. I do feel like betting affects the game, though. It is harsher on the viewer. I don't gamble on sports ever, but I find it harder to enjoy the games with my friends because all they care about is the betting portion. That is Luke in Chicago. Someone else says, of course they're rigging gambling. There's so much money in it, but it's definitely only a player or a ref. Can't be a whole entire team that's in on this.
That, of course.
Yeah.
And again, I've tried to stay out of, I know Kenny had this 7-point plan on shot total unders. I'm not getting into the weeds. I'm simply asking, 30,000 foot above, zoom out. Do you question it? Do you go, come on? Or you find out after the game a running back finished with 76 yards and his total was 76 and a half. I mean, how many times are you going to see things like that and you go, yeah, really?
Or, hey, was he really being this great of a guy? Coach, don't put me back into the game. I'm good. Or the infamous, you need a guy to score a touchdown and he slides at the 1-yard line just to keep the clock moving. And it's like, or you could have just scored the touchdown.
Someone says, think about it this way. What makes the NFL more money, the ad revenue for higher Super Bowl ratings or the money Vegas kicks into them for taking their biggest liability off the board?
I have no idea, but that's terrifying to
So
think
he's
about.
having a problem.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy? Dave?
Hey there, what's going on,
Hey,
guys?
Dave, what's up?
Hey, nothing much. I just wanted to call in about the NBA, and I've been playing daily fantasy on DraftKings and FanDuel since it came out in Michigan, probably 3 years ago or whatever. Just on the injury report, it'll say questionable for guys. Just the fact that someone might have information whether a guy might be in or out on a given night is kind of huge to me. I don't know if you guys kind of agree, but just back in the day, people would be sick and, they would obviously just go play. But now it's like, if these guys have info on who is not going to play,
100%.
I feel like it's pretty huge.
Well, even this. I mean, Dave, think about it. On a night-to-night basis, if you pull up an injury report in the National Basketball Association, you'll see GTD on several players in every matchup every night, game time decision. If you have any insight into whether that player is going to play, but forget about it, let's say he's going to play, but that player is going to tap out at some point, like we saw the Jonte Porter thing and we saw with this Terry Rozier thing. Yeah, Dave, it blows the lid off of, as Rico put it, the innocence of watching sports. I just don't know what they expected. You were going to bring into the light something that was in the shadows, and then you were going to get fully in bed with these sports books. You were then going to have the sports books running networks, hello ESPN, and then you were going to give live updates on betting, and you didn't think there'd be slippage.
No, because I think they thought that because it's so above ground that there's going to be so many gatekeepers that nothing can happen, that when it was seedy people, dropping off bags of money to players, that's when you had problems. But because now you could see everything, there would be no improprieties going on. But, people find ways to get stuff done, as you're seeing.
It's super in your face now because people are so sharp now, and sometimes real popular plays will just somehow get late scratched, and I think there's something a little more, possibly.
I do. And it sucks. I hate saying that, but how do I not?
I mean, Mike, when coaches and players know what the point spreads are in their games, that should tell you a lot. They're not operating out of total ignorance. They know. Oh, well, we were a 6.5 point underdog in this game. that means you took the time to look to see what Vegas had to say.
You
about
want something crazy? I'll tell you something crazy. And again, I think people take rigged and they think it's like 8 men out, shoeless Joe, like you're tanking a game. No. But think about, I've always wondered in college basketball or college football especially, your alumni are more important to the program. Your boosters are more important to the program now than ever, right?
Right.
They're the ones paying the players, right? They're the ones spending millions on NIL, right?
Right.
Guess what? You know what team they're betting on? The home team. They're betting on your team. If you get a chance to cover that number, are your boosters happier or not? Well, all of a sudden, you see a coach a little bit over-aggressive towards the end of a game, throwing a pitchy woo-woo, and they cover the spread. Like, you just said it. They know the spread.
Yeah.
Who's paying for the players in college football? The same people that are probably dropping a bag, happy homecoming, I'm betting on the team that I pay for the players. You know what? If you're the coach, it's probably in your best interest to cover those numbers.
Here's the thing. But nobody ever sees that as a negative part of gambling because you went over.
It's negative to the people who bet the underdog.
No, but I'm saying because you actually went out there and you tried, and you have seen it like, man, why didn't they just take a knee?
Right, but it's inauthentic. That's the
Dan
point.
Lanning, Oregon.
Yep.
When they played Michigan.
Yep.
Game was over.
Yep.
Game was over, but Oregon wasn't covering yet. We got to make sure we cover this. Score the touchdown.
Perfect example. You've never been more beautiful.
I try.
That's a perfect example.
All right. That's for the crock pot people.
Welcome to Holland, Michigan. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, bud?
Not a whole lot, fellas. Just getting off the freeway right now, heading home, off early on a Friday. I will take it.
Enjoy the hell out of it, Danny.
I'll try. Thanks, guys. Real quick, yeah, I'm an average fan, man, and when they started doing the betting, it's hard for me to keep up with, man, because there's just so many things you can do in game. I agree with what you're saying about, either it's yes or no. This has either affected the outcome of games or it hasn't. I would say yes, it has, 100%. It's had an effect on the outcome of games at every collegiate level, professional level, doesn't matter. Where I get hung up on is, and I think it's interesting to think about the fact of how much is different between the betting that happens pregame versus the betting that happens in game, and how much does that factor into the outcomes of the events? Because me, casual fan, what I do, man, I take a couple golfers before the tournament starts on a Thursday. I always take the long shots. I never hit, but one of these days, one of my little $1 or $2 scratch offs is going to hit, and I'm going to throw myself a party. And it just makes it more enjoyable to watch the golf tournament for me. But for me, there's so much that happens like in the game that I don't know that the players
Dan,
really understand. Like,
Dan, I think most of the things would happen if you're going to try to set something up. It has to be before, because you don't have access to the players during the game. That you could say, you know what, I kind of need you to hit the over in this game, because you can't get to the court, you can't get to the field to tell them that, but you can have a conversation, whether it's a third party or not, pregame.
Sure. Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. I don't know if that made a whole lot of sense. I was trying to articulate what was in my head, but
Dan, you're good. You're not a congressman delivering a speech. Relax. You're cruising home on a Friday. It's all good, man.
I appreciate it.
You got it. No, and look, you don't have to, like we just talked about. It doesn't have to be, this guy's compromised. He had a gun to his head. You're going to turn the ball over 12 times. No. It could be as simple as running a play when you don't need to run it.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have we said, wow, that coach is being a real Richard.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just took the knee. Nope. We're going to run this. We're going to make this play, and we're going to score the touchdown, and then we're going to go for 2.
Yeah, and I'm being reminded of a James Franklin Penn State game last year.
West Virginia?
Northwestern. They could have faked, or they could have did the knee, but they faked the knee and scored a touchdown. And they covered. Wow.
Again, wouldn't that play into my alumni point?
It does, but here's the thing. Whenever we think of this, we always think of the negative. We always think of somebody point shaving. We think of somebody not getting that rebound. But I until you said that, what about the person who's, you know what, let's just go ahead and score that meaningless touchdown? Because now it's like, well, why aren't you taking your starters off? Why are you leaving your starters in the game? Because I need them to score. That's why.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix, and we have a very special, highly irreverent edition of the picks. Do that at 3:45.
The thing that no one asked for.
That's
All
right. We're keeping the spirit alive.
All right, buddy.
Football's not over in my heart.
Okay. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to the Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own. It's more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to the good stuff like streaming and interneting and security, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today to switch. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
I'll get to the picks in a few minutes. David, couple of ticket texts. Wrap up this topic, 4 o'clock hour. We got a couple things for you, including something I don't think any of us asked for, but I guess we're getting it. Oh, boy. All right. Yeah, I know. That's fine. David, just go ahead.
Yeah, Tim Brown, Jerry Rice swear that Callahan was paid off in that Raiders Super Bowl. They said the game plan changed the night before. I believe that was also the game the center didn't show up. Yes, I question it all the time.
Oh, was it Richie Incognito or was that Barrett Robbins?
No, that was Barrett Robbins.
I got him confused. I know they both had some issues, but yeah. I remember that.
He was in Tijuana saying he thought the game was another day or something. It was weird.
Well, the fact that he was in Tijuana should just tell you everything you need to know right there.
I agree with Kenny. Shots on goal could be easiest to fix because it's not only the players, but the statisticians tracking the shots, and they could adjust the numbers and be affected.
Can you imagine a world where Kenny Cott was actually a kingpin of hockey shot total unders?
He broke down the vulcanized rubber on ice. And
Mike, stop. This is a secret. We're not talking about this on the air anymore.
You imagine, Kenny's got a Scrooge McDuck tower of money coins that he dives into.
You think I'd still be doing this if I did?
No. I thought this is your cover.
No.
This is you're playing a role.
Wait. And what if the word hot dog roller was the code word?
That's Operation Roller.
Guys, I need you to stop, all right?
Okay.
You're blowing my whole cover here.
Mm-hmm.
Operation Roller. Oh,
a good night means that he talks about the upstairs neighbors.
Listen, it'll be good cover if I stay at the apartment. We're not buying the mansion.
How do we know if we won or not? If I talk about the upstairs neighbors, we covered. We won.
No, if I talk about hot dog roller, 2 people were getting too wise, so I rolled them over, you know?
Oh, wow.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm...
Oh, boy. Oh, dear. Let's go to John, 97.1. John, what's going on?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
Good, Johnny. What's up?
I got a couple of things, man. As far as the league, man, I mean, Vegas and the gambling, we got to understand it's a business. I promise you, man, whether it's I gamble on basketball and football, I can assure you 80% of the time, if you take the top 3 spreads, one of them is gonna lose. That's the easiest way. I can't make this up, man. And then as far as the players, floor a game. I done seen guys that make a living rebounding just run into a corner after they get a certain amount of rebounds, just run into a corner and never look at the basket again. I've seen it with my own eyes. I just want y'all input on that, man. I can't be making this up.
So you're saying that players just late in the game just say, nope, I don't want to get any more stats. I'm done for the night.
I don't even want to look at a rebound. I've seen it, man. You need them to get 6 rebounds, they get 4, and they just completely take themselves away from the basket or box out for everybody else to grab the rebound, and they don't even attempt to get it. I'm not making this up, man.
No, John, I get it because sometimes, yes, you see that, especially if you're heavy into the prop bets, and it's oh, my God, I just need one more rebound. And remember, it was the guy that you ended up hating, Mike, because he was a Piston.
Sadiq Bey?
Sadiq Bey.
Oh, you mean where we created a special parlay for the show, got FanDuel to approve it. He had, I think, 18 points, and it was the early third quarter. He needed to go over 18 and a half. He didn't score the last 16 minutes of the game.
Yep.
No, I don't remember that at all, Rico.
Sadiq Bey.
No, I don't remember it at all.
The pleasure parlay, right? I remember.
And then all of a sudden he just stopped scoring. No, I don't remember it at all.
You don't remember?
Not at all. Go to Herb, 97.1. What's up, Herb? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Good afternoon, John. Hope you're doing well.
Same to you. What's on your mind?
This question, this is a rough question with me. My friends and I go back and forth with this all the time. They feel, of course, the answer to your question, yeah, it's hanky-panky going on for all the reasons that y'all have given. But for a sports geek like me who lives and breathes sports and who wants to believe that everything is on the level, even though we all know it's not, you know, how do you watch an athletic event and you see say a shortstop let a ground ball go through his legs, that he could have easily have made the play, but he doesn't make the play. Now, is it because, the man with the cigar, Mike, you say Taylor Swift hit that button. My friends, they say the man puffed on it.
I mean, Herb, listen, I think you got to make a choice as a fan. I mean, I'm not mad if you go, look, I'm not going to this space. It'll ruin my ability to watch sports. I'm too jaded and cynical not to.
Because then you start wondering, you may vilify somebody for making an honest mistake, because then you start looking at Mark Andrews and the drop pass on the 2-point conversion, and you're like, dude, you're an all-pro guy. How did you drop that?
Well, the throw was garbage.
But
nobody wants to talk about that.
Because the throw was perfect.
Throw was garbage. It was 3 feet. Perfect. Rico, you know it wasn't.
Lamar.
No, I don't. Go watch the video. No. It was 3 feet behind him.
It wasn't the greatest throw, but it was in the radius that a guy like Mark Andrews should be able to catch it. Sorry, Herb.
Okay.
Just letting Lamar off the hook, Herb. He's an apologist. It's okay. That was a terrible ball, and you know it. You run a sprint out, that ball is supposed to be headed right towards that pylon. You had him doing a pirouette in the end zone.
Right, hit him right here in the hand.
He had to turn around and do it. Listen, I know you love Lamar because your middle name's Lamar. You were named after Lamar Jackson. I understand. Look, it was a bad throw.
It wasn't a bad throw.
He's not a good quarterback.
Bad throw, if you hit somebody in the hands, it's not a bad throw.
Oh, stop it. Okay, let David be the arbiter of justice. Go ahead.
Well,
David.
He's a Steeler fan.
Good throw,
this has
bad
nothing
throw.
to do with a Steelers
Good throw
fan.
or bad throw?
I don't want to be on Mike's side here, but he's right.
Thank you.
The double pump was not necessary. Just throw the ball in the area it needs to be. He didn't.
He double clutched it. Okay. It shrunk the window, and it was behind him. It was awful.
Did I miss? He didn't overthrow him. He didn't have to scoop it up off the ground.
No, he had to just turn his whole body around.
Right there.
Go watch it again.
Okay.
I think nostalgia is perverting reality.
No,
here. I know you love Lamar.
I think the hate for Lamar is just.
I tried to be nice to him. Look what he did to me.
Well,
and then I think that's why.
To give you some information
he could have
outside
handed
of Lamar,
him the ball.
Tanner Engstrand is going to the Jets to be their offensive coordinator.
It doesn't matter. That's things and stuff, and everything's perfect. Disco. And look, Erkstrom has been your passing game coordinator for a while. There was a thought they were training him to be Ben Johnson. Now he goes and calls plays for Aaron Glenn. So, okay, you hire David Shaw. Why is David Shaw my passing game coordinator when Stanford never threw the ball?
That's what, and people are like, no, this is a great hire. I'm like, but they didn't throw. Like,
listen, whatever. My whole point is
they made D'Antonio look like Air Coryell. Like he didn't throw the ball ever.
Okay, that's the reference of the day. I'm done. I got nothing else to offer. You want to get to the picks?
I'm here till 6.
This is a very special edition of the picks.
Why? Why are we doing this? I don't know anything about any of these teams.
I don't accept that there's a gap, a bye week for the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl should be this weekend. We should be watching it. We should be doing the last edition of the picks with the prop bets. I will not take a week off.
You have St. Louis basketball, and I don't even know what a billiken is.
It's a billiken.
Whatever.
It rhymes with milliken. He said billiken. Tom is the logo. They call him Tecumseh Tom.
Crockpots, I'm sure it is.
Oh, you know Gov owns a crockpot. There ain't no doubt. 248.
I don't think he does.
399.
I'm hoping he doesn't. Please don't own a crockpot.
Oh, guarantee he does.
He probably.
He strikes me as a guy that makes pulled pork in a crockpot. I mean, that is like super white behavior. 248-539.
Read something. Or else I'll read something if you don't.
I got it. It's okay.
Sorry, Gov.
I'm not. All right, listen, it's Friday night. It's raining. This weather sucks and you're tired. Have Hungry Howie's get dinner taken care of. $6.99 mix and match. Everything on the menu. So even if you got a fussy family, you can figure it out. From medium one-topping pizzas to even the Jim Costa Brookie and everything in between. So mix and match. Get dinner on the table in 20 minutes, and you're all set on a Friday night. But it is limited time only at Hungry Howie's. And because there should never be a 2-week gap for the Super Bowl, we're going to keep I refuse to let the picks die before football season truly ends. We're not skipping the week. So I have created the Picks Guido Cash the Ticket edition. I have hand-selected the biggest games of the weekend throughout the world of sports. And the winner of this will be provided lunch on Monday. Period. Lunch provide. We are, period.
Okay.
Are you ready to play?
I say we just pool it all together and we just order something.
I think you're acting like a bunch of bitches. David, hit the music.
Oh.
And on this show, you always get the picks, period. Here we go, boys. Big game. The Dayton Flyers catching 2.5 as they travel to the Fighting Tom Millikens, the St. Louis Billikens. Rico Beard, you know all about these teams.
Well, you know what, Mike? Nobody walks into St. Louis and just thinks that they're going to win a game. I'm looking at Gibson Jimerson, the guard, to go out there, keep that average going. Give me the Billikens.
Yes. Look at you, big Charlie Spoonhauer fan. Kenny.
Yeah, Jimerson. I know that guy. Give me Tecumseh Tom or whatever the hell a Bilkin is.
It's an imp.
David?
I absolutely hate driving through Dayton, so for that reason, I'm going with St. Louis and the Billikens.
It's actually the only civilization in the area.
You're actually right.
It is such
before you get to Cincinnati. Yeah.
Yes. I was a huge Obi Toppin guy. Give me Dayton. All right. Big Ten action. Now, this is a 5-star zone selection here. Purdue laying 12.5 as they host dead man walking Mike Woodson.
This is a rivalry game. I'm surprised this game is on here. This one I could actually give you some context.
Let's go.
Rivalry game. Woodson is dead man walking. David, think final days of Brian Ellerby. And you got to go into Mackey. Now, if this was at Indiana, it'd be different. They are going to be all over him. They want to say they got him fired. Oh, Purdue will not only win, they will bury Indiana and hope to God that press conference is Woodson saying, I quit.
We go to Kenneth Cott.
This might be the only chance I have to actually get one right, so I'm just going to copy off Rico's notes. He knows more about Big Ten hoops than anybody. Give me Purdue.
All right, over to David.
I am rooting hard for the black man in this one. Win out the rest of the season, please. For me, let's go Indiana.
Wow. You know what? Is there a world where Mike Woodson is actually Brian Ellerby who legally changed his name? They don't sweat.
Wow. And you know why David wants Woodson to win the game, don't you? Because no, it's not that. Because if he's fired, there's a new name that goes to the top of the list at Indiana.
Oh, this stuff.
We're not going to talk about this.
Okay. Give me the points. I think Purdue wins, but give me the points. Come on. I can't pick Purdue. I hate them.
I do too.
All right. This is the Super Bowl of the MAC. These are the two best teams every year. Kent State, Akron. Every year. Kent State laying 2 tonight. Fun fact, they have the ugliest court in all of America. It's lightning bolts everywhere. It's impossible to watch. Rico Beard.
You know what? I'm going to go with Kent State because of Antonio Gates. So
there you go. Quality answer. Kenny.
I used to have a buddy that lived in Akron. I'm going to go with Akron.
That's all it takes.
Yep. Well, LeBron was born in Akron, so can't go with them. Got to go with Kent State, and they have a bird as a logo. So,
there it is. Kent State, better uniforms. All right, we go to the NBA. You got a shot here. Come on now. The Mavs are in town tonight, laying 1.5 against your Detroit Pistons.
Oh, Mike's going with real games. See, I was thinking the garbage. Cade's already been named an All-Star, so I don't think he has to go out there to prove as much. Give me the Mavs. Give me, the Mavs are going to come in and win this one.
Over to Kenny. Rico's a hater.
Yeah, David has informed me that there's some Mavs that are banged up, so I'm going to go with our Pistons here.
David?
Yeah, that is true. They are banged up, but sorry, I got to go Dallas here. Sorry, Cade.
I'm taking the Pistons. They play good ball. They're at home. Little bounce back spot. Mavs blow. Give me the Pistons. Go to Saturday. We got storylines, people. Major games. Auburn laying 5.5. They travel to Hotty Toddy. You know who coaches Ole Miss? Chris Beard.
Oh.
And it's Marshall Henderson night. I'm kidding about that part. They're taking on Ole Miss. Go ahead. 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon.
At Ole Miss.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Auburn, even though it's the Devil's number of 5.5, Auburn's still going to handle business. Auburn wants the number 1 overall seed. Plus, they're trying to win the SEC. Go Tigers.
Kenny Cott.
Nope, to hell with Auburn. Give me Ole Miss.
Good man.
That's the analysis.
I like it.
The Hicks of Auburn versus the Hicks of Mississippi. Well, the Devil's number, I'll go the Hicks of Mississippi in this one.
Let me tell you something. Nobody, and I mean nobody, walks into the Sandy and John Black Pavilion and gets out alive. Ole Miss. This is the Devil's number, and Chris Beard is a red ass. And isn't Johnny Broom out, or Jay Honey, or whatever his name is?
Jahani.
He's out, right?
I think so. I think he may be game time.
Can't bet on a coach who doesn't wear deodorant. Can't go with Bruce Pearl.
I mean, they're in the South.
But he sweats too much. Listen, John Calipari's coming home, and it's going to be ugly. Rupp Arena, Saturday night. Chance Rico is there. No hyperbole. Kentucky laying 10.5 against the Hogs.
You know what?
I can't believe you might be at this game.
Hey, man, this could be a good game. Give me the Fighting Popes. Kentucky at home, going to be unstoppable, and they want to bury Calipari. So give me the Fighting Popes.
If you think for 1 second that I'm going to pick the team that couldn't beat Greg Campy, you're out of your mind. Give me Arkansas.
Okay,
wow.
Man. Over to David.
I forgot all about that. Thank you, Kenny. I have to go Kentucky here. I love their blue. Just love it. Gotta beat Cal.
Cal's going to need a police escort. And Pope is a red ass, and they're going to shoot the three. Arkansas blows. Give me Kentucky, lay the points. I'll see you at Tony's Steak and Seafood after the game.
Arkansas is everything that was wrong with NIL this year.
Michigan taking on Rutgers. Michigan laying 3.5 at Rutgers. Rico Beard, let's talk turnovers.
Yes, there'll be a lot of turnovers. Don't know if Dylan Harper is going to be playing in this game. I think that's why Michigan is favored right now, but I think that he will. 2 NBA players going up against 2 very good players for Michigan. Give me the NBA players each and every time. Rutgers.
What about the Palisades Project? Kenny.
Yeah, what do you call them? The college state of...
They are the State University of New Jersey.
Yeah, I'll take them because I like saying Rutgers.
Okay, man. David.
I'll tell you what's going on. A beatdown is what's going on. Michigan all day.
Nobody goes into the rack.
It's true. That little tin barn. The turnovers worry me, David. If you're at home, I'd take you, but you're on the road. Rutgers. Michigan State, Devils number at USC. Rico Beard will also be at this game.
Yes.
Nothing will surprise me after your flight plan for
take
Kentucky,
photos.
Arkansas. Hi,
Hey.
it's me again. What do you got?
Looking at this game, I think this is the first time they've ever played at USC.
Classic Big Ten matchup. You didn't grow up with this?
No, but you know what? USC. I go back to the '87 Rose Bowl. Give me MSU.
Who could forget classic Big Ten matchups between Michigan State and USC?
I mean, you grew up on it, didn't you?
Absolutely. They're traveling there.
I mean, Lorenzo White's playing in this game, right?
It's a long flight. Give me the points.
Listen, David.
Well, see, I think Marcus Allen's going to have a really good game here at the Rose Bowl. I'm going to go Michigan State.
We're eating the dogs. Devils number, state travel concerns, and they can't shoot the three. Give me the Trojans. And the biggest game maybe of the weekend, Tennessee, Florida. I mean, this is a top 10 showdown. Tennessee laying 3.5.
Where's the game?
Tennessee.
Okay. Oh, okay. That helps me out. I think Tennessee will win this game. Florida, it's good. Not so much on the road. They'll put up a ton of points, but give me the Volunteers.
This is a battle of 2 schools I swear Kenny should have gone to.
Oh, that's insulting. I would never go to Florida. Give me Tennessee.
We go to David.
I would never go to Florida. I enjoy Florida. Got family down there right now enjoying the weather, so I'm going to go with Florida.
I feel like anytime there's a big game, Tennessee loses it. I don't know. I got a problem with them. Give me Florida. No analysis. I hate Tennessee. I've had enough of them.
You're not a big fan of the orange checkerboard?
Nah. I mean, it's fun, but listen, I kept the spirit of the picks alive.
No, you had some good games in here.
All right.
And you know what? I'll take pictures from the 2 games. You know what? I'll go to the Pistons game tonight and make it 3.
People think I'm screwing around. You're going to be at Kentucky, Arkansas. It's amazing.
I'm thinking.
Those are the selections.
How come there's no Red Wings on here?
Because how do you bet a hockey game with money lines?
Just bet it. It's
No,
probably
that's
pretty
not
close
how
to it's
Kenny,
close to even money.
Kenny, leave the picks to the adults. 97-1. Wow, good reset, David. 4 o'clock, nice to have you with us. A couple of notes for you, and then we're going to get to who said it. We also have more football to talk about, including, I think, a ridiculous article that Rico and I are going to yell about. But I said something last segment, and I was being serious. I want you guys to understand this, and I had a question for you guys. So Rico, before the show, asks me a question, and anytime he leads with this, I know it's going to a bad place, but I was pleasantly surprised. He goes, hey, you obviously you like horses and you know Kentucky, so, and I'm like, oh, here we go. What did I do? Do horses wear Gucci belts? No. But he goes, how far is Lexington from Louisville? And I go, what are we getting at here? You're actually, there's a better than 50% shot. And get people, this is about dedication to sports and like how bad you want to be at a game. Rico is considering going to Kentucky, Arkansas for the spectacle, which is, first of all, Rico has ties down there. He knows people. But Rico wants to be there when Cal goes back to Rupp. It's going to be a scene. There ain't nothing going on this weekend, right? It's the weekend that there's no football. And Rico is considering hopping a flight to Lexington and driving over to Louisville. And I gave you the particulars, even gave you where to eat, whatever. But I had a question. Because you are also the man who authored My 24 Hours at UW, a book by Rico. The man went to Michigan State UW and didn't pack a bag. That is the most amazing thing I've ever heard. So I had a question for Kenny or David, and certainly you, the listener. It's like,
just for the record, it's easy to do that at UW because there's a monorail that goes from the airport and drops you off 50 feet from the stadium. So you're just there and back. Go ahead.
But okay. But what is the furthest, like the wildest travel itinerary you've had to get to a game? Like you wanted to be at a game badly, and whether it was again, I think people are crazy doing a 15-hour road trip to get to a game, but people do it. Hell, 10 years ago at this station, they put Evan, Doug, and John in an RV to a Super Bowl. I signed myself out.
Wow.
Oh, seriously. That's not a bit. But between the UW thing and this caper.
That UW thing, you love that.
I do. We were on the air, and I'm like, wait, you didn't pack a bag?
No. Makes it easier to travel.
I'm aware. But do you have anything else you've been hiding as far as a wild travel itinerary for sports? And are you really doing this?
I was considering it.
Was or are?
I'm still considering it.
Bro, you should go.
Because the funny thing was,
go to Frank and Dino's. They'll have a veal parm the size of your head.
Because it's going to be a pain in the butt. But Abilene was like, you should come out to California for the game, Michigan State USC.
Why?
Never been out there. So
yeah,
I was like, and then Haller
have you
was
been
like,
to Rupp?
No.
You should go.
Haller was like, come on, you're not going. I'm like, no.
Tomorrow would be the game to do Rupp. That would be the game to do Rupp.
So
yeah, I heard him.
I mean, he tried to do the soft opening of the restaurant there. Casually. Oh, the AD's recruiting you to go? Look.
He just asked, was I going?
Are you going to? Well, then hold on. You've got two options?
Yes.
We got to settle this then. And whatever we tell you you're going to, you're going to.
Oh.
Dude, Rupp Arena's amazing. And the town is awesome. Lexington's awesome. That's before we get to, you could go to Tony's Steak and Seafood. That's across the street. Amazing.
Right. I mean, I think I would probably lean that way just to see what the crowd is like.
It's going to be.
And the fact that there'll be so much hate in that building.
Yes, you want to be there, and you don't have to be emotionally invested. You just get to partake in the downfall of society.
Right. Rico's a big spite guy. He likes to sit in there and just soak up all the anger and hate.
Right. It's like, okay, MSU,
Plus,
USC.
Think about this. You can be down there in an hour.
Is that how long the flight is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a nothing burger.
Because it's the tiny little puddle jumper planes.
You could be down there in an hour. Now, that whole California thing, here's my advice. When this segment's over, you go tell Jimmy, hey, I need Monday off.
Oh, that's well,
because
no.
we ain't trying to deal with you on Monday on a red-eye flight, and you're in a bad mood. State loses to USC, and you're going to call the ambulance.
How about this? If I do that, hey Jimmy, I need Monday and Tuesday.
Okay,
because if that's the case,
I'm just saying
because they play UCLA Tuesday night.
Oh my, you're going to both?
If I'm there, I might as well do both.
Oh, this is getting better. Holy hell!
If you're there, why come
the double
back?
dip? I forgot because they're not going to travel back.
Right, so it's Saturday, Tuesday.
Nothing says Big Ten basketball like a double dip in cutscene. Los Angeles.
Well, I've never been to
Pauley
UCLA.
Pavilion?
Yeah, I've never been there.
All right, hold on. David, what should he do? I don't care. He can do either. I'd go look, I'm partial to the state of Kentucky, and I go down there a couple times a year, and I do think it's a wonderful place. And Lexington it's like if East Lansing was actually nice. Lexington is awesome. Louisville, you can keep it. But my point is you're just flying into Louisville. David, what should he do?
I'm partial to L.A., man. I am partial to L.A. Love it.
Well, you need to see. It's not about PTO. You've got the PTO. Are you doing this? What are you leaning towards? Come on, man. You can't just disappear and then you're not here next week. You need to tell the listeners you're going, and then we'll call you from out there.
You deserve it, man.
No, he's pulling a Kang. That's all that is. Oh, you feel something coming on a Friday? All right, we'll see you Wednesday.
You've had a long football season of Lions pregame. You deserve it, man. Go to L.A.
Dude, you know the deal. It's football season's over. PTO season has begun.
I got you.
What are you going to do?
I got till 6. I'm deciding.
It's 4:10.
Right.
Someone's saying go to Rupp.
What's your initial lean?
Probably, I think it'll be a better game in Kentucky.
And shorter travel.
Yeah.
And I've given you the roadmap to the city.
Well, according to you, I won't go to the game. I go to this restaurant, go here, and go
there.
Like,
well, then I got
Mike,
you visiting.
I'm going to miss the game. Who cares?
I even got Rico a private tour of Stone Street Farm. He's going to go see Rachel Alexandra. It's incredible.
Is that a horse?
It's my favorite horse of all time. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. That's
Not
unbelievable.
Secretariat?
No.
He just said, "Is that
I wasn't
a
alive
horse?"
for secretary. Watch your mouth. Just take it easy now.
Someone's
you're overstepping some bounds.
Someone's suggesting Lexington because he's having a bachelor party in Lexington the weekend in the spring at Keeneland. So
got you covered.
He's suggesting that.
Frank and Dino's. David, I'm going to show you a picture during the break. Uh-oh. Whoa. David either just popped an erection or he is
Grammy weekend in L.A.
Whoa!
So go to L.A.
Oh, Rico.
There's parties everywhere.
There you go. And you're that guy.
Okay,
Bring your little tailgate
Find
bag
a
with
Prince something. I'm sure they're dedicating something to the Prince this weekend. Let's go.
There you go. Bring the little tailgate bag.
I don't know what fascinates Mike more, the tailgate bag or the fact that I took nothing with me to go out to the Washington game.
It's a push. It's a pick 'em on FanDuel.
He's like, wait, you didn't take anything with you? I'm like,
He's not the only one. The very first text we got on this was, is Rico traveling with no suitcase again?
See? That's a thing.
Okay, so I'm the only one that does this, that just travels with no suitcase.
And goes to Kentucky, Arkansas on a whim. Yes. But I respect it. You love college hoops. I get it. I used to as well.
The problem is, David, L.A., man, it's so hard to get around that city.
That is true. That is true.
It's like going to Chicago
But Howard
or
wants
New
you
York.
there,
You
so
just
he'll
get so
take you around.
frustrated.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, exactly. The AD has personally invited you. What do you care?
I mean,
aren't you going to be in the motorcade or whatever?
I mean, that's why I didn't go to that little overrated arena in New York last weekend.
Okay, MSG is a really good arena. Why do you call it that? Why you got to take cheap shots?
Really?
Madison Square Garden's a great place. You don't like it?
No, it's nice, but people made it sound like this was like, it's the Mecca, it's this. And I'm like, it's okay.
Okay, all right. You know what? David, I think you should go to Lexington, but this LA thing, if you're doing it, you might want to
And the good thing
you
about
might want to talk to. What was that? Right, that's Rico's opinion of MSG.
No, the good thing about that is the subway drops you off right there at MSG. So,
Correct.
Yes.
But my whole
the
point
subway
is,
system is
you
fascinating.
do realize it's a Friday. The door behind you and the light are going to be closed and off real quick. You might want to get to him if you're going to take Monday and Tuesday off.
I got his number.
You're going to bother the man on a Friday night?
Dude, yes. And
I'm
Stoney's
with my
right
family,
there.
Rico. No, you're not going anywhere.
Wait, please. Stoney's right there.
If Stoney's hiding in the recycling bin,
No,
he's
he's
already
not.
ready to replace Rico.
Stoney's sitting in his car right now watching old Flyers games.
Oh, we just got a ticket text coming in. Yeah, it's okay, Rico. I can do Monday. Stoney, outside. What are you thinking of doing, seriously, as we end the segment? I'm excited for you.
No, probably. If I'm going to do it, probably Kentucky.
Do you need me to get a reservation for you?
I'm good.
Man, I'm telling you. David, I'm going to show you a picture during the break. The veal parm at Frank and Dino's is bigger than a human head. I've never seen anything like it. It's like they got the veal from Planet Avengers. I don't know where this stuff is from.
And then I was like, okay, I'm full. I don't want to go to the game.
That's the design.
Why did I come down here?
I tried. All right, listen. Who Said It is next. I'm excited for you. But if you do another one of these trips with no suitcase, we're going to have to start having a conversation. That's psychopath behavior.
That is not psychopath.
You got to at least have a carry-on. Jesus.
You know, I take the tailgate bag.
Oh,
that's technically.
That's a different matter. We've always wondered what's inside of that thing. Nobody knows. 97.1.
Guys, today's the last day. You can head into Planet Fitness and $1 down, $15 a month gets you started on your Planet Fitness membership. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get stronger your way and on your time. So if you want to go and use strength training equipment, cool, they got that. Cardio equipment, they have that. They got brand new equipment at all Planet Fitnesses. And on top of that, convenient hours to fit your schedule and your routine. So if you're saying, well, I don't know about it, trust me, you want to do this. You promise yourself you do it at the beginning of the year. Live up to your own promise. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and there's free fitness training from knowledgeable staff trainers who will focus on you. Over 50 throughout the Metro Detroit area. You can stop in at any one to get started, or you can go online at planetfitness.com. Hours, amenity, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. Must be 18 or older to enroll. Ages 13 to 17 must sign up with a parent or a guardian.
All right, David, we are getting inundated with the ticket text. I've also shown you visual proof of the veal parm that Rico could ingest pregame. And Rico made a good point. We would see him on ESPN sitting on the bench, asleep. There's a brawl on the court, and then the players are rolling around sleeping Rico.
Right. Next thing you know, I'm an internet meme.
That's the goal. All right, David, what do you got?
Someone says Rachel Alexander. Is that a new reporter?
It's Alexandra.
Oh,
Jesus.
Yes, the ESPN reporter.
No.
Someone says go to Rupp. That is going to be the better experience because of what the event will be.
And the hate, the vitriol. I mean, when you've got Rick Pitino doing a PSA like it's Feed the Children, don't boo Coach Cal. Oh, baby. It's going to be chaos. How good of the seats you got?
They'll be pretty good.
You're on the bench, aren't you?
They'll be pretty good.
Okay.
Someone suggesting to go to a place called Mark's Barbecue in Louisville. Says it's about an hour away from Lexington.
Yeah.
It's a great restaurant.
I've heard of it. It is. It is. I've been there. You know, a good place in Louisville, too, is Doc Crow's, but it doesn't matter. He ain't staying there. The chicken wings at that place with the Alabama white sauce, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I love Alabama
If you do a
white
day of
sauce.
races at Churchill Downs and you go to Doc Crow's at night for beers and wings, it's fantastic. Kenny, if there was ever a place created for Kenny Cott, Doc Crow's.
I'm still stuck on Alabama white sauce. What the hell is that?
It's a mayonnaise-based barbecue sauce, and they put it's made for chicken, basically.
Yup, Sounds great.
Dude, it's unbelievable. This place was designed for you. You could live there.
Feels like an insult.
No, it's an insult. It's a place I like that I'm insulting myself. No, there's no blast about you need to wear a shirt in there or something. No.
There. Okay, thank you. There it is. All right.
He keep inching closer and closer to the rake. Can he just...
David, go ahead.
Someone says, can we get Rico an RV and have a travel the country going to basketball games for our choosing?
Honestly.
He can remote into the show.
No, you can keep the RV, but I've always wanted to do it. I'm jealous of people that have. I would love to take a fall and just go to college football games and see the country. I've always been fascinated about our country. It's like there's so many spots in America that you never get to. It's not like Europe where you hop like a 20-minute train and you're in Austria. It's a little different here. And I just, I would love to do it. No, I want you to go. Man, that California thing, that's a whole different ball of wax.
That's only, like I said, that's because it's USC and UCLA within 3 days of each other.
I'd rather be there to see Coach Cal get beer cans hurled at him.
Right. And it's getting around LA is, and the Grammys are out there too. Good luck.
Yeah, it's going to be traffic jam everywhere. The streets, freeways, it's going to be crazy. You're right about that.
Carry on.
And to me, LA's kind of overrated.
I hate it. I don't like it at all.
Downtown is I don't know where the happening spot is when you go to LA.
Well, it's only happening if you're homeless. Downtown's an absolute dump. Carry on.
Okay.
I mean, David, it is. What do you want me to do?
Make it up?
Said.
It's like, yeah.
I travel with no suitcase as well. Who wants to wait for luggage?
I didn't mean a literal suitcase. It's just something like if I were working at the airport, I would red flag this, man.
I agree.
You're showing up for a flight to Seattle with no bags? Yeah, we're going to need to have a conversation.
Step to the side, sir.
No, see, that's why you take the tailgate bag.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Carry on.
Someone wants to know if you're going to take your big silver bowl in the tailgate bag for the trips without the suitcase.
No.
You might want to, though.
Rico gets the toasted almonds and puts them in the big bowl.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You might want to think about that.
What?
You could take some food with you, put it in the bowl, eat it in the airport.
Well, no, that's what's in the little bag, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Cool. I think the trip to Lexington sounds awesome. And the game's at 9?
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
What time you get down there?
Probably like about 5:30.
Okay.
And then I got to drive.
Yeah, but you got nothing going on, right? No. Do it. I do it. Do it. What the hell are you waiting for?
I mean, a lot of people are saying that choice.
And you've never been to Rupp, right?
No.
You got to go. That is I hesitate to use any college basketball arena as bucket list. But it is. If there were a bucket list of college basketball places to go, Rupp would be on there as well. Assembly Hall would be one.
Which one?
Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, that truly is. And again, from an architectural standpoint.
It's weird.
Now, I've heard, and I've never been there, But I've heard Pauley Pavilion is a rundown POS. So that UCLA thing, I don't know. Is that going to hold a lot of magic for you?
Probably not.
Okay. Sorry, David. Go ahead.
I've been to Duke, and
there's a bucket list place.
Is that overrated?
Yes.
Okay.
I've heard it's dingy, but it's like kind of like an old hockey barn.
If you want to know what Cameron Indoor Arena is, go to your next Detroit Mercy game.
Oh,
It's Callahan Hall.
You just comped it to Callahan?
Yes. It's Callahan Hall. If you cut off the upper deck, that's
By the way, they
Cameron
won
Indoor.
last night.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah. Green Bay.
What do they got? 6 wins now?
Yeah, Mark Montgomery turning
Forgot
things
they
around.
play basketball.
But if
So
you,
is the rest of the city.
if you cut off the upper deck, that's Cameron.
Okay, then.
It's historic because they win there, but
Truth.
if they didn't win, they would tear that place down.
But isn't that the case with a lot of the historic places? Like the places you think you want to go, it's only historic because, well, X happened here in 1940. The actual venues aren't nice.
I was so underwhelmed. Like, this is Cameron?
Look at the Joe. That's how that was. Great history. Dump of a building.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm being serious.
Sure.
Kenny, I refuse to believe no one who was hammered never fell down and died on those stairs.
The stairs.
I was thinking the same thing
It's
about
a lot like Vegas where there are casinos and like there are a couple out there that have balconies, like, and you never hear about anybody just, being hammered and falling over the edge. I just feel like they're able to clean that up real quick. Those stairs at the Joe.
They were devastating. They were so
truly,
steep.
the stairs at the Joe after several beers or
Well, it's not like
trying
they
to
play-
summit Mount Everest, which is more dangerous.
It's not like they play hockey in the wintertime when it's ice and snow on them.
But you've never read of somebody taking a header. Ever.
Great point.
LCA, the upper bowl, is the exact same way. It's so steep.
The upper bowl at LCA reminds me, and I know there's no way for you to corroborate this, but the old Meadowlands where the Devils played. The upper deck there was straight down. You had to actually clip in. Like you're one of the guys changing the light at the top of a transmitter.
that's what I heard
You had to clip in and you watch the game straight down.
That's what I heard about Assembly Hall because it's built vertical.
It looks it on
just-
TV,
right,
I
it
can
just
tell you
goes
that.
straight up.
Yes, David.
My son goes to UK. Rupp is electric.
It's awesome.
Worth the road trip. Steve in Rochester.
And then across the street, Tony Steak and Seafood. You like baked potatoes?
No.
See?
Is it like a 20-pound baked potato?
No, it's
like the veal parm thing you just showed me.
Look, I'm just
Half a
trying to
cow.
offer you options, all right? I mean, Jesus, what are you going to do? Eat a granola bar?
That was
You're
a whole
traveling.
calf. Like, I'm not. What am I going to do with this calf?
Just trying to help.
Dip it in the au jus.
Alabama white sauce. Someone is texting in Butler Fieldhouse
All
has
right,
to be on that list.
Is Hinkle really that special?
I've been there. No, it's not.
Okay, and you know what I don't like? I don't like that the sunlight ends up on the court. It's
Was it because of the
distracting.
movie? Isn't that why?
I think that's why people love it.
Yeah, that's where Hoosiers. No, I don't
think that's
nothing
why.
special.
By the way, Butler sucks this year. They're like 8-15. They're terrible. Yeah, I know nobody cares. Next,
Someone says, I'm shocked I'm seeing this.
Yes.
Yes, Callahan all day over Cameron Indoor.
is the Titan
Nice.
Club still open?
Yes, with Cookie Moore.
Is
Cookie Moore.
what an episode of this show.
I got a picture with Cookie when I was there.
Oh boy. All right, you want to do who
You
said
had
it?
to. I mean, come on. Yes.
No. Mikey Moore, maybe.
But you never been to Cameron?
No.
Yeah. It's, like I said, it's.
College football's where I do my list. College
I was going to
hoops.
say like North Carolina, but now they've gone into an arena, so it's really no history.
What, the
there.
Dean Dome?
Yeah, I don't even think it's. I think they moved from the Dean Dome to something else now, unless they
Something
just.
off campus, I believe.
Yeah, it's like some arena. Like I guess the closest I was in D.C. where Georgetown plays, and I guess the Wizards played there too.
Verizon
Capital
Center or
One
whatever?
Yeah,
Arena?
yeah. So
Hubert Davis is going to be moving.
well, he could, but he may, but he still will be the guy that says, I put the bullet in Coach K's career.
Fair.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
All right. All right. My is the latest release by Old Nation. And yes, Summer beer, dead of winter. They do these limited releases, so it's 38 and raining and depressing. You can think about 75 and sunny. This is a triple IPA, hazy, very drinkable, little limited supply. So if you're on your way home from work, go wherever great beer is sold. They will certainly have Old Nation, and if you can score a 4-pack, grab it. Taste the difference yourself and support local, support independent, 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. Okay, we do it every week. Our coworkers say things. David catalogs them. We have to somehow figure out who said it. David? First off, we start with eligibility.
Eligibility. You have 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, and once again, Wojo worked 12 minutes this week. So just be aware. It's mostly been Rieger.
Didn't they do a full show yesterday, though?
I couldn't tell you. All right, David.
Number one, I'm not sure the value that you might be able to get for Ivy in the offseason when he's healthy versus trading him now.
All right, I'm going to take a guess at something. Now, it doesn't count as me knowing the answer because I don't know if this was said, but Doug told me off the air he did 5 segments of Pistons.
No, I was thinking Doug, because
So
that sounded like the way he phrased that, that's Doug. Yeah, I don't know about that's a Doug thing.
Respectfully. I'm going to guess Doug because he talked Pistons.
I'm going to guess the co-host of that show, Kang. And yes, they did talk Pistons. Can confirm.
Oh, wait a minute. Now here, okay.
I don't need to use the Jenkins rule.
No, because I don't know if he said it, but Kang asked me off the air, hey, question. And he started asking me about Zach LaVine trades. Would the Ivy thing have been a part of that conversation?
Oh.
Yeah, I think it could have been. I'm going to say it can.
All right,
I'm staying with Doug.
Kenny, how committed to this are you?
Not at all. So if you have a
All right.
gut, if you have a lean, take it.
I'll stay with Doug, but I feel like Kenny's going to be right, and my feelings will be hurt. David, who said it? I quit. Does John know what a basketball looks like? Unbelievable.
That was great work by David. Nobody would have ever guessed John.
Never. Not in a million years.
I think he once saw the Fab Five.
Well, he knows all about cheating.
All righty. And a flag has just been thrown.
Just saying the football team, the
Look,
basketball team, it's just some synergy there.
Yeah, that's the flag.
Okay. Carry on.
Number 2.
Shout out Ed Martin.
Number 2.
Okay, I'm done.
Go ahead.
The Ben Johnson-Jared Goff relationship was so special over the course of the last 3 years that I think maybe Jared Goff could take a step back too.
I've said something similar to that.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess me. It can't be Costa because he doesn't value Ben Johnson at all. He thinks Ben Johnson is a con artist. He thinks there's no fall off. He doesn't value anything he did with Goff. I have said, look, you guys don't understand that I think it's me.
Okay, so can I try to talk you out of it for 1 second?
Yes, of
because
course.
the quote says maybe take a step back. And I think you would have been a little bit more verbose.
He
than
will
maybe.
take a step back.
There's a good shot he's going to take a step back.
Okay, so if it isn't me, who is it?
I was thinking Rieger was my initial lean.
Repeat it one more time, David.
The Ben Johnson-Jared Goff relationship was so special over the course of the last 3 years that I think maybe Jared Goff could take a step back too.
You know what, Kenny? You've convinced me. I'm going to ride with you.
You're both going Rieger.
I only have a lean. I'm not like 100% on this.
I need
if
you
have
to be
something,
confident.
I won't,
I'm not that confident.
I won't forgive myself if this ends up being me, and I'll just.
No, stick with
I'm
you.
I'm gonna stick with this, but Kenny's not wrong. I probably would have said it in a much more bleep hole manner. All right, locked in.
It's going to end up being Heather. Go ahead.
Oh my, David.
Yes.
Let's go. First of all, it's great work by you two. And I should have listened. Words I never thought I'd say. I should have listened to Kenny's advice. Right. Up next, Kenny on IPOs. All right. So that's David, number 3.
Number 3. People had belief. They believed that no matter what happens to this team, they can keep winning, and they were. But in the playoffs, you can't afford to mess up even once.
One more time, please.
People had belief. They believed that no matter what happens to this team, they can keep winning, and they were. But in the playoffs, you can't afford to mess up even once.
I think that was me.
It feels like you were John. That was my initial lean.
I initially heard you, Rico.
It wouldn't be Costa because he doesn't allow for the Lions not to win by 100.
Yeah.
It's not me.
I think that was me saying.
The mess up even once reminds me of, like, you.
Yeah.
I feel like you said that.
Rico, the fact that I immediately thought you and you think it's you, I'm locked in on Rico.
Then it is you. All right. To hell with it. We won't even go around the room. David, who said it? Okay, if you can collect it, he'll talk about it next. I quit. You know, you two were so confident.
I thought it was me.
All right.
I think I said something very similar to that.
I got my one right today. I
did
cruising
too.
Here.
I'm still
How's
upset
Mike?
with Kang. He's got Zach Levine coming here. He's killing me. All right, go ahead, Dave.
Number four. The longer it goes and the more they can make their situation be so appealing to Bregman that maybe they can pay him more per year but fewer years.
I did not say that. Who else has talked? Now, I know the middays talked Bregman today.
I may have to use the Evan Jenkins rule on this one.
Now it's telling me it's middays because you screened for them.
I just said I
When
will
you're
use
not
the
busy
Evan
walking
Jenkins
around
rule.
the building. All right, Gator was here today, so you have dual options. Well, it's a triple header. Could be Kang. I'm going to say Gator.
I'm going to say Doug.
Oh, damn it.
Only because Gator was only here today. Doug's been here all week.
Yeah, but they talked Bregman today. So it's just... Can I hear it one more time? I'm sorry. Let me hear it one more time.
Okay.
The longer it goes and the more they can make their situation be so appealing to Bregman that maybe they can pay him more per year but fewer years.
Why not go 0 for 4? Give me Gator. You're going Doug. Kenny has used the Jenkins edict. David, who said it? Are you kidding me? He's worked 12 minutes this week, and you put him in this game? And you say you're a Christian. You're a charlatan. Unbelievable.
He was here.
He worked 12 minutes. Oh, my God.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh, my God. I really hope your uncle drained the general fund at the casino last night.
Stop it.
I hope they kill the heat at the
Number
church.
5. You can look at Bregman's numbers and see that they've gone down each of the last couple years. Even though he's still a very good player and deserving of a long-term contract, he's not going to get the $200 million. He's not going to get anywhere near that.
I abstain. I'm terrible this week. Kenny and Rico will take it a 6.
Rico, do you have a lean here? Because I have a couple ideas, but I'm not sure about any of them.
Very verbose.
Talk through it.
It is verbose, which made me think Costa.
I'm thinking Costa.
But I also think Gator said something similar. And I'm stuck. I don't know which way to go. Mike is abstaining, so no help there.
No, I'll end up guessing.
I can see the Costa thing. I was like...
Can I hear it one more time? I'm sorry, David. I'm not busting your chops.
No, you're good. You can look at Bregman's numbers and see that they've gone down each of the last couple years. Even though he's still a very good player and deserving of a long-term contract, he's not going to get the $200 million number. He's not going to get anywhere near that.
All right, can I just
I'm going to go Costa.
I feel a little bit better about my Gator pick. I'm sorry, Rico.
That's okay.
And no Gov.
No, I'm not feeling Gov at all in this one.
Okay. Gator?
That's my lean. I didn't hear him say this, by the way.
It doesn't sound smarmy enough for Jim.
That's why I'm leaning Gator a little bit, too, is because it doesn't feel like...
I don't know. I'll go with Gator. Let's see if I can just go just 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. David, who said it? Hallelujah. All right, that's enough of that.
All right. Even Javi gets a hit.
Exactly. Listen, that was a bleeder. They had a little shift on, and we put it down to third baseline.
We're gonna all stand and meet you at home.
I'll take it.
Way to go.
All right. David, wonderful work. That is who said it. Northville Lumber, they sell more Trex decking than anyone else in the state because they get the best prices and everything's in stock all of the time. Right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot and buy it and get on their schedule for spring. Beat the price increases. Yes, you do that right now in the dead of winter. Northville Lumber showroom, or just talk to an expert and see everything on display. You can even take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber now or visit them online anytime at northvillelumber.com. All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. So if you want Red Wings conversation, I didn't stutter, go and get it. We also had some fun with Super Bowl party stuff. We've done lots of stuff today, including Rico about to go on a whirlwind tour, Rupp Arena for Coach Cal's return. But you guys were talking during the break, and sometimes the best radio is when you just call an audible. We also, we did a topic that I don't want to do at 5 o'clock. It's a little heavier, which is the federal investigation in Terry Rozier and the NBA and betting and its impact on sports. What the hell are you guys talking about with Detroit getting a WNBA team? What?
Well,
why is this a thing?
They haven't officially gotten it yet, but Gores, along with a group of people called the Detroit Avengers, are basically trying to get another WNBA team here in Detroit, along with a state-of-the-art practice facility.
Okay, well, again, you know what? I should wear a T-shirt that says "Why?" for this entire segment. You do realize by getting a team, you don't get Caitlin Clark. You do realize that this league is subsidized by the NBA and has never turned a profit. Ever.
Oh, you do realize if you get a team, there will only be one sellout game.
Unless you're in their division and maybe a player twice.
Right.
I don't know. Who is craving this? I don't understand it.
I don't know if they're going to try to get the Shock name back, but it's Gores, it's Sheila Ford Hemp, Jarrett and his golf and his wife.
What?
Grant Hill and Grant Hill and his wife.
Hold on. Are
Chris
you sure?
Webber, the Tellem family.
Where is that being reported?
Pistons.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they sent out. Yeah.
What are we? Oh, God.
It's actually way more than that as well.
But these are just the names that people know of.
I got nothing. I leave it to you guys in listener land. I mean, if there's demand for this and you're excited about it, God bless.
I think you'll have the same demand that you have for the UFL. It'll be fun to go down to maybe a game, and that's about it.
And it's a concept you had, and it. Look,
it's all the people who want to back this, and that's where I'm scratching my head. Like, really?
Is it a tax write-off?
It's got to be.
What am I missing here?
All right, this league is not going to do. You only get to see Caitlin Clark a couple times at the most. That's it. Are you want a league that bad just for one person?
But again,
because David's like, well, people will show up for the Las Vegas Aces, and I'm like, no, they won't.
Look, I can keep an open mind on something, even if I have no interest in it. I'm not mad if people like it, but it's just been proven. This is not a sustainable league without the NBA subsidizing it. This is not a league that has ever turned a profit. This is not a league that does huge TV numbers. Now, when you add Caitlin Clark to the mix, that is a separate thing. That is like saying the NBA is healthy because they have Michael Jordan. No, they have Jordan. It just...
This ain't the NFL,
and
where you print money.
I still look at this area, and the only additional league that I think could work, and it is because we have a diverse population from around the globe, I think an MLS team could work. People from other countries love soccer. Americans are falling in love. I think we have a very good melting pot in this metro area where we might be able to pull that off. The WNBA is not something I can figure out. Now, again, if you're telling me by creating a team we get Caitlin Clark, go ahead. You'll sell out every game. It'll be amazing. But I just, guys, help me understand this. Because when I heard these guys talking about it during the break, I thought they were messing with me.
Nope.
Can Detroit support a WNBA team? My answer would be absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm a huge WNBA fan. I watch a ton of the games during the regular season. But I'll say this. And I supported the Shock when they were here. I went to a lot of those games, too, when I was a teenager. But no, Detroit cannot support a WNBA team. They were winning, the Shock were, and they barely could get people in the building. Yeah. It was exciting when they got to the finals and all of this and winning the championship. It was great. But outside of that, which is what this team will be outside of championships, because it will be a new franchise. So you're not getting the best of the best.
Or has the league come far enough that the new generation of let's face it, you're going to be marketing this to what? young women, little kids who like just want to go and see the women play. I don't know. I don't know who you're marketing it to. It sure as hell is not me.
Yeah, I don't see how this works because this is almost like saying, hey, to me, you're getting this because it's the hot thing now because of, it's because of Caitlin Clark.
Agreed.
So let's get a team to it. It's like, but she doesn't come with the team. So,
and I think, aren't we saturated here with sports? We're not like some of these markets because not only do we have 4 professional teams, we also have 2 major colleges. So in essence, we have 6 pro teams here. I just don't know how much more there is. Now, the soccer thing is distinctly different.
Well, I mean, think about it. But they put the UFL football team here. So you have that going on. That, you know,
the only value that provided was Jake Bates.
Right.
But did anyone attend the games?
I did.
You did?
I did attend some of those
David,
games,
I'm starting to think you're a bit of a loser.
No. What else am I doing in the spring, in the summer? What else? What else is there? The Tigers were losing. So what else is I going to do?
Spend time with your family at home?
I did. They like football, so we went to a football game.
That's what you called football.
There was no other football. What else am I doing? Michigan's not playing.
248-539-9797. And again, they want to bring it here. It's not my money. Do whatever you want.
Right.
It's about viability. It's about will it take off. I don't see that.
Or you like David and you're excited and you're like, yeah, you know what? Let's do this.
See, but the problem with that is even though I attend, there's no one else there. There's
David,
no one else there.
When you said with a straight face that the Las Vegas Aces will sell out, I was just like,
see,
the Pistons don't sell
and
out.
I was
games.
surprised
and they're
that you
a playoff
looked that
team.
way because I guess I just know all those teams and I know who's on them and I would go for it.
David,
but I didn't realize the average fan doesn't know who's on the Aces.
And I said most people didn't know that Las Vegas had a franchise. And then Kenny chimed in and was like, Vegas has a franchise?
David, now I'm beginning to think you're a bit of a loser.
Stop it. I've been a fan of the WNBA since I was 18. Relax.
Well, and again, I mean, I think I don't want to say this proves a point, but I don't get it. I mean, from a arena standpoint, you know, having more dates booked out, okay, I guess. But I don't know. I think the only thing you could do here, I think you, and again, it just doesn't happen. I've never figured out why. I've never cared enough to figure out why an MLS team could work. I truly do believe that it could work here.
Where would they play?
That's not my problem.
Okay.
They can play. They can play on Belle Isle. I don't care.
I'm off the rump. I'll see you guys.
All right, we'll see you later. But no, this is something. Maybe I am out of touch. I am not beyond, I guess, being dead wrong on this. But
I just didn't understand.
When is this debuting? When is this happening?
Well, they're petitioning.
They're petitioning to get a team.
They want a team. So
Philadelphia's out there trying to get one as well. There's other cities, Nashville.
Because I think it's become the hot thing now that you feel the need. Okay, the WNBA is back. It's almost like buying a stock right now. But it was just the amount of people who were involved in trying to get this group.
Is there a way we can get a non-Caitlin Clark attendance thing? I think question. That would help me. Because what I don't want to do is something that is always, you know, it's propped up by her presence. She has turned out to be like Michael Jordan for that league, but that doesn't help anyone. Well, it helps, I guess, when she plays. But if you don't have her, what are we really selling? What is the long term? Not when it's new and it's unique and you're like, well, let me check it out once. Like, do you really think we're selling season tickets?
According to this ESPN report, the WNBA had a 48% attendance jump.
They
last
did.
season to the season previous to that.
But they don't need more teams. They already have a Golden State team that's going to be new this season, and then a Toronto team that'll be new next season. They don't need anything else after that.
Yeah, well, neither does the NHL, the NBA, the NFL. I mean, the NFL is going to go to Europe by 2028. David, it's all agreed.
And here's the thing. The year before Caitlin Clark, you're looking at about 6,600.
Okay.
And last year, you're looking at about 9,800.
Okay, but without her, the games that don't involve her, what were those numbers? That's my question.
I got you.
And I'm not saying I don't know that it'll prove or disprove. It's a legitimate question. But I don't get this. But it's not my money. I don't care. Have 2 WNBA teams. I make it like the Jets and the Giants. I don't care. You're not going to see me there. Elevate your tailgating game this football. Moran Buick GMC, your tailgate for the WNBA team. They got great deals out here. Buick GMC, the 25 Hummer EV, SUV, $775 a month. They also got the Sierra Elevation 4-wheel drive, $305 a month. Now, both are $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for. And if something's wrong with your current vehicle, just go to MoranExpress.com. You get the loaner, and they'll call you when your vehicle's ready. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
So we're talking Detroit possibly petitioning for a WNBA franchise. And there's a lot of heavy hitters who are involved in trying to get this team here, which is why it was such a head scratcher. Like, they are really going all out. It's the Gores family. It's the Ford Hemp family. I mean, Gores, it's the Goffs. It's the Hills, Chris Webber, the Tellums.
Yeah, there's more to it. I mean, Denise Illich is also involved. I mean, Tellum.
I don't get it. I don't understand. And I guess I don't see where the demand is to have a team here, because you had a team here and they were actually really good.
Won championships, yes.
Part of that whole championship drives that used to be out there, it was because they won titles and then they left because no one cared. So that's I don't get it. I don't understand it. I wouldn't do it. I think this is all because of Caitlin Clark. Good for her, but I mean, man, heaven forbid, David, she rolls an ankle or blows out Achilles and can't play for a year. I don't think the league would survive.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you had a lot because of that. You had, and I know, again, I'm a nerd for WNBA, but the Connecticut team played a game in Boston to sell out, like where the Celtics play, to sell out that game for Caitlin Clark. Like there was a lot of actual teams moving games to NBA arenas.
Well, I saw even next year an exhibition game against Brazil is going to be played at Iowa.
Correct.
She's going to pack the joint out. She comes to Detroit, she'll pack that thing out.
I believe they're retiring her jersey, I believe, either this weekend or soon.
as they should.
No, they should. I'm just saying it's happening soon. So I think she's having a golf event there to raise money. So, yeah, her name sells.
It does. And look, I've been trying to find an article. When she shows up, she sells out. When she's not there, like the game after, attendance drops dramatically.
Well, just like I said, when Connecticut moved the game to Boston, the next game, not against her, back there in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Because they just know we're not going to sell another game like this.
See, I think what it'll end up being is kind of like opening day. Opening day in Detroit, the ballpark is packed. Game 2 and game 3, tickets go from a couple $100 to about $20, if that, behind home plate. Because there's nobody there. They're all disguised as seats and it's horrible weather. Couple ticket texts.
No one wants a WNBA team here. The Shock won a championship, then moved to Tulsa, and no one even noticed. Someone says, I'd go to a rugby game before a WNBA game. That is from Aaron. Someone says, do you think, and Kenny knows about this league, do you think Metro Detroit could support the PWHL? It was a pretty large crowd when they stopped by last year. That is Mark from Southgate. That's the Women's Hockey League.
Yeah, they're extremely massive in Canada. I think they could support it a little bit better than a women's basketball league. Just because there's a lot of hockey people out here.
Because I guess you're going to be playing the game at Little Caesars. Once again, the Pistons don't sell. So it's not me sitting here saying, oh, it won't. The Pistons don't sell out. Okay?
Might as well play at Callahan.
But seriously, the Pistons don't sell out, and they're on the verge of making the playoffs. They're actually pretty good. I don't know if Detroit has the love for basketball that we like to think we have. Because we don't. I mean, when they were at the Palace and they were winning, the sellout, because it was the place to be. And I think that's what's going on here with the WNBA. It's the place to be. Because think about it. When the Pistons were good, you can be seen.
Correct.
It was look at me. I'm at a Pistons game. I'm in a suite. I'm walking around. I'm sitting courtside. Same with the WNBA. It'll just be the place to be seen.
But even then, even when they were winning championships, the playoffs were packed. The playoffs people showed up, but that regular season, no.
That was average.
Exactly.
Attendance.
So it didn't even matter they were winning championship because the regular season still couldn't get people to attend.
I think it's getting harder to attend live sports. There's so much of it. And that's not just like the WNBA thing.
I think it's harder, Mike, because with the prices going up that the average person just can't the person who would, like if you drop the price down, all right, I'll go there.
All right, so like what's the average cost of a non-Caitlin Clark WNBA ticket? You know, if that becomes a cheap option, could you move some product? Could you get people in the building? I guess. My whole thing is it's nothing we'll ever talk about. It's nothing that will be in the public discourse of sports in this town. It'll get swallowed up because we have 4 pro teams and 2 mega, college brands.
Correct. And you're exactly right, Mike. They play in the spring, they play in the summer, but I'm sorry. People will care about baseball. People will care about the NFL draft before they care about going to a WNBA game.
Okay, a friend of mine just sent me a text, and I got to stop and think about this.
Okay.
Rich people wouldn't invest in anything that was going to lose money. And there's a lot of rich people trying to invest in getting this team.
I've actually got MC Hammer on line 7.
Okay.
Oh, Andre Rison, line 9.
Okay.
Look, man, lots of rich
Me and
people.
Left Eye were in love.
What was it, hairspray in the microwave? Is that how she burnt the mansion down?
No, she put all his shoes in the bathtub and burned them.
Got it.
I don't know why I even know that.
I don't know. I mean, you're generally right, but plenty of people have tried plenty of stuff in sports and had plenty of money, and it bombed.
I guess if it was just like Hammer by himself, but there's like a lot of people lined
Which
up.
means they're risking very little.
Yes.
Not to be rude.
I mean, Vince McMahon started the XFL, and it failed the first time. He's a billionaire. So, yes, I get he thought it was going to work, but it didn't.
I think if you're operating in the sphere of the major four sports, I agree with you. Yeah. Too big to fail. But again, I want to say the WNBA is subsidized by the NBA. The WNBA has never, including last year, never turned a profit.
And David, I think that the XFL thought that they were not gonna make the same mistake that the USFL did. They were hoping the NFL said, all right, we'll buy 3 teams. Okay, cool. So, because remember, the USFL, there was a ton of talent in the USFL. And they just kind of screwed that over, and the judge was like, okay, you win. They owe you $3. At that point, I would have just, you know what, yeah.
Let's go to Lorenzo. Look, Lorenzo, you think this would work here? Please, sell me this pen. Let me hear it.
So let me hit you with this, Mike. By the way, you're still invited to the cookout.
Thank you.
So here it is. Caitlin Clark paved. You know, she's not just a flash in the pan, but she paved the way. Right? You have coming into the league, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins. I forget the name of this other girl who's a shooter, and that the girl that's like a 7-footer. But you got people who are coming into the league, all right, that are just as good, if not better, this 3-point shooter. And I hate to tell you this, but you got a lot of grown men like myself that are straight up groupies now, man. Some of these women coming to the league, not only do they have game, they fine, okay? And, you know, they getting these contracts, these endorsements, these sponsors, and you got all these young girls out here. I live in Detroit, man, and I'm telling you, I've been seeing these girls out here trying to learn how to ball like Caitlin Clark. So there it is. And then you got all these millionaires and stuff backing this because they're forecasting what it may be like in about 5 to 10 years. And with Detroit's resurgence, right? I mean, downtown, they're building a facility. You're going to see a lot of girls going down there to play, man. So that's all I got to say about it.
All right, listen, Lorenzo, here, I want to make something clear. Hey, there's nothing wrong if you like it. Like, we're all grown. I mean, I only make fun of Rico liking Prince because he's wholly overrated. But the point is, you can like whatever you like. I'm not one of, I don't get upset if you like it. I don't think you have to feel bad about liking it. I just, look, if we're wrong, and it'll work. But I treat it a lot like NASCAR or UFC. Like, there are plenty of sports we don't talk, they never make it into the discourse. And maybe I'm too jaded from doing radio for, 24 years. I only care about what I root for radio. If it doesn't help this show in any way, shape, or form, I'm out. If it doesn't have an impact on my digital products, I'm out. I don't care because I don't have the time to care because there still has to be space for, wait for it, a life. So this to me will never register. Ever. I mean, the Detroit team could be in the finals. Odds we're talking about it, plus 2,000 on FanDuel. Because it does. Look, the biggest UFC events that take place, do we ever talk about it?
Nope.
Remember when NASCAR was a thing? How about wrestling? There are plenty of things out there that are popular in their niche.
I think we possibly talked about that. Was it Tyson? One of the Paul
Tyson
brothers?
and Jake Paul was this one-off sports event, and we did one day on it. But do you foresee the update guy coming in here? Well, last night, the Detroit, whatever they're going to be called, 68, the Fever, 62. I don't see it.
Yeah, I think it will be in an update, and that's about it.
Okay. David, ticket text, and we can move.
No offense to Lorenzo, and I know all those players, and Lauren Betts was the player for UCLA. He didn't know the name. UCLA center. She could shoot.
Okay.
But no offense to him, the names he mentioned, people don't know them. They don't. So it's not going to move.
Well, Juju's USC.
Correct. But I don't think she's going to move the needle like Caitlin. I'm sorry. Caitlin just moves the needle.
But here's the way this works. And this is where if we're wrong, we're wrong. and I'm man enough to admit it, but if there is a belief that the WNBA can somehow turn a profit someday and the league is in a renaissance period, hey, fine. I think I'm okay having doubts when the league only exists because the NBA is willing to pay for it.
But see, I think that the WNBA should learn from the NBA's mistake. You have these young players coming in, reduce the league, the size of the team. So therefore, there's Juju and Caitlin.
They're doing the opposite.
Right. So now all of a sudden, the young players are teaming up with these other players, and you have teams with like 3 superstars on the team. Maybe
NBA,
now you care.
The NBA should contract.
Yes,
no hyperbole. If
Learn
the NBA needs less, then what about, you know what I mean?
Learn from the NBA's mistake. Don't expand and put a player here, a player here, a player in Vancouver, a player
If the
here.
Charlotte Hornets and New Orleans Pelicans disappeared tomorrow, would anyone notice? I'm not being flippant.
No.
If the Memphis Grizzlies disappeared, would anyone know?
I would notice.
Well, okay.
But yeah, I get you.
Come on, man.
You got
Hockey doesn't need more teams. And I'm not being disrespectful, but Jesus.
No, honestly, NBA, you could probably take Atlanta off. Take a lot of
There you go.
teams.
You got 2 on the East, 2 on the West. We just fixed the NBA.
Pare it down. 248-539-9797. We have a very special. I know. The Super Bowl's next week. There's no football. Oh, no. I stepped in. We're doing the picks. I got treats for everybody. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Specs at LTU. If you want that career in radio, you hear us having fun all the time, and you're like, you know what, I can do that. You probably can. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new radio career. Or maybe you want to go into television. You're a graphic design artist. Doesn't matter. Specs at LTU can help you in any of the 3 genres. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. So with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry, because you're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in the fields that you have chosen. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Personal injury of any sort is absolutely personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing recovery for those who've been injured, and David is dedicated to ensuring that you will get all of the care that you need to put your life back together. He will fight for you, and the best part, he will answer your phone call. Call him right now personally at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, 97.1. Uplifting. David, a few ticket texts, then we got Reegs down at LCA, right? Mavs, Pistons. Pistons will win tonight. I assure you.
Guarantee?
Burn the sage.
Oh.
They're winning tonight. They're winning tonight. A short home dog to the Rat Mavs. The Pistons are winning tonight.
Is Clay playing tonight?
I know Beef Stew's not. And
But it's bobblehead night.
And it's Beef Stew bobblehead night.
He ain't playing. That's hilarious.
Who's this tall usher?
They got boxing gloves on that bobblehead.
Do they still do the dancing usher?
I hope.
I don't think so.
Not a fan.
I went to a game last season. Didn't see
David?
it.
Okay. Sorry.
What happened?
Oh no, I'm getting off topic here.
So you mentioned about people not going to games. Someone says, I love sports, absolutely love sports, but going down to a game, no thank you. I wouldn't go down with free tickets. It's a bad experience. Wow. Okay. Someone else says, the WNBA can't support any team. The league is in the red, propped up by ESPN.
Listen, they're propped up they are subsidized by the NBA. They have never turned a profit.
Just say it. Women's sports, they don't make money. Caitlin Clark phenomenon is trendy, not sustainable, though. If it's about making money, the WNBA is a worthless investment.
No, I mean, I think like women's tennis, I think makes money. Like certain things, but the WNBA, no, does not. Caitlin Clark makes money. That's why she's in the All-State commercials.
Correct.
Or State Farm, I'm sorry, or whatever.
Someone is responding to us from the Odyssey Rewind. They listen back and they're talking about the crock pots here. They says,
"Oh, Jesus.
My phone just beeped to alert me to crock pots being sold for the Super Bowl at a local grocery store near me." Jason in Grand Rapids.
Okay, look, queso and things like that. See, that's why I felt a little triggered. Like, I make queso on the smoker all the time. So.
All I had said, if you're wondering or if you care, I had made a comment during a football today, a Super Bowl party thing. It is just generally like people from the west side of the state who own crock pots and drink milk with dinner. If you own a crock pot, it means you can't cook. Because David had brought up that heinous buffalo chicken dip, which is often made in a crock pot, and it's by the guest of your Super Bowl party that can't cook. It's predictable. And then Rico got all upset, and then somehow it was like,
because I like buffalo chicken dip and I like smoking stuff.
Smoking is fine.
Okay.
Jeez.
So let me read this before we get to Jeff. Someone says, that was the greatest picks ever. Highlighted by David saying, I hate driving through Dayton. That was the best.
You know what? It was a lot better than what I thought it was going to be because I'm like, okay, he's going to pick games. And it's like Indiana, Purdue. Wait, I know that game. That's going to be a bloodbath.
I wanted to make sure I had treats for everybody.
That's going to be a bloodbath. And then they'll fire their coach, and then Davey will be sad.
Jeff.
You know, I'm glad you guys reminded me. I'm listening to you. I just text my wife. She's got to take the chicken out of the crock pot.
Oh, dear God.
Well, you don't cook Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, exactly. You're typical. You may as well be from Holland, Michigan.
Mikey and Rico, I got two crock pots. I got the big one. I got the little itty-bitty one. It's very cute. Yeah.
What do you cook in the small crock pot?
I don't know. My wife does. Do you think she's letting me cook anything?
Absolutely not. Not if the family wants to live. Listen, Pistons are winning tonight. Just letting you know.
Okay. A lot of Mavs fans down here, believe it or not. Is that weird? Like, Mavs fans here? What are they, Luka fans?
I don't know. I was a huge Luka fan as the Celtics dusted his ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Clay.
So I got a question for you guys.
What?
And I'm going to ask this question on the show as well.
Yes.
I was driving around today listening to the morning show. Stoney was in for Jansen, and around 8:30, Stoney asked the question, are you over it? Talking about the Lions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And both Stoney and Costa, they went into this state of depression. And I felt bad for them. They seemed really down, still down by the loss. I'm not down by the loss anymore. No. In fact, this to me is not one of the top 5 biggest Detroit sports gut punches ever, but yet you look around and people treat it like it is. So I need to ask you guys, like, would you say this is as bad as Big Papi's Grand Slam? Like, no, right?
Yes.
This is not like
yeah,
Sidney
it is.
Cra-
It is.
Oh, it
it
is.
Yeah.
It is.
Interesting.
Rieger, it was a journey that started back in September. Really, it was a journey that started back a year ago when they lost to San Francisco.
Wasn't last year worse?
No, because then you went into that Rocky montage training for the off season. We got to get better. We got to get better. Everything was done to be the number 1 seed so that you didn't have to go out to San Francisco. They would have to come here. And you achieved all of those goals and then lost it.
But you didn't win a playoff game.
Say what?
But that's the thing. Like, you didn't win a playoff game.
Right,
It felt
Rieger.
like a lot of other Lions years in my life.
No, Rieger, it was an 11-month journey that you took the fans on that ended with nothing.
It's interesting because
it is. It's a good conversation. I'm not mad at you for it. But no, I think, and you got to remember, Jeff, here's the one thing I'd say as you start your show. You got to remember the NFL is bigger than every other sport combined.
Oh, I agree.
So the losses always are heightened. Yes. That's not a disrespect to the NBA or NHL, but the NFL has become Godzilla.
Because you think
And
about
the Lions being good is like all Detroit's ever wanted.
Correct.
All
And
we've
Rieger.
ever wanted was a great football team.
But Rieger, it then nullifies and says, what was the point of going 15-2? You got nothing.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, well, I'm going to ask that question.
Uplifting.
Is this like top 5, top 3 Detroit gut punch? I don't see it that way, but you guys do. I text the group text with my buddies. They see it the same. Everybody in Detroit.
So what's
sees
the gut
sees
punch?
it.
All right. Hey, you can stick with Hey, Rico's going to stick around with you at 6.
No, I
I'm
gotta
out
go.
of here.
Are you
I
gonna do
got
that?
things to do.
I got to go.
Rico, are you going to USC tomorrow?
No.
He's going to Rupp.
Oh, well, have fun. Tell Cal I say hello.
I'll do that.
97.1.